On the streets of Nuremberg in 1828 a young boy appeared walking unsteadily with faltering steps. He clutched mysterious sealed letters in his hand, able to utter only one or two vague mumbled words. From that moment on the name Kaspar Hauser became the greatest unsolved enigma in European history. Tonight, guided by the latest breakthroughs in DNA technology, we venture deep into this cold shadowed chapter of the past, listening to the faint fragile breath of a child who had never once seen sunlight in his life. Kaspar Hauser was a man without any trace of a past, his entire confined world reduced to nothing more than a straw mat and a simple wooden toy horse, until he was suddenly pushed out into the harsh glaring daylight, dragged into the ruthless power games of royal intrigue. This quiet bedtime tale leads you deep into the shadowed ancient castles and cold royal courts of 19th century Germany. Wrapped in soft soothing narration, we witness the sorrowful ill-fated destiny of this young boy raised, trapped inside a dark underground dungeon. Genetic DNA never lies, even after enduring hundreds of years of wind and frost. Hidden within the blood-stained clothing left behind by Kaspar Hauser lies the genetic code marking him as the rightful heir to a royal throne. This is far more than a simple story of illegal imprisonment. It is a haunting tale of bitter betrayal, insatiable greed, and lifelong lonely isolation. Close your eyes and feel the endless days and quiet nights Kaspar Hauser endured trapped inside his narrow, airless, dark chamber. Let this quiet piece of history linger beside you, guiding you into a deep, peaceful night of sleep. Imagine a human being who has never laid eyes upon sunlight at all. In his small confined world there was no clear blue sky, no flying birds, only an everlasting gray gloom thick with the damp musty scent of darkness. In 1828 a strange young boy emerged onto the streets of Nuremberg, Kaspar Hauser, appearing as if he had stepped out from a crack deep beneath the earth. He could only write his own name, clutching tightly two sealed letters, addressed to the cavalry captain, murmuring his simple wish to become a soldier. Tonight let the soft gentle glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. We soon discover this boy who survived solely on plain black bread and water carried within his veins the noble royal blood of the Grand Duchy of Baden. We brush aside the thick fog of history, following the faint illuminating light of modern DNA research to understand the lonely soul imprisoned alone for 16 long years. This is the story of a stolen childhood and how a precious innocent life was ruthlessly erased beneath the dark shadow of political power. On this quiet night, close your eyes and follow me back to the gray mist-shrouded square of old Nuremberg. Standing alone in that crowded square, young Kaspar Hauser appeared like a lost stranger, overwhelmed by fear of everything around him. He walked with unsteady, awkward steps, his feet pale, soft and delicate, nothing like those accustomed to walking long distances outdoors. Even stranger, his body could barely digest any food other than plain bread and fresh water. Townsfolk tried patiently to teach him to speak, yet he could only repeat in mechanical monotone that he wished to become a cavalryman, just like his father. As his ability to speak slowly returned, he gradually pieced together a heartbreaking secret. He had remembered no other life beyond being confined inside an extremely narrow, sunless, cramped cell, a hidden underground dungeon. Within that tiny space he could not even stand upright, forced to remain seated day in and day out. Each morning bread and water would appear silently beside him. Sometimes opium would be mixed into his drinking water, putting him into deep unconscious sleep. The only time unknown hands would trim his nails and change his simple clothing. His only companion throughout those lonely years was a small wooden hobby horse. He would gently caress it in total darkness, talking quietly to himself, passing 16 endless years in complete solitary confinement. This extreme lifelong isolation leaves one wondering whether it was meant as cruel punishment or a deliberate scheme to hide a truth powerful enough to shake the foundation of an entire kingdom. When he beheld the vast starry night sky for the very first time, he broke down in bitter tears, having waited and longed for such a sight through endless dark days and nights. The sudden appearance of Kaspar Hauser quickly sparked sensational fascination across the whole of Europe. Crowds of Nuremberg townsfolk flocked eagerly to catch a glimpse of this wild, mysterious young man. The legal scholar Feuerbach grew deeply intrigued by him, noticing naturally refined, noble manners and an innate gentle grace beneath his unfamiliar, awkward exterior. Whispers and rumors began spreading quietly within taverns and elegant salons, hinting that Kaspar might well be the long-lost rightful heir of the Grand Duchy of Baden. According to hidden royal court secrets, the Grand Duchess had given birth to a healthy baby boy, yet the infant was soon officially declared dead shortly after birth. Nevertheless, widespread folk rumors persisted, claiming the child had never perished at all, secretly smuggled out of the royal palace through a deliberate baby swap orchestrated by a rival royal consort. The motive behind the plot was clear and cold: to clear the path for her own descendants to inherit the throne of Baden without opposition. Kaspar Hauser remained completely unaware of these ruthless hidden power struggles. He simply devoted himself desperately to learning how to live as a normal human being. He began to paint, creating delicate, melancholic flower drawings as if mourning the warm spring beauty he had never once been allowed to witness. He slowly learned to think and understand the world, yet his eyes always held An unshakable depth of sorrow and compassion the more his extraordinary natural talent and noble refined temperament revealed themselves the more restless and alarmed certain powerful figures within distant ancient castles became. The price of growing into the outside world proved devastatingly heavy for Caspar Hauser. Stepping into ordinary society meant exposing himself fully to the watchful eyes of his hidden enemies. A child raised entirely accustomed to perpetual darkness possessed no sense of caution or defense beneath bright sunlight. Assassination attempts targeting him followed one after another without pause. The first violent attack took place inside his lodgings, a masked stranger darting out from the shadows, slashing a deep wound across his forehead. The sharp unfamiliar pain terrified Caspar, who fled immediately to hide in a cellar, the only place his subconscious deemed truly safe due to a lack of credible witnesses and solid evidence. Many people began suspecting Caspar had staged the attack himself merely to gain public sympathy and pity. This cruel misunderstanding and slander trapped the young boy inside a second invisible prison of isolation. He grew increasingly silent, filled with deep suspicion and distrust toward everyone around him. Only in the quiet stillness of late night would he pick up his writing brush, pouring out his tangled complex feelings toward the invisible unknown caretaker of his dungeon. That mysterious unseen figure had tormented his existence yet also fed and cared for him, forming his only perception of human contact. Across 16 lonely years he longed desperately to discover his own origins, yet every time he reached out to grasp the truth it slipped away like a startled, frightened bird. In 19th-century Germany the dark hidden undercurrents of political intrigue ran far thicker and more impenetrable than the cold stone walls of his old dungeon. On a bitter cold winter day in 1833 Caspar Hauser was lured to the palace gardens of Ansbach by another mysterious unsigned letter. The messenger promised to reveal the name of his long unknown mother for a child who had never known a mother's warmth and affection. This promise held irresistible fatal appeal. Waiting for him amid the snow-covered garden grounds was not the truth he craved but the cold sharp blade of an assassin. The attacker severely wounded him before fleeing in haste, leaving behind only a simple purple silk purse containing a note written entirely in mirrored reversed script. The message read, "Hauser would reveal my appearance and origins to the world, yet I have chosen to strike first." 3 days later, lying on the brink of death, Caspar Hauser whispered softly that he had not staged the incident. Even in his final moments he remained haunted by the fear that the public would once again accuse him of orchestrating another fake attack. His sudden mysterious death sent the royal family's long-buried secret sinking back into silent obscurity. The church bells of Nuremberg tolled solemnly in mourning for him, and upon his tombstone was carved these poignant words: "Here lies Caspar Hauser, an enigmatic being born in obscurity, dying shrouded in mystery." His entire life unfolded as a brief haunting tragedy, drifting helplessly between endless darkness and blinding sunlight, left unresolved, filled with lingering sorrow that never faded away. 1 century passed, then 2 centuries, yet debate surrounding Caspar Hauser's true identity never ceased fading. It was not until the late 20th and early 21st centuries that scientists equipped with advanced microscopes and precise gene sequencing technology once again unlocked the sealed door of his forgotten dungeon. Researchers extracted tiny trace fragments of mitochondrial DNA from the blood-stained clothing Caspar had worn at the time of his assassination. Early initial test results dismissed any blood connection to the Baden royal family, dismissing the legend as nothing more than romantic imagination and folk fantasy. Yet as scientific technology advanced, modern biological archaeologists adopted far more precise haplotype analysis to re-examine the preserved samples. The latest conclusive research reveals an astonishing genetic overlap between Caspar Hauser's DNA sequence and members of the Baden royal line. The long-dismissed possibility flared alive once more like a spark in the dark. He truly was the innocent prince stolen and swapped at birth for the sake of power and the royal throne. That helpless newborn was robbed of his name, denied the sight of sunlight, stripped of love, family and warmth, confined inside a cramped cell too small even to allow him to stand. He watched the passing of seasons through the faint thin glimmer of light filtering through cracks in the walls. Modern science has finally restored his true identity, yet this justice, arriving 200 years too late, could never mend the desolate loneliness and suffering that defined his entire lifetime. Today the name Caspar Hauser stands far more than merely an unsolved historical puzzle. It has become a timeless symbol of quiet solitude and pure untouched innocence. Whenever we feel a sudden wave of quiet loneliness in the stillness of night, we can find a quiet echo within Caspar Hauser's story. The simple wooden hobby horse that kept him company through endless dungeon years has long decayed into dust with the passage of time, yet his soul, forever yearning for sunlight, lingers eternally within. The pages of history can often be cruel, shaping legendary tales from one person's unbearable suffering, yet history also holds a gentle grace, allowing hidden truths to break through the dust of centuries and finally see the light. Tonight, as we drift slowly into peaceful sleep wrapped in this soft narration, pause to cherish every ray of sunlight and every gentle breeze surrounding us. Ordinary simple blessings. Caspar Hauser waited 16 long lonely years in total darkness just to experience these small everyday gifts. His story has reached its quiet end, yet the quiet resilience of his spirit lingers gently within your heart. No need to grieve for the lonely boy any longer. He has returned to the quiet embrace of the stars, where no dark dungeons exist, only endless pure light. Night has deepened, the wind has softened. Release all the chaos and trivial worries of the day and sink fully into your own peaceful tranquility. Good night. Beneath the glorious glow of the Victorian era, Sir John Franklin set sail toward the Arctic, commanding two of the most robust and advanced warships of his time. The whole nation waited eagerly for triumphant news, yet all that followed was a century of heavy silence and broken fragments of despair. Tonight, leave behind the noise and restlessness of the day, step into the desolate wilderness shrouded by endless polar night, and listen to the souls buried deep beneath ice and snow, how they guarded their final dignity even in the grip of utter ruin. Two expedition ships loaded high with hope were destined to become an icy tomb for 129 men. Sir Franklin's Arctic voyage was meant to be a grand display of human civilization, courage, and the unyielding spirit of exploration, yet cruel truths uncovered by biological archaeology have unfolded one of the heaviest and most haunting chapters of human nature. Within this slow, soothing narration, we look anew at those fading figures who vanished forever into the endless snowstorms of the far north. Some truths remain hidden, waiting patiently for glaciers to melt before rising into the light of day. Sir Franklin's Arctic tragedy was far more than a simple navigational misfortune. It became a quiet psychological experiment stretched thin across the boundaries of human despair, from lead-poisoned canned provisions to the final footprints left upon the frozen tundra. Every small detail stirs deep sorrow and reflection, bathed in the soft warmth of quiet firelight. Tonight, let us venture together into the collapsed narrative of humanity, unraveling slowly amid the endless polar night. Within the eternal frozen stillness of the Arctic lie two ironclad warships once hailed as the pride of Victorian naval power. Their names should have been carved forever upon monuments of honor. Instead, they were swallowed by wind and snow, transformed into cold, silent tombs of steel. 129 skilled naval officers and sailors set out, carrying supplies enough to sustain them for 3 full years, only to vanish completely, without trace. More than a century passed before archaeologists cut carefully through ancient ice, revealing unsettling truths far darker than anyone dared to imagine. This was no mere accident, it was a slow collapse of body, mind, and spirit, a gradual wasting away, poisoned by heavy metal and worn down relentlessly by bitter Arctic cold. Tonight, let the gentle flicker of firelight wrap around you and wander into the real, untold story of Sir John Franklin, nearly 60 years old. With a kind, gentle face and decades of polar experience behind him, the veteran commander faced the final confrontation between arrogant human civilization and untamed wilderness. Breathe slowly, step back into the summer of 1845 and watch as these two great vessels unfurl their white sails for the very last time. London in 1845 brimmed with the pride of industrial triumph and wild public fascination with conquering the uncharted Arctic. Sir John Franklin stood tall upon the deck of Erebus, his uniform immaculate, golden epaulets glinting softly under the setting sun. The two mighty ships were equipped with cutting-edge steam engines built in modern fashion, fitted with heating pipelines, and stocked with more than 10,000 books to sustain the men through long isolated months. It was the unspoken arrogance of the Victorian age, a firm belief that human steel technology and civilization could overcome every barren stretch of untamed nature. Franklin approached this expedition with unshakable confidence. Having led 3 previous Arctic voyages, his experience alone seemed enough to fill thick volumes of exploration lore, yet he never knew that hidden flaws of his era were quietly planting a fatal time bomb behind his journey. Thousands of sealed tin cans were custom-made to serve as their vital life-sustaining rations. Cheap lead soldering used to seal the containers slowly leached deadly heavy metal into every meal stored inside. By the time the ships departed their final resupply stop in Greenland, slipping silently beyond the western horizon, no one realized death had already crept inside those seemingly harmless sealed cans. It was the first silent crack in their fate, invisible, irreversible, and impossible to mend. When the vessels became trapped fast in the thick, impenetrable ice near King William Island, the initial mood among the crew remained surprisingly hopeful and disciplined. Sir Franklin maintained the strict formal etiquette of the Royal Navy even amid the freezing darkness of the polar night. Men held lectures, staged theatrical performances, gathered in officer quarters to sip fine wine and talk fondly of spring days back in London and letters waiting from loved ones at home. As time dragged on, however, that polished calm slowly faded, replaced by strange restlessness, growing irritability, and unexplained sickness. The devastating effects of lead poisoning began to take hold. Nerves frayed, tempers flared, immune systems weakened and broke down. Once strong muscular frames wasted away, even simple thought and reasoning became an exhausting burden. Franklin sat alone inside his narrow cabin, watching calendar pages turn one by one while outside stretched nothing but endless swirling snow. His once commanding features grew gaunt and hollow, his eyes clouded with deep quiet confusion, unable to understand why their finest equipment failed, why the ice refused to release its frozen grip in the early summer of 1847. Worn down by exhaustion, sorrow and slow poisoning, Sir Franklin closed his eyes forever, never living to witness the ice finally break apart. With their leader gone, the last thread holding the trapped men to civilized order finally snapped in April 1848. Under the command of their second in charge, the remaining survivors made the desperate choice to abandon ship and march overland in search of escape. Historians would later name this grim journey the Death March. Every step taken balanced precariously on the edge of hell. They trekked across frozen wastes weighed down by heavy provisions, cumbersome silver tableware and precious books, trudging slowly through bitter winds and temperatures plunging to 40 degrees below zero. Items that once marked status, education and refinement became crushing burdens, yet they clung stubbornly to them as the last fragile illusion of civilization. Lead poisoning had already clouded their judgment, leaving them making irrational choices. Even amid crippling weakness, they attempted to drag fully loaded lifeboats weighing several tons across frozen land, a sight both tragic and deeply absurd. One by one, exhausted men collapsed into the snow, quickly covered over by frost, becoming nameless mounds lost to the wilderness. Deep in the abyss of raw despair, primal survival instinct overruled all moral code and discipline. Biological archaeology uncovered clear-cut marks on ancient remains, laying bare the darkest chapter of their struggle, the haunting, painful truth of cannibalism born from utter starvation and hopelessness. When rescue parties finally discovered scattered remains years later, they faced a broken, shattered puzzle of collapsed human civilization. Beside stone cairns on King William Island lay shattered fragments of fine porcelain scarves embroidered with sailors' names and bones bearing clear signs of gnawing and breakage. Lady Jane Franklin dedicated her entire life organizing, funding and pushing relentlessly for rescue expeditions, refusing to accept that her celebrated husband and his loyal men could meet such a wretched end. This cruel twist of fate cast a long shadow over Victorian Britain, stirring deep silent sorrow and soul-searching across the nation. Humanity suddenly saw how proudly praised modern technology stood fragile and helpless against the raw, unbridled fury of untamed nature. One cannot help wondering whether those sailors in their final moments still clung to memories of soft breezes along the River Thames and the warm comfort of afternoon tea, or trapped within hallucinations brought on by severe lead poisoning. Did they lose all sense of line between reality and endless nightmare? Sir Franklin's own final resting place has never been found, his body perhaps still lying hidden deep beneath some forgotten glacier, silently watching the footsteps of modern visitors who come long after him. His defeat was not merely a setback in geographical discovery, it stands as a clear mirror reflecting the fragile limits of human dignity, courage and endurance. The two ships carried names that became hauntingly fitting symbols of their fate: terror and Erebus, fear, darkness and the shadow of the underworld, perfectly echoing the grim tragedy etched forever into Arctic history. Now the bitter polar winds have long settled and the screams and sorrows of that doomed expedition have faded quietly into dust. Sir Franklin and his 128 companions have dissolved gently into the quiet natural cycle of the Arctic. In 2014 and 2016 the sunken wrecks were finally discovered deep beneath the seafloor, preserved exactly as they rested after sinking. Books inside their cabins may have crumbled into silt and mud, yet the haunting ballad of exploration, sacrifice and human frailty still echoes softly beneath the ice. Each one of us walks our own lonely expedition through the cold winters of life, maintaining grace and dignity amid hardship, seeking faint glimmers of light in isolation and quiet solitude, and that alone stands as the truest form of courage. Night has fallen deep outside your window, moonlight spreading cold clear radiance much like the distant stars shining over the Arctic. Let go of life's heavy silver tableware, release your obsessive pursuit of success and retreat quietly into rest like a weary bird returning to the woods. No need to linger over unfinished journeys, no need to dwell on suspicions hidden like silent poison. Sir Franklin has long made peace with the glaciers, and now you too may make peace with this passing day. Good night, may your warm dreams reunite you with loved ones far away. Charles Sternberg did not devote his life to chasing fame, wealth or worldly glory. He walked the barren badlands like a devout pilgrim on a sacred spiritual journey. When he uncovered faint traces of preserved dinosaur skin amid the scorching rocky terrain of Hell Creek, time seemed to stand perfectly still for a moment. Tonight we follow in his quiet footsteps, stepping into his lifetime career as a fossil hunter filled with solemn devotion and profound lonely solitude. Wrapped in low soothing narration we feel the lingering warmth left behind 60 million years ago, gently comforting a weary human soul. He stood as the respected elder of an entire family lineage of fossil collectors, yet possessed one of the softest, most humble hearts imaginable. During the driest, harshest seasons of drought, Charles Sternberg ventured alone into remote native ancestral lands, driven by a quiet longing to discover natural wonder. What he unearthed went far beyond ancient dinosaur bones. He uncovered the unyielding dignity of life preserved eternally within layers of stone. Close your eyes, sink into the warmth of this gentle story and drift peacefully into rest beside him beneath the vast starry sky of the open wilderness. If the barren earth could speak, it would surely whisper the ancient forgotten secrets of prehistoric life straight to Charles Sternberg's ears. Deep within the most desolate cracked valleys and barren ravines he made an extraordinarily rare discovery, a naturally mummified dinosaur specimen retaining intact skin textures, surface scales and subtle tissue contours locked in stone for eternity. This extraordinary find stands not only as a monumental scientific achievement but also as one man's most heartfelt, sincere tribute to the beauty and mystery of all living nature. Tonight let Charles Sternberg's quiet humility, unwavering reverence and spiritual faith guide you into a steady, deep, untroubled sleep. Imagine standing utterly alone deep within the cracked, rugged badland ravines of the American western frontier. Above your head blazes an unforgiving midday sun, fierce enough to wear down human willpower. Beneath your feet stretches endless cracked limestone, parched and dried for millions of years. In your hands you hold nothing more than a small soft painting brush and a heavy blunt pickaxe, searching patiently for the faint echo of a single breath, taken tens of millions of years in the distant past. It was within one such forgotten, drought-stricken wasteland that Charles Sternberg knelt, trembling gently before the remains of an ancient dinosaur. Tonight let the soft flickering glow of quiet firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold quiet story of his life. This is not the tale of a proud conqueror of nature but of a humble spiritual seeker wandering the wilderness of time, longing endlessly to hear the faint, lingering echoes of primeval life. What he uncovered were never mere cold, lifeless stones. They were the tenderest, most delicate evidence that life once thrived, endured and lingered across endless vast stretches of geological epochs. Perhaps right now you too find yourself wandering through your own weary, lonely valley of hardship. Slow your breathing, settle your mind and listen closely to the quiet wind sweeping across the open, untamed wilderness. In the turbulent, energetic era of gold rushes and rapid railway expansion across North America, Charles Sternberg chose the quietest, most solitary path imaginable. He cared nothing for hidden gold deposits or claims to fertile land, his gaze fixed firmly upon the dark, reddish ancient rock layers exposed along weathered cliff faces. Fate presented him with his first great trial in the summer of 1876. At a time when he possessed not even proper professional excavation tools, he penned a sincere letter to the renowned paleontologist Edward Drinker Cope, writing without exaggerated boasting or empty flattery, only simple earnest devotion. He wrote that he was willing to venture deep into dangerous, uncharted native territories alone to search for precious fossil remains if only Cope would provide simple, basic provisions to sustain his journey. Moved deeply by the young man's genuine humility and pure passion, Cope agreed to support him. Carrying only a simple worn pack, Charles stepped fearlessly into the remote, untouched wilderness. Life in those early wilderness years was brutally harsh. He often camped out alone in thick, snake-infested shrubland where clean, fresh water was far harder to find than ancient fossil remains. Yet in his personal memoir he confessed that the moment his fingers brushed against weathered, exposed dinosaur vertebrae, all hunger, thirst and physical exhaustion seemed to fade away completely. He never saw himself as merely digging up lifeless prehistoric relics. He believed he was deciphering sacred letters written by nature itself, carved deep within every layer of stone, each fossil fragment carrying immeasurable weight and silent meaning. This almost religious sense of solemn purpose allowed him to put down deep, lasting roots within a parched, desolate land where even wild birds rarely dared to linger. The discovery that forever carved the name Charles Sternberg into the pages of paleontological history came as a miraculous breakthrough during an extreme, crippling drought. It unfolded across the barren, endless wilderness of Wyoming, where the air hung so dry and charged that even gentle friction seemed capable of sparking flame. Local native guides urged him to turn back and abandon his futile search, yet Charles followed a quiet inner intuition, certain that something ancient and extraordinary lay hidden, calling to him from within the geological layers known as Hell Creek. Alongside his 3 sons he spent weeks digging relentlessly through scorching, ash-covered earth until their water skins ran empty, their lips cracked raw and bleeding from relentless thirst. On the twilight hour before everyone planned to abandon the search entirely, Charles's pickaxe struck a strange, unfamiliar texture beneath the rock. It lacked the hard, unyielding surface of fossilized bone, instead revealing an incredibly fine, delicate, layered texture holding subtle natural tension. He held his breath, brushing away fine grains of dust slowly, gently with his soft, finest brush, and what unfolded before his eyes moved the elderly fossil hunter to quiet tears. It was perfectly preserved dinosaur skin retaining 60-million-year-old skin folds, intricate scale patterns and faint outlines of underlying muscle tissue sealed flawlessly within the surrounding stone. This extraordinary specimen, later named a dinosaur mummy, became one of the most coveted, treasured discoveries in paleontological history, emerging unexpectedly beside what seemed a hopeless, barren, lifeless wasteland. Charles offered no triumphant celebration or loud rejoicing. Instead, beneath a sky blazing with brilliant, unobscured wilderness stars, he knelt beside the ancient fossil and offered a long, sincere prayer to him. This precious gift was nature's highest reward, granted to a lonely wandering pilgrim and the most solid unshakable confirmation of a lifetime of quiet faith and devotion. Within the tight competitive circle of 19th-century fossil collectors, Charles Sternberg always remained an outsider, standing apart from grand prestigious museum affiliations. He worked as an independent freelance fossil hunter, meaning he bore all excavation costs personally before seeking buyers for his finds, perpetually balancing precariously on the edge of financial ruin. During that era, the famous Bitter Bone Wars raged across academic circles, rival scholars attacking one another relentlessly over fame, reputation and priority, often recklessly damaging priceless fossil specimens in their ruthless pursuit of glory. Charles grew deeply disillusioned and weary of such human vanity, often remarking how petty trivial human pride appeared when placed beside the colossal remains of giant prehistoric beasts slumbering silently for millions of years. He preferred spending his time among native tribal communities, where locals regarded him as a strange, gentle elder capable of communicating with the quiet spirits of the earth. He taught his 3 sons how to carefully wrap fragile fossil bones in plaster-soaked linen cloth, handling each ancient relic with the tender care of swaddling a newborn infant. On one occasion, transporting an enormous hadrosaur fossil required them to push and carry the massive heavy specimen manually for miles across rugged pathless mountain valleys. Every jolt and rough movement made Charles's heart ache, fearing even the slightest scratch or damage to the ancient relics he had guarded and cherished in quiet dreams for so long. Though the fossils he sold filled exhibition halls and established world-class museums across the globe, he himself lived simply, always residing in a plain, modest cottage. He often said his greatest reward needed no material gain, it was simply the chance once again to spot the faint, subtle shadow of hidden ancient relics emerging softly from weathered rock layers beneath the quiet glow of early morning sunlight. If you turn the pages of Charles Sternberg's memoir titled Life of a Fossil Hunter, you will find his writing filled with remarkable calm simplicity. He rarely detailed tales of mortal danger or thrilling adventure, choosing instead to describe soft, glowing wilderness sunsets, the quiet movement of cloud shadows across rocky ridges, or a small desert lizard pausing briefly beside his excavation pit. To him, the life of a fossil hunter was never a rush of adrenaline-fueled excitement. It resembled instead a long, quiet, meditative retreat immersed in the stillness of nature. This peaceful, grounded mindset shaped the character of his entire family, all 3 of his sons growing to become leading respected paleontologists, a legacy he cherished above all worldly achievements. Yet time and natural weathering proved far more relentless than the slow erosion of ancient rock layers. As Charles advanced in years, his back curved with age, his eyesight faded steadily, yet he stubbornly refused to settle into comfortable, quiet city life. Even in his later years, he returned faithfully to the wilderness each season, carrying only a simple, lightweight tent. Passing by old excavation sites where he once labored tirelessly, he would sit quietly upon familiar boulders for long hours, as if visiting dear old long-lost friends. The massive bones he unearthed now stand displayed, brightly lit inside modern museum cases, yet in his heart their spirits still lingered out here, forever woven into the endless whispering wind of the open plains. Throughout his life, he sought to prove that even the wildest, most desolate corners of the natural world hold a gentle, hidden order beneath their harsh surface. This quiet, unseen order guided him through every moment of confusion and uncertainty, allowed him to draw strength and nourishment for his soul even amid the driest, loneliest stretches of inner emptiness. The final chapter of Charles Sternberg's life draws to a close on a quiet, unhurried afternoon when excavation work finally came to an end. Forever he wandered, his entire existence standing on the boundary between life, death and unimaginable geological epochs, witnessing the grandest remains of ancient extinction and touching the most delicate, subtle traces of primeval vitality. People often asked him what meaningful purpose lay in searching for creatures vanished from the earth millions of years ago. He would respond only with gentle, humble silence, offering no elaborate explanation, perhaps knowing certain truths can only be fully understood within the profound stillness of the wilderness. He pursued fossil specimens not merely to advance scientific knowledge, he searched endlessly to uncover the quiet possibility of immortality hidden within every ordinary fragile life. If even delicate, fragile dinosaur skin could survive unharmed through millions of years of geological chaos, sealed safely within layers of stone, then surely human love, faith and inner conviction need never simply fade away into nothingness. In his final later years, his writing grew shorter, simpler and far more profound, letting go of grand, spectacular discoveries to instead offer quiet, heartfelt praise for the very land that had gifted him endless hardship, solitude and breathtaking wonder. He stood like an ancient, gnarled pine tree rooted firmly upon Wyoming's rugged cliffs, finally choosing to merge gently back into the earth, becoming one with the wild landscape he had loved faithfully his entire life. His name never gained the widespread fame of celebrated academic scientists, yet the quiet peace and spiritual stillness he uncovered lingers softly, echoing through every quiet nightfall. The entire life of Charles Sternberg remains as calm, solid and unshakable as the ancient fossils he devoted himself to uncovering. The young pilgrim trembling alone within remote rocky ravines slowly matured into a wise soul breathing in perfect harmony with the quiet rhythms of the earth. He answered the timeless question of life's hidden meaning, revealing that life never truly disappears, it simply transforms, waiting quietly, enduring patiently through the endless passage of time. Tonight, as you lie wrapped warmly in bed, you too can feel the quiet, solid, comforting power lingering down from ancient prehistoric ages. The modern world remains noisy, restless and hurried, yet Charles's wilderness stays forever calm. Time within fossil layers stretches slow, unrushed and boundless. You may release all lingering anxiety and restless worry, for within the grand vast narrative of the universe every form of existence is safely cherished, preserved and held in gentle keeping. Close your eyes, let the soft wilderness wind carry away the last traces of weariness. Allow the gentle flowing contours of the preserved dinosaur mummy to smooth and calm every tangled thought in your mind. The tale of Charles Sternberg has reached its quiet end, and your own peaceful dreams are just beginning to rise along the distant horizon. Good night. May your dreams open onto a quiet, endless wilderness all your own. Beneath an ordinary parking lot in Leicestershire lies the final resting place of Richard III, the last English king to fall dead upon the battlefield. For 5 long centuries he was buried under a cloud of slander, painted as a twisted hunchback tyrant filled with malice and cruelty. Yet modern science and archaeological discovery have finally torn away the veil of prejudice and distortion that has shrouded his true legacy. Tonight, under the soft hush of fading daylight, we step quietly closer to the real life of Richard III, a soul long misunderstood and misjudged by history. Richard III remains a name forever tarnished by the dramatic portrayal of William Shakespeare, seen by generations as a scheming usurper who murdered his young nephews and wore a face carved with wickedness. Yet beneath the calm light of biological archaeology, the real man emerges, fragile in body yet unyielding in spirit. Severe scoliosis curved his spine, yet it never broke his courage nor dulled his prowess in battle. Instead, it became a convenient tool for later generations to attack his character and stain his soul. Cast aside the noisy whispers of old tales, sink into the peace of this quiet story and walk alongside this lonely king back to the turbulent era of the Wars of the Roses. How did a king lost deep in the dust of centuries suddenly reappear beneath the asphalt of a modern parking lot in the 21st century? The skeletal remains of Richard III bear silent witness to the bloodiest moments of the Battle of Bosworth Field. They also tell the quiet story of a man who spent his whole life enduring and overcoming a physical disability he was born with. Let this quiet evening belong entirely to this misunderstood soul. Drift gently with the night breeze and allow us to restore history to its soft, untarnished truth. Picture a quiet afternoon in rural England as you stroll across a public parking lot in Leicestershire. Underneath the grey asphalt and faded parking lines, barely less than a metre beneath your feet, lies the body of a king who once ruled the entire realm. He was laid to rest without an ornate coffin, without precious burial treasures, without even decent robes to cover his skin. His hands appear bound tightly in death, his spine curved into a heartbreaking stoop. This is how Richard III was rediscovered after 500 years of silent slumber. Tonight, let the soft glow of flickering firelight wrap around you and follow this gentle, unhurried tale into the hidden truth of his life. Was he truly the hunchbacked villain depicted in Shakespeare's plays, a ruthless usurper who betrayed his family and murdered innocent children, or was he a noble last hero deliberately smeared and demonized by the rising Tudor dynasty? Every answer lies etched into his scarred skeletal remains, waiting patiently for time to brush away the dust and reveal the truth. Travel back to the bloody dawn of 1485 across the open plains of Bosworth Field, clad in the full armor of the House of Plantagenet, with his royal crown gleaming above his head. Richard III surveyed his battlefield for the final time. This marked the last desperate act of the Wars of the Roses. The endless strife between the Red Rose and the White Rose had drained the land of its strength and peace. Popular legend long portrayed Richard as a twisted schemer hiding in shadow, weakened and cowed by his congenital spinal deformity. Yet modern archaeological research paints a far different truth. His spine did curve severely, leaving his right shoulder noticeably higher than his left, yet he was far from the shuffling cripple of theatrical myth. Encased in heavy medieval plate armor, he looked no different from any noble warrior and proved himself stronger and more skilled in combat than most men of his station. His physical curvature was never a mark of evil, it was a quiet, hidden pain he carried every single day to maintain balance atop a warhorse. To wield a heavy broadsword in battle, he trained relentlessly, pushing his body far beyond ordinary limits. When Lord Harrington turned traitor, when the forces of Henry Tudor advanced steadily toward his lines, Richard chose not to flee. He charged forward in the final heroic cavalry assault ever led by an English monarch. He believed that if he could strike down Henry Tudor and tear apart his dragon emblazoned banner, he might end decades of civil war in one decisive blow. It was his final gamble against fate, the last proud stand of a king who refused to surrender without a fight. The battle unfolded with a brutality no one could have foreseen. Richard's brave charge soon became trapped in thick muddy marshland amid the chaos of clashing armies. His warhorse stumbled and sank into the bog, forcing the king to fight on foot. Even in that desperate moment he shouted aloud, cries of betrayal echoing across the battlefield. Stripped of his mount, his shield, and eventually his helmet, he stood alone, surrounded by dozens of enemy warriors. Forensic examination of his bones reveals a fatal crushing blow to the back of his skull dealt by a halberd or battle axe. The wound proves he fought fiercely until his last breath, never surrendering, never taken alive. What follows is even more chilling. After his death, the victorious forces inflicted deliberate, humiliating injuries upon his lifeless body. Deep gashes carved into his bones show repeated stabs and strikes. Even as his naked corpse was carried back to Leicester, crowds lined the path to pierce and insult the remains of their fallen king. Such bitter hatred ran deep, and the newly established Tudor dynasty set out not only to erase Richard physically but to destroy his reputation forever. Scholars and writers were commissioned to craft a false portrait, turning a young handsome man in his 20s into a grotesque monster born with teeth half paralyzed and twisted in form. Denied the chance to defend his own name, Richard was buried hastily in the ruins of Greyfriars Church. As centuries passed, the church crumbled, its tombstones shattered, and the sacred ground above his forgotten grave slowly transformed into an ordinary, overlooked parking lot. To truly understand how Richard fell into such tragic fate, we must look deep into the quiet turmoil of his inner heart. He had long stood as the most loyal younger brother to King Edward IV, witnessing endless betrayal, bloodshed, and treachery throughout the long years of civil war. When Edward died suddenly, leaving two young royal heirs, Richard faced an impossible, cruel choice. Should he hand power to the powerful Woodville family, who openly hated and opposed him, or seize the crown himself to protect the realm? History is always written by victors, and the tale we inherit accuses him of imprisoning and murdering the princes in the Tower. Yet in the quiet, lonely nights within the halls of Westminster Palace, Richard may have felt only cold dread. Deep in his soul he understood clearly that if he refused to take the throne, he would lose not only his own life but also the fragile peace struggling to hold England together. During his brief 2-year reign, he established new legal protections for common people, striving to grant ordinary folk fair treatment and justice beneath the law. He ruled with diligence and devotion, yet never escaped the shadow of being labeled a usurper. His intense, almost obsessive sense of duty may well have sprung from the imbalance of his own curved spine. The physical asymmetry he endured all his life drove him to crave order, fairness, and balance in the world around him. He spent every year of his life striving to prove he was worthy of the crown, even if that proof demanded the ultimate price of his own life. His final charge at Bosworth felt less like a fight for victory and more like a quiet release, a final escape from a world tangled in endless conspiracy, malice, and political deceit. No one truly believed the Search for Richard campaign launched excavation work at the Leicester parking lot in 2012. After 500 years, most relics fade into nothing, swallowed by time and earth. Yet when archaeologists uncovered a skeleton marked by severe spinal scoliosis, the entire world fell silent. DNA testing confirmed beyond doubt that the remains belonged to Richard III. His rediscovery felt like a silent accusation echoing across centuries. Facial reconstruction revealed a young man with quiet melancholy and unyielding resolve in his eyes, nothing like the cunning, sinister figure of legend. Bone analysis shows traces of rich, nourishing food, confirming his royal lifestyle alongside permanent marks of lifelong physical strain and hardship. Most importantly, biological archaeology unveiled the genuine Richard, hidden behind myth and slander. He was a resilient survivor, an ordinary man struggling bravely against physical limitation and the raging storms of political conflict. The Tudor regime sought to discredit his rule by mocking and distorting his physical form, yet that very imperfect skeleton became irrefutable proof of his innocence. 5 centuries later, when his remains were reinterred with full honor at Leicester Cathedral, thousands of people filled the streets. They came no longer to gaze upon a legendary villain but to pay humble respect to a soul finally granted long overdue justice. The ceremony held no sound of war, only quiet, solemn reverence, as if comforting a king who had lain wronged and forgotten in cold darkness for far too long. The night has now settled into perfect stillness. The story of Richard III is like a broken mirror, carefully pieced back together again. In its reflection we witness the cruelty of unbridled power and the absurd unfairness of recorded history. The king discovered beneath a simple parking lot is no longer the raging tyrant of Shakespeare's stage, crying that he would trade his entire kingdom for a horse. He was simply a mortal man, torn between pain and duty, a warrior who fell with honor amid battle. Each of us carries our own unseen burdens, our own hidden scars, much like Richard's curved spine marks life leaves upon us, weights we must carry through every quiet day. Richard's life reminds us that even when the world misjudges you, spreads false tales and casts you into shadow, your true self will always shine with calm quiet light. Once the dust finally settles tonight, may you lay down all pretense and heavy worry, just like this ancient soul, return to peaceful rest, find your own inner calm and unbroken tranquility. The firelight softens the edge of night, dreams draw near. Richard III rests at last, and you too may slip gently into peaceful sleep. Good night. Beneath the desolate frozen soil of Greenland lie the final hidden secrets of the Viking people. Eric the Red, a fierce outlaw exiled for murder, once rose to build a mighty empire upon the endless icy wilderness. Through modern biological archaeology we can almost hear their last weary sighs amid bitter cold and crippling hunger. Tonight, accompanied by the soft distant murmur of ocean waves, we journey toward that frozen realm lost forever beneath the shadow of the polar night. 1,000 years ago Eric the Red wove a cunning lie about a lush green land to draw his own people into following him. Thousands of Vikings sailed behind him, only to discover a barren wasteland where sheer stubborn resilience was all that stood between them and certain death. When the Little Ice Age descended, sealing the seas in unyielding ice, how did these legendary seafarers fade quietly into extinction on this calm peaceful night? Close your eyes and walk with me to retrace the fate of this forgotten civilization, sealed away by time for 1,000 years. Inside Greenland's abandoned ancient burial grounds, the bones of the Viking dead bear permanent marks carved by drastic climate change. Eric the Red once lit blazing bonfires here, defying the sweeping cold wave that threatened to engulf the entire world. This is an epic journey spanning exploration, human arrogance, raw survival, and ultimate quiet stillness. Let the tale of Eric carry you into deep restful sleep and feel the gentle, tender touch of history locked away forever beneath ice and snow. Pause to imagine the faint moment when the last embers of a hearth faded into total darkness upon a remote island sitting at 60 degrees north latitude. This was Greenland in the 15th century, once a thriving Viking settlement, now silent and empty. No more warrior chants echoing across the land, only the shrill whistle of wind sweeping through abandoned wooden halls. Ancient bones unearthed from burial mounds whisper their story through scientific isotope analysis, revealing that in their final desperate days the settlers were reduced to hunting and eating their own hunting dogs, surviving solely on the cold thick blubber of seals. One cannot help wondering whether Eric the Red, the man who tricked half of northern Europe with the beguiling name of Greenland, ever foresaw such a bleak bitter end. Tonight let the soft gentle glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we step fully into the untold story of his life. We cast aside the glamorous heroic image of the bold explorer to witness a soul slowly retreating before the overwhelming power of nature, eventually erased completely by the unforgiving frozen world. This tale holds far more than bloodshed and Viking revelry. It reveals the quiet gradual fading of life as existence drifts toward final stillness at the edge of endless bitter cold. Now steady your breathing and let your spirit sail away with the wind back to that ambitious summer day 1,000 years in the past. The first crack in any mortal destiny often begins with an uncontrollable storm of rage. Eric the Red earned his famous name not only for his blazing fiery red beard but for the restless volatile temper burning deep within his veins. During Iceland's long freezing winter nights he was condemned as an outlaw after committing multiple fatal killings 900 years ago. Exile carried a terrible meaning, forcing the condemned to sail out into the endless unknown ocean to find new ground to survive, or perish beneath towering stormy waves. Standing upon the carved wooden deck of his longship, Eric stared westward into the mist where only ancient tales spoke of sea monsters and the final edge of the world. Yet he refused to turn back. Driven by an almost mad stubborn resolve, he set sail with his wife, children, and a small band of loyal followers. Plunging straight into thick uncharted fog, he finally discovered a narrow sheltered fjord hidden deep within Greenland's rugged coastline, a stretch of sparse grass, barren yet quiet enough to build a new life. Fear never touched his heart, for to men like him freedom always mattered far more than safe comfort. He raised the first stone homestead upon this unknown shore, smoke curling upward from his hearth stark against the crisp pure glacial air. This marked the very first footprint of Viking civilization planted firmly at the gateway to North America, the grand opening of an epic already destined to end in disillusionment. When his period of exile finally ended, Eric the Red sailed back to Iceland, yet returned not with humble apologies but with a carefully crafted deceptive legend. He named this desolate island, covered mostly in glaciers and jagged rocky shores, Greenland, meaning the green land. He painted vivid tempting pictures of fertile endless pastures, seas teeming with walruses and whales, promising anyone who sailed there the chance to claim rich land as their own. To Viking communities suffering harsh crop Failure and land scarcity. This sounded like a divine blessing sent straight from the god Odin himself. 25 longships carrying hundreds of hopeful settlers set out braving the brutal seasonal storms of the North Atlantic. Eric stood proudly aboard the leading flagship, his red hair streaming wild in the wind, his gaze fixed with the unyielding resolve of a born ruler. In the end, only 14 ships survived the crossing to reach the so-called Green Island, the rest swallowed entirely by the raging abyss. When these strong hardened Viking men stepped onto the moss-covered rocky fjords, they felt not anger so much as the heavy quiet weight of unavoidable fate. Eric established his own settlement, Bradlid ruling as supreme chieftain, overseeing his people from within the great wooden longhouse. Deep inside, however, he must have understood that the foundation of his new empire rested upon a fragile balance vulnerable to the relentless advance of sea ice at any moment. Greenland's Viking colony enjoyed an extraordinarily brief golden age, marking the peak of Eric the Red's power and influence. Here they raised cattle and sheep, hunted precious walrus ivory, trading these treasures back to mainland Europe for grain, iron tools and timber. Eric's son Leif even sailed farther west from these shores, discovering the distant land later named Vinland. Yet Eric chose to remain rooted firmly in Greenland, settled deep within its frozen soil like a stubborn ancient pine tree. Standing against the wind, slowly however shifting power dynamics and the arrival of Christianity began altering the very fabric of their tight-knit community. Eric's wife embraced the new faith, building Greenland's very first Christian church within the settlement. As a devout follower of the Old Norse gods, Eric grew increasingly alienated from the world he himself had built. Refusing to enter the church, he would sit alone for hours upon quiet hills, watching the setting sun sink silently into the dark hidden crevices of distant icebergs. He could sense the wind beginning to change, not merely by divine will but from the slow deep breath of the earth itself. Summer seasons grew shorter each passing year. Seas froze over for longer stretches. Once green fjords slowly covered permanently in endless silver snow. He grew old, the fiery light in his dimming eyes fading away, and yet the cruel unwritten story of Greenland's fate was only just beginning to unfold. As Eric the Red entered the final years of his life, Greenland settlements were struck down by a devastating deadly plague. Around the year 1000, many of the original Viking pioneers perished one after another, and Eric himself passed away quietly during an especially brutal bitter winter. He was laid to rest in a simple unadorned grave surrounded by stones marking his status, hearing no more the endless crash of ocean waves against wooden ship hulls. After his death, global climate shifted into the prolonged centuries-long cold spell known as the Little Ice Age. Modern biological archaeologists examining the remains of later Greenland Vikings uncovered a haunting, unsettling pattern. Early settlers relied heavily on livestock raised on local pastures, yet as time passed their diet shifted dramatically toward marine life, especially seals. This drastic change meant once thriving farmlands lay abandoned, forcing the surviving Vikings back to the shoreline, struggling to survive as primitive hunters. Viking physical stature gradually shrank, their bones marked clearly by severe lifelong malnutrition, their teeth worn down heavily from constant chewing on coarse rough seafood. Trade ships from Europe ceased arriving, entirely locked out by thick impenetrable sea ice. The mighty civilization founded by Eric the Red transformed into a lonely forgotten island, abandoned by both homeland and divine protection. Trapped between crippling famine and endless polar night, they lingered within the stone halls left behind by Eric, waiting quietly for the final inevitable end. Imagine the quiet vanishing of the very last Viking settler within those abandoned settlements. Their end came not in glorious epic battles as legend would suggest, but in slow silent surrender to unrelenting cold and crushing isolation. When Norwegian exploration ships returned a century later, all they found were crumbling ruins, empty livestock pens, silent decaying church buildings with Arctic foxes wandering freely through halls once ruled by Viking chieftains. Scientific isotope analysis confirms they never fled in search of safer lands, choosing instead to perish where they stood. They clung stubbornly to traditional European woolen garments, holding fast to old customs passed down by Eric the Red, traditions no longer suited to the brutal shifting climate. Their cultural pride and deep attachment to the land left them huddled, shrinking against the advancing ice like small creatures trapped in freezing weather. Greenland's Viking settlements were not destroyed by enemy invasion, they were erased quietly by the combined power of time and shifting climate. Eric's fiery red hair long turned to dust, yet the lonely silhouette he left standing at the edge of the world remains forever sealed within ice. Through fragmented ancient skulls we glimpse the unbroken Viking spirit, refusing to bow even in the face of utter despair. It stands as humanity's last trace of dignity against unyielding fate and the deepest quiet sorrow woven into the fabric of existence. The tale of Eric the Red finally draws to a close amid endless sweeping fields of white snow. He was once an exiled outcast, condemned for violence, yet also a bold dreamer, brave enough to plant hope upon frozen glaciers. Even if the hope he carried eventually turned into a long, slow funeral journey, his courage to sail into the unknown, claiming new land from the vast ocean, still stirs quiet admiration within the heart. Greenland's ice continues piling layer upon layer, burying old stone houses and Fading memories of heroes and calculated lies. Looking back upon him now, we see no longer merely the greed of a conqueror but the raw instinct of life struggling to survive upon a lonely, fragile planet. All that remains are faint traces left within forgotten burial bones and the quiet, gentle memory we carry through this evening's narration. Have you too felt the vast, quiet loneliness of the earth lingering within these words? It was the very same world Eric knew, cold yet strangely serene. The tale has reached its end, and the sound of wind outside seems to fade away as well. Let go of all stubborn worries and lingering attachments. Settle into quiet stillness like those ancient souls asleep beneath the ice, and allow your heart to return to its most primate, peaceful state. May your dreams tonight unfold upon the truly green, lush land Eric once dreamed of finding. Good night. In 19th-century Britain, scientific research remained an exclusive pastime for wealthy nobles, while Gideon Mantell was merely an ordinary, humble country doctor. He once picked up a strange fossil tooth on a rural country road, never knowing it would become a key unlocking the mysteries of ancient prehistoric giants. His lifetime was relentlessly suppressed and defamed by the renowned scientist Richard Owen, yet it was also the era when humanity first heard the faint breath of ancient dinosaurs. Tonight let us walk into this sorrowful, tender and true story buried deep in history. Some people carve their names eternally within silent rock layers, and Gideon Mantell is precisely such a man. He discovered and officially named the iguanodon, yet due to his humble, poor origin he was ruthlessly excluded and marginalized by the high-end academic circle. Throughout his life he endured the successive loss of wealth, family and physical health, eventually becoming a trivial toy manipulated and mocked by his academic rivals. Close your eyes and immerse yourself in this slow, soothing narration to feel the everlasting scientific loneliness and resilient life force spanning hundreds of years. If you have ever marveled at the magic and grandeur of dinosaurs, you must remember the name Gideon Mantell. His life embodied the classic tragedy of a born genius trapped by rigid class barriers, suffering endless powerlessness as a man from an impoverished background. Even after his passing, his severely deformed spine was preserved in a museum, publicly displayed for the ridicule and humiliation of his political and academic rivals. Let this fateful, solemn story guide you into peaceful sleep and silently pay tribute to this lonely, pioneering scientist. Even after his departure, the spinal bone belonging to Gideon Mantell never obtained the peace it deserved. Sealed inside a glass jar filled with formalin, the deformed vertebra was put on public display in the Royal College of Surgeons in London. Those noble scholars who had competed against him and slandered his humble origins often pointed at this broken spine, distorted in a brutal carriage accident, letting out harsh, mocking laughter. Yet the owner of this damaged skeletal fragment was precisely the gifted man who first opened the door to the prehistoric secrets of the earth, the first human being to confirm the real existence of ancient dinosaurs. Tonight let the soft, flickering glow of quiet firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. We travel back to the coal smoke-filled streets of the Victorian era, searching for a forgotten, unsung hero. This is the tale of an ordinary country doctor who pursued unyielding truth amid cracked earth, only to be swallowed up by the unkind malice of his era. Now steady your breathing and let time drift back to one misty, foggy morning in 1822. In 1822 the countryside of Sussex was dotted with blooming wildflowers. Gideon Mantell rode on a bumpy carriage traveling between villages to provide medical treatment. Born to a poor shoemaker, he bore an invisible heavy shackle in the rigid class stratified society of Britain. Even after growing into an accomplished, skilled doctor, he was still regarded as an unwelcome intruder by the arrogant upper class. It was his wife Mary who accidentally discovered a dull brown hard object amid roadside gravel, a gigantic, strangely shaped fossil tooth. The moment Mantell held the ancient tooth in his palm, he felt an indescribable tremor echoing across tens of millions of years. He carefully consulted every existing book on modern reptiles, yet found no living creature possessing such massive, unique tooth structures. For countless quiet nights he stayed up late beneath dim oil lamps, carefully comparing rock samples, rubbing rough stone surfaces with his fingertips, striving to decipher the ancient melodies hidden and preserved by the earth. He boldly put forward a groundbreaking speculation long before mainstream academia acknowledged prehistoric giants. A huge iguana-like creature once dominated this land long before the emergence of mankind. At that time such a revolutionary conjecture sounded utterly absurd to London academic circles. The famous, respected paleontologist Georges Cuvier even scoffed, publicly claiming the fossil was merely the tooth of a common rhinoceros. Refusing to yield to public ridicule, Mantell kept unwavering persistence unique to resilient, underprivileged men. Yet he never realized that this fascinating ancient tooth, which captivated all his attention, had not only unveiled the age of dinosaurs but also quietly triggered the irreversible decline of his own destined life. Driven by the determination to prove his scientific discovery, Mantell devoted all his lifetime energy and meager savings to fossil collection. He established a small private museum in Brighton, hoping to reveal the authentic secrets of the earth to those arrogant noble gentlemen, yet this obsession gradually made him neglect his medical clinic and source of livelihood. To make matters worse, the top tier of British academia was dominated by Richard Owen, a man of noble birth with immense academic authority. Owen not only plagiarized Mantell's research achievements to coin the official term dinosaur, but also humiliated and suppressed him relentlessly by taking advantage of inherent class prejudice. During Mantell's most destitute, impoverished days, Owen abused his power to erase Mantell's name from nearly all formal academic records. Standing alone inside his deserted private museum, Mantell stared at his exquisite, carefully preserved fossil specimens, these silent relics witnessing the gradual decline and collapse of their owner. Unable to endure persistent poverty and her husband's fanatical obsession with fossils, Mantell's wife chose to leave him, and their children gradually drifted away from this solitary man who devoted all his time to cold stone specimens. On the coldest winter nights along the Brighton coastline, the crashing ocean waves echoed like sorrowful sighs of fate, sweeping endlessly over his lonely, hunched figure. He once firmly believed scientific truth transcended social class, yet he eventually realized that the shadow of power could even cover the oldest, deepest geological strata. During this difficult period, he began to suffer from unbearable chronic back pain. A violent carriage accident permanently deformed his spinal column, plunging him into long-term physical torment and endless darkness. Physical disability never extinguished the blazing fire burning within Gideon Mantell's soul, instead granting him a serene mentality similar to a devout martyr. He had to wear heavy, rigid steel braces to support his severely curved spine, enduring piercing, stabbing pain with every single step he took. Even trapped in such physical agony, he still hired carriages to travel to remote geological excavation sites, and sometimes allowed workers to carry him down into muddy, dark mining pits simply to catch a glimpse of newly unearthed skeletal remains. In letters written to close friends, he confessed that his physical body was broken and fractured, yet his mind roamed freely and endlessly through the ancient depths of the earth. During this period, Richard Owen had already become an unshakable monarch, dominating the British scientific circle. While Mantell was still alive, Owen attempted to purchase his precious fossil collections, arbitrarily altering recorded descriptions to claim research priority. For a time, Mantell anonymously published articles in local newspapers, fighting stubbornly to regain the deserved credit for his discoveries, yet his feeble voice was easily drowned out by the powerful, rigid academic bureaucracy. The restored Iguanodon model, which he had painstakingly researched and reconstructed, was displayed in London's Crystal Palace Park, admired and praised by countless visitors, none of whom knew the unsung country doctor who dedicated countless sleepless nights to the research. Suffering from long-term overwork and opioid painkiller dependence, his appearance aged rapidly, his former elegant, gentle temperament worn away by relentless illness, leaving only a pair of bright, insightful eyes still shining with determination. In despair, he completed his masterpiece, The Geology of Sussex, writing in the preface that every personal sacrifice he made was solely to illuminate the light of truth for future generations. Perhaps the final mercy granted by fate was a fleeting dream of primeval forests on the night before his fatal drug overdose. In the dead of night in 1852, Gideon Mantell passed away quietly inside his London lodging due to an accidental painkiller overdose. His death aroused no sorrow or mourning within academic circles. Richard Owen even published a cold, anonymous obituary contemptuously describing him as a mediocre, arrogant fossil collector. Crueler humiliation followed without mercy. Using his privileged academic authority, Owen excised Mantell's severely deformed spine, preserving it as a pathological specimen for permanent public display. For an entire century, the discoverer of the Iguanodon remained in museums in such an unbearably humiliating form. Owen attempted to completely destroy Mantell's dignity both in written records and physical reality, yet he underestimated the irreversible power of time. The precious fossil specimens collected painstakingly by Mantell were eventually scattered across renowned museums all over the world that once misjudged rhinoceros tooth, becoming an irreplaceable cornerstone of modern paleontology. As the arrogance of the Victorian era gradually faded, people began to sort through dusty old archives, rediscovering this long obscured, forgotten name. Modern scientific research confirmed that despite minor flaws in Mantell's fossil restoration, his judgment of ancient ecological niches and geological strata was far more forward-thinking and accurate than that of his malicious rivals. He resembled a towering, stubborn tree rooted in barren, infertile land, shattered by thunderstorms and buried by freezing snow, yet its deep roots had long penetrated the deepest layers of the earth. It was not until the mid-20th century that Mantell's deformed spine received proper, peaceful burial, putting an end to the century-long academic humiliation that haunted his name. Today, whenever we stand before towering majestic iguanodon skeletons in museums, please pause to remember the ordinary doctor named Gideon Mantell. His lifetime was never marked by glorious success, filled instead with destitution, sorrow and suffering, yet he never yielded to the humble lowly origin imposed upon him. He bent down in excruciating back pain to observe ancient relics, gazing at distant stars amid persistent poverty. With his broken, tortured body he pieced together the long-lost prehistoric territory of planet Earth. His life story tells us that truth may be temporarily concealed by power and trampled by malicious villains, yet it will never vanish completely. On this quiet night as you drift into sleep, there is no need to worry about unfair treatment and worldly grievances, for even cold hard rocks will remember every sincere persistent soul. Gideon Mantell has finally returned to the quiet geological strata he cherished deeply, a place free of rigid class boundaries and cruel humiliation, filled with eternal tranquil peace. The warm fire has faded and the howling wind outside the window has gradually subsided. You may sink into peaceful sleep enveloped by this powerful, resilient life force. May your dreams be filled with vast primeval wilderness, timeless forgiveness, and a lush green ancient forest belonging only to yourself. Good night. Amid rolling clouds of yellow sand sweeping across the barren wilderness of the 1920s, one lone man's silhouette forever changed humanity's understanding of Earth's ancient history. His name was Andrew Graham Lindley, a pioneering explorer always dressed in a classic cowboy hat with a revolver hanging steadily at his hip. He once led a huge camel caravan deep into the uncharted heart of the Gobi Desert, and amid desperate drought and endless desolation he uncovered fossilized dinosaur eggs that astonished the entire scientific world. Tonight, carried on the soft flowing wind, we wander into the rich adventurous life of Lindley, a life woven with exotic wilderness charm, thrilling danger and timeless historical mystery. How do you truly define courage? Is it stepping fearlessly into the unknown boundless Gobi wasteland, or standing firm to guard the truth amid raging brutal sandstorms? Andrew Graham Lindley, the real-life prototype behind the legendary adventurer Indiana Jones, offered the most romantic, heartfelt answer. His entire life unfolded as an endless journey spanning thousands of miles, a silent, timeless conversation between modern humanity and the colossal beasts that ruled the prehistoric world. Settle your mind, relax your body, and let this low, soothing narration guide you to feel the quiet loneliness slumbering for millions of years, hidden behind every fragile ancient dinosaur egg. Some souls are born to wander freely across the widest, farthest horizons. Andrew Graham Lindley, the tough, fearless explorer. In the early morning of 1922, the thin mist still lingered over the streets of Beijing, while Lindley's camel caravan had already gathered and stood ready for the long journey ahead. This was no casual sightseeing trip, it was a daring gamble, risking his entire reputation, personal safety, and the lives of every member of his team. Before this groundbreaking expedition, mainstream academic circles firmly believed dinosaurs were viviparous, giving birth to live young, or that all traces of their ancient life cycles had vanished completely. Amid endless geological changes, standing beside his lined-up camels, Lindley adjusted his wide-brimmed sun hat, his gaze firm and steady, fixed firmly toward the distant northwest horizon. He knew he would face ruthless bandits, endless sandstorms, unbearable extreme dehydration, and the inner fear of returning home empty-handed. In the prime of his life, he possessed a lean, refined face and eyes filled with unyielding perseverance and quiet resolve. Dressed in a neat khaki hunting suit, his sturdy leather boots still dusted with soil from his last excavation site, he understood deep within his heart that hidden far inside the desolate wasteland known as the Sea of Death lay ancient secrets powerful enough to rewrite every textbook of human knowledge. The clear ringing of camel bells drifted farther and farther, echoing along the ancient city walls, marking the start of a lonely, legendary journey belonging only to the bravest of explorers. Nights in the vast desert grow bitterly cold and frigid. Lindley would often sit beside the crackling campfire, quietly flipping through his worn, tattered diary. Illuminated by the warm, dancing flames, his features appeared deep, thoughtful, and faintly melancholic, as if locked in a silent, unspoken struggle with the ancient wilderness itself. By day, his team labored beneath scorching temperatures reaching nearly 50 degrees Celsius, swinging heavy shovels to dig through hardened rock layers, every drop of sweat falling onto parched stone vanishing in an instant. These long, grueling hours of repetitive work stood as the driest, most exhausting part of the expedition, testing human willpower and endurance to their very limits. Supplies slowly dwindled, water reserves grew dangerously low, and the confidence of his companions gradually faded, worn away by endless, violent sandstorms. Yet Lindley always maintained his natural, refined calm and steady composure. He comforted nervous, restless camels Beneath the moonlight and precisely calculated geographical latitude and longitude to navigate their path, he often pondered quietly to himself, if nature truly guarded precious hidden treasures deep within its embrace, it would surely lay countless harsh trials and deadly traps to select those worthy enough to discover them. This heavy inner pressure weighed far more heavily than physical exhaustion, yet he never grew restless or impulsive. He learned to endure and conserve strength just like the hardy desert cactus, thriving silently amid the harshest, most unforgiving natural conditions. Miracles always emerge lingering right on the edge of utter despair. It happened at a desolate, rugged landmark known as the Flaming Mountains. Amid jagged layers of red sandstone, Lindley and his assistant stumbled upon several oval-shaped gray stone fragments. At first no one dared to breathe loudly, fearing the precious sight might vanish like a fleeting desert mirage. With gentle, careful movements, Lindley brushed away loose surface soil, revealing several perfectly preserved, intact, fossilized dinosaur eggs laid undisturbed for tens of millions of years. In that profound, unforgettable moment, even this seasoned, fearless explorer felt his fingers tremble slightly with quiet emotion. These were no ordinary lifeless stones, they were the first quiet greeting cards sent by ancient prehistoric life across endless epochs to modern humanity. To protect these priceless, fragile, embryonic relics, Lindley drew upon all his wisdom, leadership and tactical skill. He navigated skillfully between local warlords and shifting, unstable regional tensions, using his revolver to deter greedy, covetous intruders and relying on his sincere, noble character to earn deep respect from remote tribal communities. This extraordinary discovery marked not only a monumental victory for scientific research but also a testament to one man's courage, charm and quiet resolve, guarding the precious spark of human civilization amid the chaotic, turbulent chaos of his era. Yet fate always leaves behind the most piercing, lingering echoes. Precisely at the height of glory, though Lindley returned bearing treasures that stunned the entire world, his life would forever be haunted and marked by the vast, lonely desert he had crossed. He lost many close, loyal companions along the harsh wilderness trails, and years of relentless, remote fieldwork left irreversible damage to his physical health. At grand celebratory banquets held in New York, he dressed in elegant, formal evening gowns, surrounded by flowing champagne, thunderous applause and endless admiration, yet his heart and spirit still lingered far away upon the wind-swept barren sands of the Gobi. He began to sense that modern civilized society's fanatical obsession with these ancient fossils carried an almost morbid desire for possession, leaving him weighed down by deep, quiet exhaustion. In his later years, Lindley often sat alone in his quiet office, staring silently at the fossilized dinosaur egg that changed history forever. He pondered endlessly whether he had brought back pure, precious knowledge to humanity or unwittingly awakened new waves of greed, rivalry and conflict over natural resources. This quiet inner doubt intertwined with the turbulent unrest of global affairs, casting an unshakable shadow over his later life. He was no longer the bold, heroic explorer roaming freely across wild frontiers. He became a thoughtful, wandering observer, walking slowly with heavy steps through the long corridors of human history. Today, whenever we speak the name Andrew Graham Lindley, we ought to remember far more than his trusted revolver and his legendary desert discoveries. We should cherish the image of a man who traveled thousands of miles across endless wilderness, always holding fast to sincere reverence for the unknown mysteries of nature. His true, lasting legacy lies not in cold stone relics displayed behind museum glass, but in the fearless spirit to step bravely into darkness and seek out hidden light. The story may draw to a close, yet the wind of the Gobi still blows endlessly, carrying the unfinished, unwritten verses of Lindley's life. On this quiet night, may the peace and courage he brought back from the remote wilderness drift across the mist of time and settle gently into your dreams. There is no need to dwell on thrilling, dangerous moments. Simply sink into the quiet, steady strength carried within his journey. The campfire fades soft and low, the evening stars hang calm and distant. May you rest peacefully and drift into sweet, untroubled dreams. Good night. More than 2,000 years ago, in the ancient city of Athens, a wise man spoke softly to his circle of disciples. He told them of a magnificent, glorious civilization that had sunk beneath the waves in a single day and night, the legendary realm known to later ages as Atlantis. From that moment onward, the name of Plato became forever intertwined with one of the greatest, most enduring, unsolved mysteries known to human civilization. Tonight we follow the lingering fragments of his philosophical writing, stepping into the profound, divine, dreamlike journey that shaped his entire life. If ultimate eternal truth truly exists within this world, Plato must have glimpsed its pure form amid the golden haze of such timeless dreams. He not only laid down the fundamental foundation of human rational thought and philosophical reasoning, but also left behind a lost, forgotten paradise etched into the collective imagination of humanity. Tonight, set aside the trivial worries and trivialities of everyday life and let your thoughts drift slowly downward, carried by the gentle, resonant voice of Plato wandered amid the soft moonlight of ancient Athens and the rolling endless waves of the Atlantic Ocean to rediscover the long-lost inner peace hidden deep within your heart. While countless explorers and seekers wander the dark depths of the ocean searching for traces of sunken ruins, they often overlook the man who first wove the timeless tale into being. Plato. His life was defined by an unyielding, relentless pursuit of perfection balanced with the destined rhythm of exile, departure and quiet return. This is a timeless story woven from divine wisdom, bitter disillusionment and the quiet eternity of being forgotten, perfectly suited for quiet reflection and gentle listening in the stillness of late-night hours. May the vision of Atlantis crafted within Plato's writings transform into the softest, most peaceful island dwelling waiting for you within the quiet realm of dreams. Beneath the vast blue restless waves of the Atlantic Ocean does a civilization beyond human imagination truly lie, hidden in eternal slumber. For over 2,000 years countless bold explorers, devoted scholars and passionate dreamers have journeyed far and wide, chasing faint traces of lost golden splendor buried beneath the sea. Yet this mystery that has captivated the entire world for millennia began simply as an old wise man sharing thoughtful words in quiet conversation. The name of Plato stands almost synonymous with human reason, intellect and profound wisdom, yet he himself opened the door to one of humanity's most enduring and mesmerizing illusions. Tonight let the soft gentle glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. This is far more than a simple biography of a great philosopher. It is a profound echo of divinity, eternal truth and the destined disillusionment woven into human fate. As an aristocrat of ancient Athens, having witnessed the collapse and decline of his own era, why did he pour his deepest sorrows, worries and reflections into the tale of an isolated island sunk forever beneath the deep ocean? Now slow your breathing, calm your mind and journey back to Athens in the 4th century before Christ to meet the thoughtful wise elder lost in quiet contemplation. Plato was not born with the name we know today. The word Plato means broad and wide in ancient Greek, a nickname he earned for his strong, imposing build during youthful wrestling contests. Born into one of the most prominent noble families of Athens, he possessed a robust physical frame and extraordinary brilliant talent, destined to rise to great heights within the city's political arena. Yet long before the quiet turning point that reshaped his entire destiny, he was merely a privileged young noble, immersed in the joys of poetic creation, athletic sports and the leisurely pleasures of aristocratic life. That pivotal moment of fate arrived with the appearance of Socrates, when Plato encountered this barefoot, unassuming, peculiar man wandering the city marketplace, asking thoughtful, profound questions of every stranger he met. The carefully planned path of power, status and aristocratic privilege shattered completely. He burned all his early poetic manuscripts, choosing instead to devote himself wholeheartedly to following the man many Athenians dismissed as a foolish eccentric. From Socrates he learned the most vital eternal lesson: the physical world we perceive with our senses is merely a faint shadow of pure eternal ideal forms, much like fleeting illusions cast upon the walls of a dark cave. Yet ancient Athens could never embrace the uncompromising wisdom of Socrates. The city-state condemned this wisest of men to end his life by drinking deadly poisonous hemlock. Plato stood witness to his beloved teacher's tragic passing. In that sorrowful moment he felt far more than personal grief and mourning. He endured a profound, crushing disillusionment toward the so-called civilized society he had always known. This deep sense of disenchantment laid the very first foundation for the tragic undertones he would later weave into the legend of Atlantis. To escape the city that had broken his spirit and shattered his faith, he embarked upon a long 12-year journey of self-imposed exile, wandering far from the home he once cherished. During his years of distant wandering, Plato crossed the sparkling waters of the Aegean Sea, traveled deep into the mysterious ancient land of Egypt, and listened closely to age-old legends preserved by sacred priests in the ancient city of Memphis. Tales of divine royal lineage, catastrophic great floods and magnificent civilizations swallowed by the sea tens of thousands of years earlier slowly took root and unfolded within his mind. He hoped to realize the unfinished ideal of his departed teacher. Within the real world, journeying 3 times to Syracuse on the island of Sicily, striving to guide and enlighten the region's ruthless tyrant, yet pure idealism appeared utterly absurd and powerless. Standing before the raw, unbridled hunger of political ambition, he was publicly sold into slavery, facing the very real threat of dying alone, forgotten in a foreign, distant land. These piercing, humiliating, painful moments opened his eyes fully to how fragile, dangerous and overwhelming human desire could truly be. When he finally returned to his beloved Athens, planting the first olive tree within the grounds of the newly founded academy on the city's outskirts, he was no longer the impulsive, passionate young idealist of his youth. He had transformed into a solitary, quiet dreamer, determined to build through written words the perfect ideal city that could never truly exist within mortal reality. Gradually Atlantis took clear, vivid shape within his writings, an empire founded by descendants of the sea. God Poseidon, ringed by 3 circular waterways lined with walls covered in gleaming gold, it boasted fleets far ahead of its time and peaceful herds of gentle elephants roaming its fertile lands. This was far more than merely a legend he had heard from distant priests. It became his profound prophetic vision of an ideal civilization corrupted, consumed, and ultimately destroyed by the insatiable greed of mortal humanity. In his philosophical works Timaeus and Critias, Plato described the lost island realm in a tone of utmost gentle restraint and quiet solemnity. He wrote that beyond the sea pillars known as the Pillars of Hercules lay the vast powerful kingdom of Atlantis. The island's earliest inhabitants lived blessed lives filled with divine virtue, simplicity, and noble integrity, yet as countless generations passed their sacred divine bloodline gradually diluted, overwhelmed by the greed, arrogance, and worldly cravings of ordinary mortal hearts, the people of Atlantis grew obsessed with expanding territory, accumulating endless wealth, and grasping for boundless power. They became filled with overwhelming hubris, daring to challenge the very authority of the immortal gods. Then in a single devastating day and night, violent catastrophic earthquakes and endless raging floodwaters descended upon the land, and Atlantis sank silently forever into the unfathomable depths of the great ocean. As Plato penned these profound lines, his thoughts likely drifted back to the poisoned cup that ended his teacher's life and to the humiliating pain of being traded as a slave in the sweltering markets of Sicily. The destruction he described within his writings stood as a quiet, solemn warning to all human civilizations across time. This grand sweeping narrative carries an innate tragic beauty. It marks not merely the geographical disappearance of a kingdom, but the fading extinguishment of humanity's brightest spiritual light. For those listening quietly in the stillness of night, this vast sense of disillusionment brings a quiet sense of release and breadth amid the narrow constraints of ordinary mortal existence. Within his profound, thoughtful gaze, the sinking of Atlantis was never truly an end. It was meant to awaken purer, wiser wisdom within the hearts of those who survived the fall of worldly glory. Plato's later years unfolded in profound, serene quietude. Each dawn and every soft evening he wandered slowly along the leaf-strewn winding path within the grounds of his academy. Disciples often observed him standing alone, gazing far toward the distant waters of the Mediterranean, as if waiting for some faint echoing response from across time and tide. He crafted the profound allegory of the cave, teaching humanity that all we perceive within the material world is fleeting illusion, only eternal, pure ideal forms hold genuine, unchanging, timeless truth. This philosophical truth implies that the exact geographical location of Atlantis upon ancient maps matters far less than its eternal place etched deep within the human soul. Amid profound solitary philosophical contemplation, he achieved a quiet, peaceful reconciliation between his own mortal self and divine eternal wisdom. His entire life resembled a man digging ever deeper into the abyss in search of ultimate truth, only to discover that the truth he sought had always existed within the boundless, quiet realm of dreams. Even on the eve of his passing, he continued revising his final writings on law and the ideal state, striving to refine every logical thought until it shone with the flawless perfection of distant stars. In an era torn by constant warfare, fading faith, and the twilight of ancient gods, he upheld an eternal canopy of rational thought and wisdom for all future generations to cherish and follow. What he left behind extends far beyond the haunting legend of Atlantis. It is an eternal, profound longing for perfect virtue, ideal society, and untainted truth. As he closed his eyes for the final time, he likely already heard the soft, gentle rhythm of ocean tides rising from the sunken ruins deep beneath the sea. More than 2,000 years have passed since Plato departed from this world, yet the timeless mystery he left behind still rises and falls endlessly amid the rolling waves of the Atlantic Ocean. Some dismiss him as a clever storyteller who invented the entire myth out of imagination alone. Others revere him as a visionary prophet revealing chapters of ancient history erased from mortal memory. Yet as we look back upon his extraordinary life in the quiet stillness of this night, the question of literal truth gradually fades in importance. What Plato truly wished to convey is that when worldly prosperity fades, grand civilizations crumble, and kingdoms sink into the deep ocean, only the fragmented remnants of kindness, virtue, wisdom, and inner goodness continue to shine brightly amid darkness. The Atlantis he crafted with pen and thought is in truth the pure, unspoiled, innocent land existing deep within every human heart. Tonight let all worldly noise, trivial disputes, and restless chaos sink down alongside the ancient island into the quiet, profound stillness of the deepest ocean. We return to the quiet question lingering in the opening of our tale: is Atlantis real and true? It is indeed real, yet it exists eternally only within the souls of those who sincerely seek wisdom, virtue, and eternal truth. The firelight has dimmed to a faint bed of lingering embers. If you still lie awake, let your thoughts settle gently into the boundless blue dream of the ancient sea. May Plato's timeless wisdom guard your slumber. May you embrace a sleep as clear, peaceful, and profound as the quiet logic of classical philosophy. Good night and sweet dreams. In the 19th century city of Athens, scholars and common folk alike regarded Troy as nothing more than a fanciful dream woven into verse by the blind poet Homer. No one believed the legendary city had ever truly existed until Heinrich Schliemann stepped forward armed with burning obsession, unshakable prejudice and boundless wealth. He raised his iron spade upon desolate barren mounds, vowing to dig through the thick layers of time itself. Tonight, accompanied by soft faint glimmers of light, we wander into the grand, stubborn and extraordinary life of this relentless dream chaser. If a person is willing to wager an entire lifetime of fortune and fate just to believe an ancient 3,000-year-old legend is real, then Heinrich Schliemann was exactly that bold, reckless dreamer. His whole life became a never-ending race against myth and ancient memory. He searched for the true faces of legendary heroes behind gleaming golden masks and sought the silent tears of Helen amid charred, scarred earth. Tonight, set aside all doubt and skepticism and drift with him into the golden, distant memories of a long-forgotten heroic age. Heinrich Schliemann's iron spade stirred the twilight of the old gods, awakening ancient lost civilizations to once again see the light of day. He began life as a poor humble apprentice, then grew into a shrewd successful merchant, yet in the end he became the loyal quiet guardian of age-old mythology. When the hidden treasures of Troy emerged once more beneath the blazing sun, he finally kept the sacred promise he had made to his own youthful self. This is a gentle tale of relentless determination, unyielding courage and quiet final peace. May it cradle you into calm, undisturbed sleep. Imagine what it would be like to build your entire life upon a fairy tale the whole world dismisses as nothing but lies. In that rational, reason-driven age of the 19th century, respected scholars scoffed with absolute certainty, declaring Troy nothing but poetic imagination. Yet one man stood stubbornly upon the desolate, windswept hills of Hizarlik in Turkey, clutching tightly to an old yellowed book of epic verse. Heinrich Schliemann, self-made merchant with no formal archaeological training, prepared to use his vast fortune and the rest of his days to shake down the towering wall of forgotten time. Tonight, let the soft, gentle glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. This tale is far more than simple archaeology. It is a profound tribute to how stubborn devotion and obsession can conquer the slow erosion of time and oblivion. He heard the distant neighing of war horses within quiet, loamy soil and touched the cold, warm glow of buried gold and utter stillness. Now close your eyes, let your mind drift with the faint fragrance of damp earth, sinking back into that golden heroic era long lost to the ages. Heinrich Schliemann's life began as a long, lonely flight in search of his true self. When he was still only a poverty-stricken young apprentice working in a small general store, his father gifted him a book titled Illustrated World History. One single engraved print showing the city of Troy collapsing amid raging flames etched itself permanently deep into his young, sensitive heart. In those early years, Schliemann bore a lean, thin face with a stubborn, almost nervous glint in his eyes. He asked his father earnestly whether those mighty city walls had truly vanished forever. Bound by crippling poverty, he was forced to leave school at an early age, traveling to Russia to work as an apprentice, sailing to the Netherlands as a clerk, and even surviving a terrifying, deadly shipwreck against all odds in the bitter cold streets of St. Petersburg. Relying on his extraordinary gift for languages and an almost self-punishing work ethic, he swiftly accumulated staggering wealth, rising to become a wealthy millionaire and well-known figure in high society. Yet every quiet late night the pages of Homer's epics always lay open upon his desk. Amid the smoke and chaos of the Crimean War, he traded bulk goods across continents, all while quietly calculating the long journey that would take him toward the Aegean coast. He came to understand clearly that without setting out to find Troy, no amount of wealth or luxury could ever fill the hollow emptiness in his soul. He would remain forever a spiritual wanderer. So at the age of 46 he made a decision that stunned the entire world. He sold off all his vast possessions, fortune and business to devote himself entirely to digging into ancient earth. Schliemann journeyed to Greece and found every inch of that ancient land breathing with the quiet allure of timeless mythology. He longed for a companion, a kindred spirit who could wander alongside him, searching for traces of the real world hidden within the lines of the Iliad. He placed an advertisement in local newspapers seeking a wife who loved Homer deeply and spoke fluent ancient Greek. In time he met Sophia, a much younger Greek maiden. On their wedding day she wore no luxurious bridal gown. Instead, walking beside him, wandering across barren wilderness and lonely hillsides, Schliemann, dressed in outdated formal evening wear topped with the silk top hat that marked his social standing, stood side by side with ordinary laborers deep inside muddy excavation pits, personally joining in the hard digging labor. He distrusted established professional archaeologists, entirely convinced every directional description written in Homer's verses formed an accurate, precise ancient map pointing toward A small unremarkable hill ignored and dismissed by academic experts, his voice trembled with quiet emotion, declaring this very spot held the palace of King Priam. Laborers toiled relentlessly beneath the scorching sun, their sweat dripping into parched dry soil, while Schliemann watched every fragment of unearthed pottery and stone with the intense focus of a devoted guardian. He endured endless humiliation and scorn from the academic world, branded a vulgar upstart, a reckless amateur destroying precious ancient relics, yet he paid no mind to their criticism whatsoever. Then came the fateful life-changing morning of 1873 at the foot of an ancient stone wall in Hizarlik, when his eyes caught a dazzling streak of golden light glowing unnaturally amid ordinary soil. In that breathless moment time seemed to freeze completely before Schliemann, leaving him barely able to draw breath. Recognizing instantly the extraordinary meaning of that gleaming golden glow, he quietly sent away all hired laborers, leaving only his wife Sophia beside him, telling them they could finish work early. Claiming it happened to be his birthday, he spoke a quiet lie, his voice trembling with wild passionate excitement. Alone beneath the broken ancient stone wall, the two of them used two rusted small knives, gently brushing away layer upon layer of thick dust covering thousands of years of buried civilization. What lay revealed before them were hundreds upon hundreds of heavy precious golden treasures, gleaming crowns, delicate bracelets, fine carved hair ornaments, and elegant golden drinking cups. With trembling hands Schliemann placed a magnificent heavy golden necklace around Sophia's neck. In that timeless instant he believed wholeheartedly these were the very jewels once worn by Helen, transforming ancient myth into tangible metal reality he could touch and behold. He named this priceless collection Priam's treasure, convinced he had breathed new life into that magnificent long-forgotten age. Later archaeological research would prove these golden artifacts dated back a full 1,000 years earlier than the actual Trojan War, yet such facts mattered little to Schliemann. The sacred, profound sense of wonder and fulfillment he experienced in that moment was more than enough to repay every year of toil, hardship, loneliness, and relentless dedication. Standing beneath the glowing golden sunset, watching the golden ornaments shimmer softly around his wife's neck, the towering walls of Troy that had wavered uncertainly in his mind for 30 years finally settled steady and complete. The astonishing discovery of Troy never slowed Schliemann's ambition. Instead, his longing to uncover hidden myths expanded endlessly. With every new excavation he traveled next to Mycenae, the legendary domain of King Agamemnon, described in epic verse as a land rich with gold. Beneath the famous landmark known as the Lion Gate he unearthed a deep vertical shaft tomb hidden within the earth, and inside it he discovered a haunting mask, crafted entirely from pure gold. The face carved upon the mask bore a solemn, dignified, imposing aura, carrying the ancient, majestic presence of a primordial royal ruler. Schliemann knelt down, gently pressing his lips against the cold surface of the mask, fully convinced he was gazing directly upon the true face of Agamemnon. In a telegram sent straight to the King of Greece he wrote simply, "I have looked upon the face of Agamemnon." From that moment onward Schliemann became a household celebrated hero across all of Europe. Though his rough, untrained excavation methods were crude and careless, damaging countless precious undiscovered relics, no one could resist being moved by his boundless, almost fanatical love for ancient legend. He filled his grand Athenian mansion, naming every single room after figures from Homer's epics. He taught his own children to read and speak ancient Greek, insisted even household servants memorize lines from the great poems, fully immersing his entire daily life into the world of myth. Yet beneath his fame and success lingered deep quiet loneliness, his rich, vivid inner spiritual world setting him apart from the trivial ordinariness of everyday reality. He spent his days searching for the shadows of people who had died 3,000 years before, slowly losing touch with how to embrace and cherish the living world around him. In his later years Schliemann suffered from severe painful ear trouble, a quiet balance perhaps fate imposed for listening too closely to the faint whispers of ancient forgotten voices. On the eve of Christmas he collapsed suddenly on a street in Naples, Italy, no one recognizing the face of the great pioneering archaeologist beside him. He who once adorned his wife with radiant golden treasures ended his days confined alone in an unfamiliar hospital room, listening to endless persistent ringing echoing quietly in his ears. Even in his final fading moments he whispered softly of distant ancient soil and undiscovered resting places of long-lost heroes. All his life he had fled the shadow of his impoverished humble beginnings, yet in every quiet dream he returned once more to the pages of that old illustrated world history. His funeral was held with grand solemn ceremony, attended by statesmen, scholars, and intellectuals from across the globe, all coming to pay tribute to the man many once called a reckless madman. Beside his coffin stood a marble statue of Homer, as if even on his journey into the next world he still needed the blind poet to guide his way. He carried not a single piece of golden treasure with him into the afterlife, only the quiet, profound satisfaction of having fulfilled his lifelong search. He proved to the entire world that within a planet driven by practical gain and material desire, romantic, unyielding obsession can still bloom into the most brilliant Extraordinary beauty. His tombstone bore no record of his vast wealth or fortune, only a simple timeless inscription dedicated to the hero Schliemann. Today the wind still sweeps quietly across the rolling hills of Hizarlik, the ancient city walls once buried deep beneath earth now standing exposed as a famous scenic site for travelers. Controversy over Schliemann never fades away. Some label him a clever forger, others a reckless relic destroyer, many hail him as a self-taught genius, yet we return to the quiet question posed at the very beginning: is a life built entirely upon an old legend still worthwhile? Schliemann answered that question fully. With every step of his journey there are countless forms of truth, and the one that belonged uniquely to Heinrich Schliemann was simply unwavering belief. He showed humanity that myths never truly disappear, they merely wait patiently for someone bold enough, stubborn enough, and quiet enough to wake them from their long slumber. Tonight, as you close your eyes and release the trivial fleeting pursuits of everyday life, you too may find your own quiet Troy, waiting peacefully within the realm of dreams. The firelight has dimmed to soft lingering embers. If you still lie awake, let your thoughts settle gently upon that quiet blue coastal shore. May Schliemann's unyielding devotion stand as steady watchman over your dreams, grant you sleep as deep, calm, and enduring as a civilization slumbering quietly beneath the earth. Good night and sweet dreams. Along the damp, misty coastline of 19th-century England, a young girl wandered endlessly beneath jagged, crumbling cliffs. Her name was Mary Anning, a child touched by violent thunder, a naturally gifted scientific genius who never once stepped inside a formal classroom. She unearthed gigantic ancient sea monsters that reshaped humanity's understanding of the world, yet her name was never printed upon elegant academic papers. Tonight, accompanied by the rhythmic crashing waves of Lyme Regis, we delve into her lonely, resilient, and extraordinary lifetime. Her entire life was a quiet spiritual pilgrimage spent alongside rolling tides, raging thunderstorms, and weathered stone strata. Born as a poor shoemaker's daughter, Mary Anning scavenged along desolate seashores, accidentally brushing away the thick dust of endless time. She discovered perfectly preserved ichthyosaurs and long-necked plesiosaurs, yet rigid gender discrimination and humble social status barred her from entering noble academic halls. Close your eyes and sink into this low, soothing narration to feel the silent, grounded tenderness hidden deep within the earth. If the ancient earth could speak, it would softly whisper and call out the name Mary Anning. Armed with nothing more than a tiny iron hammer, she chipped away at damp coastal cliffs, uncovering a long-lost prehistoric era that astonished the entire civilized world. This is a quiet tale of crippling loneliness, cruel social prejudice, persistent poverty, and pure, unyielding passion flowing with the serene stillness of the deep ocean. Let this gentle, forgotten story calm your mind and grant you pure, peaceful tranquility for your slumber. In Lyme Regis, a quiet coastal town nestled in England's Dorset County, the sea breeze always carries a sharp, melancholic salt tang. Buried within the local rocky shore lies an ancient spinal fragment not belonging to any modern creature but to a colossal sea beast that slumbered undisturbed for nearly 200 million years. When this complete fossil skeleton was first exposed to 19th-century sunlight, every distinguished gentleman, scholar was consumed by unprecedented unease, for this magnificent prehistoric relic was discovered not by wealthy barons or highly educated professors but by a muddy, ragged 12-year-old peasant girl. The name Mary Anning was so insignificant in prestigious academic circles that it could not even earn her a quiet corner seat in solemn lecture halls. Tonight, let the soft flickering glow of quiet firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of her life. We travel back to this storm-battered coastline, witnessing how a thunder-stricken survivor defied fate, uncovering hidden geological truths within cracked stone. This is the eternal dream of a soul exiled by her era yet immortalized by the endless flow of time. Now steady your breathing and imagine the gentle tides of Lyme Regis slowly washing over the quiet seawall behind you. In 1811, thick humid mist lingered perpetually over Lyme Regis, its steep ancient cliffs weathered, fragile, and dangerously prone to collapse. It was an era shrouded in widespread poverty. Mary Anning's entire family relied entirely upon strange smooth coastal stones to barely scrape together a living. Her father, a humble local shoemaker, taught her the basic skill of identifying geological specimens, yet he passed away prematurely from severe lung disease, leaving 12-year-old Mary and her debt-ridden mother to scavenge desperately among broken, jagged rocks simply to secure daily bread. The winter of that year was bitterly frigid. After a violent, raging tempest, brutal storm surges triggered massive cliff collapses along the coastline. Mary wandered alone across muddy, slippery shorelines, noticing a gleaming crocodile-like skull protruding from damp, dark soil. She displayed extraordinary calm far beyond her young age, carefully chipping away surrounding stone with her late father's Worn iron hammer. This was the first fully intact ichthyosaur fossil ever unearthed, marking humanity's first clear glimpse into the mysterious ancient prehistoric ocean dominated by monstrous marine reptiles. At that time, religious institutions and conservative scholars firmly believed the Earth was merely several thousand years old. Mary's groundbreaking discovery cracked open a permanent fissure in rigid traditional religious doctrine. That quiet, muddy scavenging girl never understood that every careful strike of her hammer uncovered Earth's ancient secrets and unlocked a bittersweet destined future filled with hardship and immortal glory. Following the groundbreaking ichthyosaur discovery, numerous arrogant gentlemen geologists began visiting Mary's shabby small shop dressed in refined silk coats and tall formal hats. These wealthy nobles coveted the precious ancient fossils she risked her life to excavate. Despite receiving no formal education, Mary Anning developed an unparalleled sharp observational instinct, becoming Europe's most authoritative expert on fossil anatomy. She could accurately reconstruct fragmented skeletal structures and deduce ancient marine creatures' living habits by examining residual ink sacs and preserved stomach contents within stone. Yet the scientific community was equally tainted by cruel hidden power games. Wealthy aristocratic scholars purchased her hard-won fossils at ridiculously low prices, transforming these humble relics into priceless museum treasures. They returned to the magnificent gilded halls of London's academic societies, publishing formal papers accepting medals and thunderous applause while deliberately erasing every mention of Mary Anning's name. Mary remained trapped inside her drafty run-down cottage, permanent ancient soil lingering beneath her fingernails. In desperate, sincere letters she questioned renowned experts about the stolen credit for her discoveries, receiving nothing but cold indifference and condescending charity. In this oppressive age, women possessed not even basic voting rights. To these arrogant nobles, Mary was nothing more than a lowly craftsman providing valuable research materials. This profound unfair disparity clung tightly to her youthful soul, cold, persistent, and unyielding like endless receding midnight tides. On a freezing bitter night in 1823, catastrophic thunderstorms swept across Lyme Regis, powerful enough to threaten rooftop structures. Within Mary's deepest memories, thunder and lightning defined her destiny. As an infant, she survived a deadly lightning strike beneath a tree that killed 3 other people instantly. Neighboring townsfolk whispered that divine lightning had awakened her unique intuition, granting her the ability to perceive hidden worlds buried deep underground. Early the next morning, ignoring the imminent danger of collapsing cliffs, Mary returned alone to the shadowy black rocky shore. On this fateful day she unearthed an bizarre creature with an elongated graceful neck, a tiny delicate head and sturdy finned limbs, the astonishing plesiosaur. This peculiar fossil proved even more inconceivable than the ichthyosaur, prompting the great scientist Georges Cuvier to publicly doubt its authenticity, accusing Mary of fabricating a spliced fake specimen. Facing harsh skepticism from the highest tiers of academia, Mary chose silence and patience. She simply invited prominent scholars to visit Lyme Regis, allowing them to witness nature's ancient miracles firsthand. On that damp, gloomy afternoon, after personally touching the natural textures preserved within solid rock, Cuvier was forced to acknowledge that this uneducated scavenging girl understood Earth's creations far better than any distinguished educated gentleman. Yet this reluctant academic recognition never translated into fair treatment. Mary was still denied official academic positions and forbidden from attending discussions about her own groundbreaking discoveries. Alone beneath dim flickering lamplight, she painstakingly taught herself French and anatomical knowledge, striving to bridge the immense social gap imposed by her humble birth. Her slender figure appeared tiny and fragile against towering rugged cliffs, yet like enduring million-year-old fossils she possessed heartbreaking, unbreakable inner strength. As time slowly passed, Mary Anning's reputation spread across the entire European continent, yet she remained trapped in persistent poverty and lonely isolation. Her most loyal companion was her faithful black dog Trey, who guarded her quietly during every dangerous excavation. Tragedy struck unexpectedly one terrible day. During a routine coastal inspection, sudden violent mudslides buried the rocky excavation site. Mary narrowly escaped death, yet her beloved dog was trapped forever beneath heavy broken stones. In her private journal she wrote sorrowfully that she had lost the only friend capable of understanding her endless inner loneliness, leaving nothing but howling sea winds and solitary solitude. Alongside advancing age, years of damp, harsh coastal working conditions caused aggressive breast cancer to consume her body, her physical health deteriorating gradually like weathering crumbling cliffs. In her final declining years, a handful of conscience-stricken scientists applied for a modest government pension on her behalf, yet this late financial aid was never genuine justice, merely compassionate charitable relief. Lying weakly upon her sickbed, Mary constantly stared toward the gray-blue ocean she had wandered countless times. She once joked gently that perhaps one day she would turn into a fossil sinking deep into the quiet sea, free from mortal prejudice and worldly suffering. Her life resembled an unfinished Quiet poem hiding profound solemn stillness beneath magnificent natural scenery. Mary Anning passed away peacefully in 1847 at the age of 47. Ironically, the exclusive academic societies that once rejected and ignored her published lengthy solemn obituaries after her death, respectfully honoring her as the mother of fossils. Inside Lyme Regis's local church, a beautiful stained glass window was later funded and built by grateful scientists. The painted saint upon the window bends gently toward the earth, mirroring Mary's lifelong scavenging posture. Though her name was deliberately omitted from prestigious academic papers, every ichthyosaur fossil displayed in modern museums silently bears witness to her irreplaceable contributions. She irrefutably proved ancient species could go extinct and confirmed that planet Earth held a far longer complex history than religious scriptures once claimed. She was the quiet torchbearer piercing through dense historical mist. Even when the world intentionally dimmed her light, its lingering warmth still comforts every persistent scientific explorer. She transcended her identity as a humble scavenger, evolving into an eternal guide leading humanity into the mysterious prehistoric ocean. Today, whenever we mention ancient fossils and forgotten marine dreams, Mary Anning shines like everlasting moonlight, calmly illuminating every weathered ancient stratum. Now the gentle tides of Lyme Regis slowly recede, marking Mary Anning's favorite moment of each day, for only when noisy crashing waves retreat do hidden truths beneath damp soil emerge with quiet dignified purity. Mary Anning's lifetime itself resembled a prolonged tide retreat, stripping away layers of social prejudice, poverty and gender discrimination, leaving behind nothing but pure passionate devotion. She never needed an ornate academic chair, for the endless rugged cliffs and vast silent ocean formed her grandest eternal pulpit. As you drift into peaceful sleep tonight, recall that thunder-stricken little girl and her tiny iron hammer capable of striking through endless time. Human lives may be underestimated, overlooked and forgotten, yet sincere passion dedicated to eternal truth remains unbreakable, genuine and everlasting, like ancient fossils embedded deep within stone. Release all daily exhaustion and weariness, sinking into tranquil stillness just like prehistoric creatures slumbering beneath Lyme Regis cliffs. The dying fire fades and distant winds fall silent. May your dreams contain a quiet boundless beach belonging solely to you. Good night. Hidden within the shadow of the world's highest peak lies a secret woven from lifelong obsession and endless solitude. George Mallory, a name wandering gracefully between recorded history and timeless myth, lived and breathed the age-old haunting phrase simply because it is there, etching its meaning deep into the very core of his being. With his own life tonight, follow his quiet footsteps amid silent swirling snow and wind, and journey inward to find the final eternal resting place of your own soul. Some souls depart this mortal world only to gain everlasting life upon higher untouched heights. George Mallory left behind an unsolved mystery in the thin freezing air of the high mountains. His story carries no loud noise, no worldly turmoil, only heavy labored breath sinking into snow and the quiet watchful gaze of the endless starry sky. Tonight settle into calm alongside this gentle unrushed tale and drift peacefully into deep rest. If a towering mountain can stand as a living faith, then George Mallory remains its most devout and loyal believer. He vanished into the misty clouds of Mount Everest in 1924, his fate unknown until his frozen form was rediscovered 75 years later. Even locked in ice for decades, his body still held the steady upward posture of one forever climbing toward the summit. Tonight sit close beside the soft glow of the hearth and listen to this quiet farewell woven from high mountains' poetic spirit and eternal transcendence. When a man lies alone frozen in the icy wilderness at an altitude of 8,000 meters for 75 long years, yet still holds his body tilted upward in quiet resolve, you feel the quiet grandeur of human perseverance. His skin faded to a pale marble hue, carved slowly by the passage of time, his hands clamped firmly into the frozen earth as if locked in an endless silent contest against the bitter cold and relentless wind. This solitary soul, guarded by mountain ice for nearly a century, is none other than George Mallory, the most mysterious legendary climber in the entire history of Mount Everest. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of his life. Even to this day people still debate whether he already stood upon the highest point on earth before his fateful disappearance, yet his greatest legacy lies not in a symbolic victory or a worldly trophy but in his soul-stirring reply to endless questioning, simply because the mountain is there. This is far more than a bold declaration from a fearless explorer. It is the humblest yet most magnificent resonance between a single human spirit and the boundless vast universe. Relax your shoulders fully now, breathe into the rare pure stillness unique to these lofty heights, a silence that filters away all trivial noise and earthly distraction. Let your mind drift back to the crisp frozen morning of 1920, for a moment belonging only to howling wind, falling snow, and unyielding human courage. In 1924 Mount Everest still stood untouched as a sacred virgin peak in the eyes of the world, wrapped in deep reverence for divine spirits and the primal fear of the unknown. George Mallory stood quietly before the base camp, gazing upward at the towering massif known to local Tibetans as the Mother of the Earth. Carrying no arrogant desire for conquest within his heart, he had already faced bitter defeat on 2 prior expeditions, the violent icy gales of Everest nearly shattering all his gentle dreams and hopes for life. Still he chose to return, drawn back to the mountains, carrying a soul scarred by the horrors of the First World War, a spirit desperate for healing and renewal through sacred natural wonder. Mountaineering equipment of that era remained extremely crude and rudimentary. Climbers wore thick woolen coats, heavy-nailed boots and bulky oxygen tanks that felt like cold iron shackles weighing down every step. Mallory personally disliked these clunky breathing devices. Dismissing them as an unnatural intrusion, he once mockingly called metal snot to him. True mountain climbing ought to be a pure spiritual and physical baptism, an unmediated honest conversation between human being and towering peak. During those quiet days high on the mountain, he wrote frequent heartfelt letters to his beloved wife Ruth, his words filled not with grand heroic rhetoric but gentle longing for the green meadows of home and sincere reverence for the silent snow-capped giant. Yet every time he lifted his eyes to gaze at the sharp silver triangular peak rising into the sky, a quiet inner longing grew deeper and more unignorable within him. It was the quiet call of fate, a desperate profound yearning that would slowly wither away left unanswered. George Mallory was never a reckless, impulsive adventurer. Instead, he carried the delicate sensitivity, refined intellect and poetic spirit of a true Cambridge scholar. He once rode peacefully along the quiet banks of the River Cam, wandering through classical poetry, searching for deeper meaning and purpose in life, until he discovered mountaineering, an art form that pushed human vitality to its extreme limits. Before setting off for Everest, he could have remained within the shelter of academia, living a respected, comfortable life as a teacher, following a predictable, peaceful path stretching clearly into old age. Yet that quiet ease felt to him like a slow spiritual death. He craved the intense, raw feeling of truly being alive, only found lingering on the fragile, blurred boundary between life and death. His entire life balanced gently between 2 worlds, the warm, loving embrace of his wife and 3 cherished children, and the lofty, unreachable summit he had never once set foot upon. In letters to Ruth he wrote plainly, "This feels like walking into a war, yet I have no desire to become a hero. I only long to return home safely." This deep inner conflict filled his journey with a quiet melancholy, unshakable resolve. When the entire climbing team sank into overwhelming exhaustion, despair and bitter cold, only Mallory remained awake deep inside his dark, lonely tent, carefully mending worn leather boots with steady, patient hands. He understood clearly this expedition represented the final mission placed upon him by his nation and his era, the only remaining path to find answers for his own wandering soul. As the world rushed rapidly into the age of mechanical industry and cold rationality, he chose to offer a quiet, primitive tribute to the ancient, untamed myth of nature through the pure power of human flesh and will. June 8, 1924 marked a day forever etched into mountaineering history. The sky shrouded in an ominous pale gray haze, heavy with unspoken foreboding. George Mallory and his young climbing partner Andrew Irvine set out from their high assault camp, thousands of meters above sea level, vanishing slowly into thick, swirling clouds. From the distant view of watchers, they appeared like 2 small dark ink spots upon a blank sheet of white paper, moving steadily, resolutely upward toward the legendary summit that was the final glimpse anyone ever caught of Mallory through field telescopes captured mid-stride, crossing the dangerous, narrow, rocky pass known forever as the second step. For decades afterward, this fleeting image remained the greatest unsolved mystery in all climbing history. Did he truly reach the top? If he succeeded, he would stand as the very first human to conquer Mount Everest 29 full years before Edmund Hillary. If he fell short, what thoughts lingered in his mind? In his final moments, the air grew thin and still at those extreme altitudes. Even the howling wind seemed thickened and muted by lack of oxygen. Mallory's footsteps grew heavier with every slow advance, his heartbeat thundering like a low drum deep within his chest, each ragged breath feeling as though swallowing shards of frozen ice. Still he never turned back. Standing within that pure monochrome world of endless blue sky and endless white snow, he finally broke free from earthly gravity, trivial worldly worries and the heavy labels of ordinary life. He was no longer merely a devoted husband, loving father, respected scholar or thoughtful teacher. He became one with the mountain itself, a living embodiment of the timeless phrase, "because it is there." More than half a century slipped silently by, George Mallory's name fading into yellowed, forgotten archives, until a chance discovery in 1999 rewrote his legacy forever. A search team exploring the rocky gravel slopes on Everest's northern face stumbled upon an extraordinarily well-preserved frozen body, the long-lost remains of Mallory, missing for 75 years. What struck all who found him most deeply was his Profound calm despite enduring decades of brutal wind, ice and snow. His expression remained restrained, serene and untouched by mortal fear. Researchers examined his few remaining belongings, discovering a stopped pocket watch, faded aged letters, yet one precious item was conspicuously missing. He had promised Ruth that if he ever reached the summit he would tuck her small portrait into the highest point of the mountain and leave it there for all time. Inside his worn leather wallet that cherished photograph of his wife was nowhere to be found. This subtle, quiet detail brought gentle comfort to countless souls lingering in quiet contemplation late into the night, hinting that he may well have fulfilled his promise. In the coldest, most desolate place on earth he completed the warmest, most heartfelt farewell to his beloved, then chose to merge forever with the mountain he had admired, chased and loved his entire life. This profound discovery closed the final circle of meaning within Mallory's life, proving that climbing was never about standing above all humanity in empty glory, but about finding a quiet, sacred corner where the restless soul could finally belong. His 75 years of lonely, frozen vigil high upon the peak earned him the deepest, most reverent tribute to human idealism from generations to come. Now draw your mind back to this quiet night, wrapped safely in warm peace, far removed from bitter cold, exhausting climbs and mortal struggle. George Mallory's story carries no focus on victory, defeat or cold numerical records of height and achievement. It speaks instead to how a single soul can listen closely to the quiet, unwavering inner calling amid the noise, chaos and distraction of the modern world. The timeless phrase, "because the mountain is there," holds a deeper hidden truth. It reminds us that our truest, strongest, uncompromising self always stands waiting within us. Tonight you may set aside every heavy climb, every burden, every self-imposed demand, and land gently into perfect stillness. Mallory has slumbered peacefully beneath Everest's starry sky for countless years, where the stars hang closer and brighter than on the lowlands and the wind flows pure and untainted. Allow your breathing to drift as naturally as soft mountain mist. No longer chasing, no longer anxious, no longer striving. The greatest summit any of us can ever reach lies not upon distant icy peaks, but in finding inner peace and gentle reconciliation with oneself. Outside your window the stars twinkle soft and bright, just as they did when Mallory gazed upward in quiet wonder. May your night be wrapped in the same profound stillness as the silent snow-capped mountains, calm, untroubled and full of quiet dreams. Good night and sweet dreams. As the ancient Greek gods gradually faded away into the mists of time, Aristotle sat alone beneath the shaded trees of the Lyceum. He chose not to follow his teacher Plato soaring toward the ethereal clouds of an ideal realm, but knelt down instead to study the delicate veins of a single blooming flower. Tonight sink into this quiet peace of rational thought and listen to the true inner voice of this timeless master of wisdom. Within calm, unhurried narration, drift gently into slumber alongside the quiet rhythm of the stars and the steady stillness of the earth. Some forms of wisdom burn with fiery passion, while others carry the cool, serene clarity of moonlight. Aristotle, the great sage who sought to unravel the entire world through strict logic, wandered all his days between unchanging truth and tender human emotion. Tonight, accompanied by the soft, gentle glow of flickering hearth fire, we step deep into the profound journey of his life. Witness how upon the broken ruins of lofty idealism, he built an immense tower of knowledge belonging to all of humanity. Across every age. When the noise and chaos of the world weigh heavy upon your mind, pause to listen to the quiet life story of Aristotle. He was far more than merely the tutor of Alexander the Great. He was the first soul to teach humanity how to think calmly, clearly and rationally. Within this unrushed journey meant only for quiet reflection, you will discover that pure truth itself holds a natural power to heal all inner unrest. May the radiant light of his reason smooth away every trace of anxiety lingering in your heart. Deep into the night. Picture yourself wandering through the grounds of the Lyceum in Athens more than 2,000 years ago. Lush green trees line winding paths, and the man walking beside you guides your mind to question everything you take for granted. He was once Plato's most beloved, gifted disciple, yet before the end he chose to step away from the dreamlike, idealistic world his teacher had crafted with such care. Aristotle, a name that marks the very first awakening of human rational thought throughout history. Tonight let the soft, warm glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. He stood as a clear-minded, thoughtful skeptic in an age still ruled by divine myth and legend, and a quiet, solitary wanderer who chose seclusion even while standing close to the centers of worldly power. All his days he sought to understand the true essence of every living thing and every natural force, yet in his final hours he murmured that what humanity struggles most to see is often nothing more than their own shadow cast upon the ground. Slow your breathing now and follow the steady footsteps of this timeless sage to touch the cool, tranquil peace that has endured across thousands of years. The quiet turning point of Aristotle's life unfolded within Plato's academy inside a study piled high with ancient scrolls and handwritten manuscripts. As the most naturally gifted student of his generation, Aristotle spent the most formative 20 years of his life immersed in the academy's scholarly atmosphere. Plato always pointed upward toward the heavens, speaking endlessly of eternal perfect ideal forms, insisting that the physical world around us was merely an imperfect fleeting shadow of higher divine reality. Yet the young Aristotle's gaze always drifted down to simple earthly wonders, such as a spider weaving its delicate web upon a windowsill. He came to understand that rather than endlessly gazing upward toward intangible unattainable perfection, it was far wiser to observe, study and cherish the real breathing living world unfolding all around them. This quiet divide in their understanding stood like a fine, unyielding thorn lingering quietly within the bond between teacher and student. When Plato passed away, Aristotle could have easily inherited leadership of the academy, yet he chose instead to walk away, unable to offer empty praise for beliefs he no longer held in his heart. His choice was never an act of betrayal, it echoed the timeless words he would later leave behind: "I love my teacher, but I love truth more deeply still." The cost of this quiet conviction was heavy, for from that day onward he became an outsider and a wandering scholar, exiled from Athens' tight-knit academic circles. During his long years of travel he carried no precious treasures with him, only an unyielding ambition to classify, understand and make sense of every corner of creation. He learned early that those who choose clarity of thought are always destined for quiet solitude, like a single steady oil lamp burning bright in the stillness of the night. After leaving Athens, Aristotle arrived at the glittering yet dangerously volatile court of the Macedonian royal palace. His most famous student was the young prince who would one day grow to conquer nearly the entire known world, Alexander the Great. In the eyes of the future emperor, the world existed to be conquered, ruled and subdued by force, yet in Aristotle's view the world was meant to be observed, questioned, understood and cherished. He often took Alexander out beneath the open night sky, teaching him to read the patterns of the stars and guiding him to temper the restless hunger for power stirring deep within the young prince's heart. He told his pupil that to command vast armies and defeat great kingdoms was never the true measure of greatness. The far harder victory lay in mastering the chaos and impulse hidden within one's own soul. During those quiet years a profound quiet tension grew between teacher and student, one a giant of bold decisive action, the other a deep well of endless thoughtful reflection. While guiding Alexander's education, Aristotle also received a steady stream of plant, animal and biological specimens sent back from distant military campaigns. He set up a small private study and laboratory within the quiet corners of the royal court, sorting, dissecting, recording and piecing together the hidden logical order of the entire universe. Yet even the clearest rational thought could never fully dispel the dark shadow of worldly power. When Alexander began declaring himself a living divine being, Aristotle understood their profound spiritual connection had reached its natural end. He made no attempt to argue or dissuade the proud, unstoppable conqueror, instead quietly gathered his scrolls and journeyed back once more to Athens. He realized eventually that neither Plato's perfect ideal realm nor Alexander's vast earthly empire could stand forever, only unchanging logical truth would remain immortal through every passing age. Upon returning to Athens, Aristotle did not rejoin Plato's academy. Instead he founded his own school, the Lyceum, on the opposite side of the city. There were no towering enclosing walls, only graceful colonnades winding around open grounds where he and his students wandered slowly, discussing philosophy, nature and truth. As they walked, this way of learning earned them the name the Peripatetic School. Yet for Aristotle it was far more than a label. It was a sacred way of protecting the freedom to think and question without constraint. He rose each morning before the first sunlight touched the colonnade, spending his hours organizing, refining and writing the profound thoughts that would become his metaphysics. He sought to break down the very fabric of existence, exploring the nature of substance, the logic of cause and effect, and why heavy objects always fall toward the earth. The same hands skilled at dissecting fish and studying natural life now sought to dissect the hidden patterns of human thought and reasoning. The people of Athens regarded him with quiet awe mixed with subtle unease, for his mind was far too calm, far too detached, almost cold in its unemotional clarity. In an age that still honored and feared the Olympian gods, he dared to explain thunder, tides and natural phenomena through observation, logic and reason alone. This quiet clash between rational inquiry and traditional superstition slowly piled up around him, forming an invisible volcano of public distrust. He began to sense that even the democratic city of Athens could never fully accept an outsider who placed unwavering faith in logic above ancient divine tradition. Still he appeared each day with steady measured steps beneath the colonnade, moving with the unshakable certainty of the logical principles he spent his life defining and defending. When news of Alexander the Great's sudden distant death reached Athens, Aristotle knew the long-brewing volcano of public anger had finally erupted. His former connection to the all-powerful conqueror, once a mark of high standing, now became his greatest unforgivable fault. Enraged Athenian citizens hungered for someone to blame and turn their fear upon. They charged him with impiety toward the old gods, just as they had condemned Socrates generations before, seeking to bring him to trial to calm their own unease. Faced with a summons that could easily lead to death, Aristotle made one final resolute rational choice. He did not follow Socrates' path of noble martyrdom, seeking tragic eternal fame through execution. Instead, he chose peaceful withdrawal. He spoke plainly, "I will not allow Athens to commit its second great crime against philosophy." His words held no bitterness or anger, only profound compassionate understanding of human nature and collective fear. Carrying his heavy precious collection of scrolls, he boarded a small ship beneath the glow of the moon, sailing toward the island of Chalcis. The waves lapped gently against the hull, and the great sage who once tutored emperors now stood as an aging, lonely man, shivering slightly in the cold wind. He glanced back toward the fading outline of Athens, carrying with him 20 years of youthful memories and a lifetime of scholarly wisdom, yet he shed no tears, only silently calculating the ship's drift against the sea currents, the quiet, logical mind still working even in his final hours. In his final days spent on the quiet island of Chalcis, Aristotle never found the lasting peace he had hoped for. His chronic stomach illness grew increasingly severe, yet he refused all traditional religious rituals and prayers, continuing each day to record small shifts in coastal weather and natural change. In his final will he wrote with thoughtful care for his family's well-being and left precise, detailed instructions for the safe preservation of his countless scrolls and writings. His life never blazed with the dramatic glory of epic heroes, yet with the delicate, unbreakable net of his logic he captured the quiet foundational essence of human civilization. We return to the quiet question posed at the beginning: can pure truth bring lasting inner peace? Aristotle taught us through his calm, measured life that true peace never comes from running away from pain. It comes from understanding its root cause and accepting life as it unfolds. Tonight, set aside all stubborn attachments and fixed opinions. Try seeing the world through his clear, thoughtful eyes, and you will find the distant stars feel suddenly close and familiar. Every movement of the celestial spheres, every slow fall of morning dew whispers the quiet, rational voice of the universe around you. Close your eyes now and let this gentle, tranquil power wrap softly around your soul, drifting into a dream free from prejudice, filled only with the calm clarity of eternal truth. Good night and sweet dreams. Beneath the thick swirling fog of the Baltic Sea lies the hidden secret behind the disappearance of the world's eighth greatest wonder. Duke Harold Ford was a nobleman destined to live a life of quiet ease and gentle privilege. Yet a fated sealed confidential order drew him deep into the century-old mist surrounding the lost Nazi treasure hoard. Tonight, listen to his tale of chasing forgotten dreams amid broken ruins and drift away into calm, undisturbed rest. Some lifelong obsessions weigh heavier and hold more haunting charm than war itself. Duke Harold Ford spent the second half of his life wandering across a Europe scarred and shattered by wartime ruin. Driven by one solitary purpose: to trace the vanishing amber room consumed in the raging fires of World War II. Tonight, follow his lonely footsteps and let your mind and body relax within this soft, restrained narrative. If you knew a cherished dream was destined to shatter into pieces, would you still devote your entire life to gathering its broken fragments? Duke Harold Ford remained a quiet, relentless seeker, never abandoning his pursuit of lost, timeless art. His story carries no loud chaos or dramatic fanfare, only faint footprints left upon snow-covered ground and long, quiet sighs echoing within museum halls. Tonight, listen to this true account of endless searching and gentle farewell, and drift peacefully into dreamland. When the last wisp of smoke faded over war-torn Berlin, most survivors chose to rebuild their shattered lives and move forward. Yet Duke Harold Ford turned his steps toward lingering shadow and ruin. Clutched tightly in his hand lay an incomplete fragment of an ancient map marked with faint clues pointing to the last known whereabouts of the legendary Amber Room. The name Duke Harold Ford belonged rightfully to the lavish dinner halls and glittering social circles of London, not the muddy, scarred trench remnants of Eastern Europe. Tonight, let the soft, warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of his life. Many dismissed him as a madman fixated on looted relics of the Nazi era long after peace had returned to the world, yet behind his melancholy eyes lingered no trace of greed, only an almost sacred, sorrowful reverence for irreplaceable lost beauty. He chased not merely a vanished masterpiece of art, but the fractured old world torn apart by Brutal violence, a world that could never be fully mended whole again. Within this obsessive quest known as the Amber Curse, the Duke drained away his vast fortune and slowly transformed himself into a timeless ghost wandering across the ages. Close your eyes now, follow the faint lingering scent of cedar drifting on the cold wind and journey back to the bitter ruined winter of 1945. His story began not with his noble distinguished lineage but with an unexpected wartime interception during his service as an intelligence officer on the Western Front near an abandoned mine along the Polish border. Duke Harold Ford witnessed firsthand the cruel trampling of human civilization beneath the chaos of war. He came upon crates piled high with priceless oil paintings and dismantled exquisite sculptures, yet nothing left him breathless, quite like a fractured shard of translucent golden amber. It was a fragment of the Amber Room, the incomparable treasure once hailed as the eighth wonder of the world, gifted by the Prussian royal court to the Russian Tsar. Standing beneath cold drizzling rain, he traced the resin-rich surface of the fragment with his fingertips and felt the first quiet crack open within his heart. He could never comprehend how humanity could create such devastating destruction while remaining endlessly obsessed with possessing pure, peerless beauty. This inner contradiction took root like a seed deep within his soul, nurtured by his refined lifelong appreciation for art. While fellow officers debated post-war profit and power, the Duke pored over top-secret archives documenting the Nazi art-looting units. By dim lamplight he read the erased names of lost masterpieces and learned how the magnificent chamber lined entirely with golden panels and glowing amber had been brutally dismantled piece by piece. In that quiet moment he understood his remaining years would no longer belong to the misty comforts of London but to the vanished, faded treasures scattered across war-ravaged lands. Post-war Europe resembled a torn, tattered old newspaper filled with deceit, black market dealings and carefully buried hidden truths. Duke Harold Ford set aside his tailored military uniform and dressed himself in plain rough grey coats. Beginning his long, lonely journey through endless ruins, he wandered frequently among the broken, crumbling remnants of Königsberg, the last confirmed location where the Amber Room had been seen. Local residents regarded him with wary, mocking glances, convinced the wealthy British nobles sought only to plunder hidden Nazi gold amid the chaos. Yet Duke Harold Ford moved silently through every forgotten basement, air raid shelter and flooded abandoned mine. Without pause he sold off his grand estate in Yorkshire, spending vast sums of British pounds to purchase fragmented scraps of scattered information. Some clues came from former SS drivers forced to serve the Nazi regime, others from aging museum curators who had survived the wartime destruction alone in simple, shabby hotel rooms. Through countless sleepless nights the Duke struggled painstakingly to piece together conflicting witness statements. His mind slipped into strange overlapping visions, the cold brick walls before his eyes blending with the warm amber radiance of the lost chamber, glowing like the soft afterglow of a setting sun. He learned to converse with lingering shadows and read unspoken secrets hidden within the evasive, hesitant words of survivors silenced forever by wartime threats. The long, relentless pursuit slowly wore away at Duke Harold Ford, eroding the poised reserve inherent to his noble birth. Within Berlin's shadowy black markets he sat drinking harsh, cheap gin alongside ruthless war profiteers, all for the sake of one fragile, promising lead. His mysterious movements drew suspicion from both Allied and Soviet authorities, who believed he held classified Nazi secrets capable of shifting the balance of post-war power. Duke Harold Ford was summoned to interrogation rooms time and again, yet he repeated the same quiet, simple request with unwavering calm. He only wished to bring the lost chamber home. Interrogators could never comprehend his pure, selfless obsession, dismissing it as a clever, calculated disguise. Only the Duke himself understood that in his endless searching he also sought a quiet reason to ease his restless, troubled mind. War had shattered his faith in human nature, and only these silent, ancient amber relics hardened by millions of years of time could grant him brief moments of solace. In a remote, quiet village he found an elderly craftsman fading slowly into blindness, a man once forced to take part in the brutal dismantling of the Amber Room. The old artisan trembled as he revealed how the intricate glowing panels had been sealed inside custom wooden crates and loaded onto a phantom train that never reached its destined destination. The Duke held the old man's trembling hand and, in that moment, felt as if he too had become a passenger aboard that ghostly train, drifting through darkness toward an unknown final end. By the 1960s Duke Harold Ford had stepped into old age, his name fading quietly from noble society registers until little remained but whispered legend. He settled in a small wooden cottage nestled in the Austrian countryside, with the snow-capped peaks of the Alps stretching endlessly beyond his windows, a region long rumored to hide the final resting place of Nazi hidden treasure. His once straight, dignified posture bowed beneath the weight of passing years, yet whenever news of Amber Related clues reached him. His eyes still blazed with startling vivid light. He began seeking another way to reclaim the spirit of the Amber Room. Retreating to his humble cottage to dedicate himself to studying ancient amber craftsmanship, he poured his life savings into purchasing small raw amber stones, striving to replicate the intricate panel patterns etched into his memory. Yet he soon realized even a lifetime of devoted effort could never restore even a tiny fragment of that sacred, irreplicable radiance. That unique ethereal beauty belonged inseparably to its long-shattered era, a perfect dream that could never be recreated. In late-night journal entries he wrote, "The Amber Room never truly vanished, it simply retreated deep into the folds of time, refusing to reveal itself again to a world consumed by greed and violence." This sorrowful realization never halted his relentless quest, instead gifting him an almost religious inner tranquility. He chased dreams amid broken ruins and, in the quiet journey itself, mended his own soul into something whole, profound and deeply alive. Duke Harold Ford never lived to witness the modern reconstruction of the Amber Room. Passing away peacefully one quiet autumn afternoon, he left behind no vast inheritance of wealth, only dozens of thick handwritten journals meticulously recording the traced path of every scattered fragment. These detailed records later became invaluable references for restoration experts. In a profound sense, he truly brought the spirit of the vanished chamber back to the world. His life remained a long quiet vigil. Spent wandering alone through wartime ruins, he answered the quiet question lingering at the start of his journey. He sought not material fortune but the quiet dignity of preserving existence amid loss. In an age quick to forget the past, his unyielding obsession reminds us some treasures are worthy of a lifetime of reverent pursuit, even when broken beyond repair. Now the Duke rests peacefully within the warm amber radiance he chased faithfully all his life. The story has reached its gentle close. The roar of war and the mist of lost art have drifted far away. Leave your breathing slow and steady. Imagine yourself standing within a chamber lined entirely with glowing amber, bathed in gentle warmth, perfect peace and complete freedom from harm. Let this timeless quiet calm wrap around your spirit and carry you into a dream untouched by worry and unrest. Good night and sweet dreams. More than 2,000 years ago in ancient Greece there lived a lonely wanderer who recorded tales of gold-gathering ants, the one-eyed Arimaspians, and the hidden secrets of the river Nile. Herodotus, later honored by history as the father of history, wove the ultimate romance of classical geography into every line of his writings. Tonight walk beside him to the far edges of the ancient world and drift into peaceful slumber amid his wondrous strange tales. History is far more than the political struggles and wars of kings and nobles. It is also the bizarre, marvelous distant lands painted vividly in the works of Herodotus. His entire life became an endless journey of travel, wandering along the blurred boundary between reality and fantasy and leaving behind humanity's most magnificent literary legacy. In this soothing story meant only for quiet listening, you will hear the endless rolling waves of the Mediterranean Sea. Let those ancient mythical tales become your softest lullaby deep into the night. Some truths must be verified by footsteps, while certain quiet legends deserve to be guarded by the heart alone. Amid the raging wars between Persia and Greece, Herodotus searched for the deepest echoing connection between different ancient civilizations. He did not merely record historical events, he stood against the slow erosion of time and fought to preserve the fading splendor of ages destined to be forgotten. Follow this gentle storyteller into the faded narrative of classical antiquity and welcome a night of calm, undisturbed sleep. Imagine living in an age when the map of the world remained unfinished and God still walked freely upon mortal soil. On the remote edges of this unknown world, giant ants dug deep into desert sand to unearth precious gold, and one-eyed guardians stood atop snow-capped mountains watching over hidden treasures. These were not wild dreams or poetic fantasies but a living, breathing world recorded on parchment by a solitary Greek scholar. Herodotus, known to later generations as the father of history, filled his writings not only with grand battles and imperial conflicts but also with eerie, fascinating legends of distant lands. Tonight let the soft, gentle glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. This is more than a simple record of distant journeys, it is the deepest, thoughtful gaze of an exiled soul wandering across the vast ancient earth. With truths shaded by human bias and poetic legends wrapped in subtle grace, he built an eternal bridge linking the distant past to the unfolding future. Now close your eyes, let your thoughts drift on the ancient sea breeze of the Mediterranean, floating deep into the misty mysteries of classical geography. The turning point of Herodotus' life unfolded amid violent political turmoil in the city of Halicarnassus. In his youth he could have lived out a quiet, stable life in his hometown, yet his open opposition to the local tyrant forced him onto the lonely path of lifelong exile. Beneath his refined, melancholy features lay a restless, wandering spirit. Exile never broke his spirit, instead it granted him the clear eyes to observe and understand the wider world. In the turbulent 5th century, the shadow of The vast Persian Empire loomed over the entire Mediterranean, bringing brutal collisions between rising civilizations. Rather than taking up arms for war, Herodotus chose to take up his writing brush, setting out to explore remote lands where few Greeks had ever ventured. He stood barefoot in the muddy floodplains of the Nile, asking local priests why the great river rose high in the heat of summer. He wandered beneath the towering hanging gardens of Babylon, listening closely to forgotten dialects and age-old local folklore. He came to realize every nation held its own version of truths that often seemed absurd and incomprehensible to foreign travelers. This quiet cultural nostalgia became the underlying tone of all his writings. He searched not only for recorded history but for the shared fate and humanity binding all people across distant lands. He carefully noted the texture of foreign garments, the rich aroma of rare spices, and every small detail of daily life, believing precise, vivid records could ease the hollow emptiness brought by endless exile. During these wandering years, the scorching southern sun darkened his complexion, yet his eyes grew brighter with quiet understanding. He knew he was stepping into a far grander labyrinth of human civilization and fate. Herodotus earned enduring fame for his haunting, vivid descriptions of bizarre creatures and mysterious lands at the outermost edges of the known world. He wrote that far away in ancient India, giant woolly ants dug golden sand from beneath the earth, forcing local people to ride swift camels and flee for their lives to claim the precious treasure. He told of desolate northern wilderness where the one-eyed Arimaspians fought endless fierce battles against griffin beasts that guarded mountains of hidden gold. Modern readers may dismiss these accounts as ridiculous nonsense, yet within Herodotus' worldview these strange wonders felt like a natural extension of the living world. He believed the earth followed perfect balance and symmetry. Remote, harsh lands, though difficult to inhabit, must surely hold the rarest, most precious treasures. This profound sense of balance in classical geography reflected his sacred reverence for cosmic order, a unique, elegant beauty woven from strict logic and wild imagination. By the glow of late-night campfires he listened quietly to traveling merchants spinning tall tales, his quill scratching softly across parchment, preserving these dreamlike legendary scenes. He never rushed to expose exaggerated lies, for he understood mythology formed the deepest outer shell of every civilization, and hidden within fanciful tales lay human nature far more profound than plain factual truth. Every line of his writing carries the quiet sorrow of fate, as if behind every strange rumor lay the rise and fall of empires long buried beneath desert sand. He intertwined lavish depictions of Persian kings' extravagant lifestyles with tales of primal wild power in far-off borderlands, creating striking, vivid contrast. For him history flowed as one endless current woven from trivial, absurd yet deeply vivid moments of ordinary human life. Yet Herodotus' greatest ambition lay in untangling the deep-rooted cycle of hatred that endlessly divided ancient Greece and the Persian Empire. He traced the bitter conflict all the way back to mythic times, from the abduction of Io to the elopement of Helen, striving to prove ancient hatred existed as a vast spiraling cycle of cause and effect. Standing beside the broken wreckage left by the Battle of Salamis, Herodotus stared silently at shattered or fragments, feeling the invisible pressure of fate weaving the destiny of nations. He came to understand that personal exile, imperial collapse, and the fall of great cities all followed the same repeating, unbreakable patterns of fate. His portrayal of the Persian king Xerxes revealed a complex figure of majestic authority mixed with foolish arrogance, the king who once lashed the waves of the Hellespont, seeking to punish nature itself for defying his will. As Herodotus penned these passages, his heart filled with sorrow and caution toward unchecked power, his sharp writing laying bare the fragility of imperial might before the sacred natural order. During public readings in Athens, his low, magnetic voice brought these ancient tales to life, leaving audiences stunned by the immense weight of recorded history. He never sought to celebrate military victory. Instead, he mourned the countless nameless ordinary souls sacrificed beneath grand imperial narratives. This profound human insight elevated his histories far beyond plain factual chronicle, transforming it into a timeless revelation about personal choice, fate, and the heavy cost of destiny. The refined melancholy lingering between every line stands as the gentlest answer of an ancient wise man to the mysteries of the world. Herodotus' journey finally reached its quiet, peaceful end in Thurii, a city in southern Italy which he helped to found as a new home for exiled thinkers. In his later years, deep lines carved by time marked his face, and the exotic wonders that once amazed him gradually softened and blurred within his memory. He began organizing his vast collection of scattered notes, striving to draw final conclusions for every tale. Yet he discovered truth itself existed in countless layered perspectives. On quiet, peaceful afternoons he sat on his porch gazing out at the endless Mediterranean, the rhythm of rolling waves unchanged from what he had heard long ago in his hometown Halicarnassus. His lifetime witnessed the betrayal of his homeland, the relentless rise of Persia, the golden age of Athens, and finally his own gentle retreat into calm seclusion. The revered title Father of History felt to him like a heavy hollow crown. He preferred to see himself simply as a humble listener and recorder of stories. He wrote in his journals that he preserved these memories so that the great deeds of humanity might not fade away with time and the astonishing glorious achievements of Greeks and foreign peoples might never lose their radiance. This was his gentle quiet rebellion against the passage of time. Even in old age he guarded the last flickering spark of lost civilizations. His physical strength slowly faded, yet his refined dignified spirit never dimmed. He stood like a weathered stone statue who had seen the endless cycles of mortal existence, waiting calmly for his final peaceful departure. He knew the gold-digging ants and one-eyed guardians from his writings would journey with him into eternal immortal dreams. More than 2,000 years have passed and most of the mythical strange creatures described by Herodotus have been disproven and explained away by modern geography. Yet whenever we close our eyes, lingering in the soft haze between wakefulness and sleep, we can still picture golden deserts and giant ants lingering over hidden treasures. Returning to the quiet question raised at the beginning, would you choose to believe if giant gold-seeking ants truly lived at the edge of the world? Perhaps what Herodotus truly wished to share was not merely the physical boundaries of the known earth but the boundless boundaries of human imagination. He left behind no perfectly accurate map but an eternal testament to human curiosity, compassion, and the endless longing to explore the unknown. As this gentle story fades slowly into the night, may you find your own inner peace beneath the starry sky of classical antiquity. The firelight has dimmed to soft embers. May the gentle narration of the Father of history carry you across the endless river of time into the deepest, most peaceful slumber. May your dreams be filled with glimpses of those distant, glowing ancient lands he once faithfully recorded. Good night and sweet dreams. Beneath the sapphire coasts of Santorini lies a silent dream buried away for 3,000 years. The archaeologist Spiridon Marinatos devoted his entire life to breaking through the thick layer of volcanic ash that sealed off the past. Tonight follow his steady hand and trowel as we gently lift the ancient seal laid down by time and listen to the final quiet breath of a magnificent civilization moments before it was swallowed by raging molten lava. Some ancient secrets are hidden by the gods beneath the dark waves of the ocean, while others are buried deep under our feet by the fury of volcanoes. Spiridon Marinatos held unwavering faith that Atlantis was far more than a distant fanciful legend. Tonight, accompanied by the soft flickering glow of hearth fire, we step deep into the profound journey of his life. Witness how this lonely visionary wandered among broken ruins to recover the lost aesthetic grace and noble dignity of ancient humanity. When he finally fell within the very ruins he had unearthed with his own hands, people whispered that he had simply returned home. The life of Spiridon Marinatos was one spent struggling against ruin and racing against the relentless flow of time. Within this gentle story meant only for quiet listening, you will sense the cold, tender texture of ancient volcanic ash wrapping around your heart. May this tranquility spanning 3,000 years cradle you into the most peaceful, untroubled sleep. Imagine lingering above the breathtaking blue waters of Santorini, where a slumbering giant has lain dormant for 3 millennia, a catastrophic volcanic eruption powerful enough to crack the Earth's crust and veil the sun once erased a splendid civilization from the surface of the world. For generations people dismissed this chapter as nothing more than myth and old legend until Spiridon Marinatos stepped forward and uncovered this quiet, forgotten dream beneath layers of floating stone and volcanic sediment. Tonight let the soft, warm glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. He was an archaeologist bound closely to the shadow of death, his footsteps always lingering near the lingering warmth of cooled lava. His life bore the most striking contrast of fate. He unveiled the tragic destruction of the Atlantis legend, yet ultimately drew his last breath amid the beautiful ruins he himself had brought back to light. It was one calm morning in 1974 when he closed his eyes, forever bathed in the fading glow of Minoan civilization. His passing was no mere accident, it felt more like a homecoming across thousands of years, returning to that frozen eternal moment sealed away by volcanic ash. Now steady your breathing and let us brush away the cold ancient dust little by little alongside his loyal excavation trowel. In 1939 Europe lay shrouded under the heavy shadow of impending war, the ground trembling beneath the rumbling tracks of military tanks, yet Spiridon Marinatos kept his gaze fixed firmly upon the pale layers of pumice stone stretching across the island of Santorini. Before his bold insight the academic world remained trapped by an unsolved historical mystery. Why did the glorious Minoan civilization collapse so suddenly and without warning? Standing on the edge of the volcanic crater, sea wind swirling around his coat, he put forward a groundbreaking hypothesis that stunned every scholar of his age. He claimed it was not brutal warfare that destroyed Minoan grandeur but an unprecedented cataclysmic eruption on the island of Santorini. In that pivotal moment he was no longer merely studying lifeless stones, he was interpreting the raw anger of the earth and the heartbreaking fragility of human civilizations. The outbreak of the Second World War soon forced all his excavation plans To a sudden halt amid the smoke and chaos of wartime, Marinatos set aside his compass and digging tools, dedicating himself instead to safeguarding Greece's fragile ancient relics threatened by ruin. He often fell into quiet contemplation late at night, wondering if the faded murals and painted pottery buried under volcanic ash were silently weeping in endless darkness. This long period of waiting was no bitter torment but a patient accumulation stretching across 30 long years. He stood as a quiet, vigilant watchman, biding his time until the gods allowed him once more to push open the heavy stone door leading to the forgotten past. It was not until 1967 that 66-year-old Marinatos finally returned once again to Akrotiri on the island of Santorini. This time he ignored the obvious scattered ruins scattered across the land. Guided instead by an almost intuitive inner sense, he pointed toward an ordinary stretch of farmland and declared that the lost city lay hidden right here within just a few short hours of digging. A miraculous discovery unfolded before his eyes. His trowel brushed against a perfectly preserved stone wall, no broken fragmented remnant but an entire ancient city frozen perfectly in time, protected by the unique properties of volcanic ash. The settlement suffered no decay, no weathering, locked in a state of timeless permanence. He wandered along streets laid 3,000 years prior, walking upon smooth stone pavements flanked by elegant residential buildings rising 3 stories high. He gazed upon vivid wall murals, their colors still fresh and bright as if painted only yesterday. Delicate swallows dancing freely in the spring breeze and graceful young boxers engaged in noble friendly contest. Marinatos was overwhelmed by a profound spiritual shock. In that moment he had discovered a world untouched by violence and war. Within these silent ruins he found no scattered human remains, no piles of gold and precious jewels, revealing that the local people had evacuated calmly and orderly long before disaster struck. He wandered slowly through empty, quiet rooms as if he could hear the faint murmurs of ancient residents carrying clay pottery and daily belongings. This journey was far more than ordinary archaeological excavation. It became a gentle spiritual reunion with the wise souls of a long-vanished age. As excavation work advanced deeper into the layers of history, Marinatos gradually became a modern hermit, living entirely within the ancient confines of Akrotiri. Refusing comfortable modern hotel accommodation, he chose to reside beneath reinforced makeshift shelters right beside the dig site. At sunset each day he would trace the delicate lines of murals depicting saffron gatherers sinking into long quiet reflection. Tensions grew between him and his local workers for his extreme meticulous caution aimed at never disturbing even the smallest hidden secret held within the ruins. Archaeological technology remained crude and limited in that era, forcing him to kneel directly in the soil using soft toothbrushes to brush away fine dust covering colorful ancient floor tiles. Hour after hour his back slowly curved with age, his hair turning as pale and gray as volcanic ash, yet the fiery passion burning in his eyes never dimmed. He grew increasingly certain that this preserved ancient city was the real-world prototype of Plato's legendary lost paradise Atlantis. This quiet obsession pushed him to the fringes of mainstream academia, yet he paid little mind to criticism and doubt, for he already held an entire timeless city within his heart. He no longer sought fame or academic renown, evolving instead into a poetic soul striving to restore the gentle warmth of forgotten history. He observed how deeply the Minoans cherished the beauty of life, painting octopuses, seaweed and marine motifs across every clay vessel, even as the shadow of catastrophic disaster loomed over the volcanic crater merely kilometers away. This quiet courage to pursue refined elegance even on the brink of destruction became the inner spiritual pillar sustaining Marinatos through the lonely twilight years of his life. In his later years, Marinatos' fate seemed to merge completely with the silent ruins of Akrotiri. During one interview he joked softly that he might himself be a lingering spirit left behind from that ancient era, accidentally wandering into the 20th century. In truth, he sacrificed his physical health and precious time with family to guard this sacred historical site. Turmoil spread across Greece in those years, the pressure of military rule and severe shortage of funding weighing heavily upon his mind. Still, he remained the first to arrive at the excavation site each morning and the last to leave each evening, standing faithful guard over the fragile fading murals. His relentless pursuit of preserving this perfect frozen moment in time made him increasingly sensitive, attuned even to the subtle drift of wind and dust across ancient stone. He often said archaeology was never merely digging up lifeless relics, it was granting forgotten silent souls the chance to speak once more to the world. On quiet nights when Santorini's sea wind swept through empty ancient streets, he could almost picture young Minoan maidens dressing and grooming themselves upon graceful balconies. He began documenting every shift of light and shadow over Akrotiri, striving endlessly to capture the last lingering charm of the fading civilization. For him, this work was no longer just a professional duty, it became a sacred spiritual battle, a quiet fight against the erosion of time and the inevitability of death. October 1, 1974 remains one of the most sorrowful yet perfectly fulfilled days in the entire history of archaeology. Spiridon Marinatos arrived as usual at his beloved excavation area where workers were reinforcing an ancient stone wall. He inspected every crack and crevice between the stones with meticulous care, determined to ensure this timeless dream would never crumble again in an instant. A sudden collapse of wooden supports or a loosened stone fragment struck him down. Heavily he fell within the very ruins he had awakened from thousands of years of slumber, his blood seeping softly into soil untouched for millennia. Workers rushed toward him in panic, yet he lay calm and peaceful, gazing upward toward the sky he had guarded faithfully for half his lifetime. He left no final parting words, yet his face held no trace of pain, only a quiet relief and serene acceptance. He was laid to rest in a small grave, right beside the excavation site, an almost unprecedented honor within archaeological circles. In the end he became a permanent resident of Akrotiri, bound forever to breathe alongside the ancient souls he had admired and protected. Some called it a tragic curse, yet those who truly understood his heart recognized it as the gentlest blessing granted by the gods. His life began with a longing for ancient ruins and ended with a peaceful return to their eternal embrace. Today, if you travel to Santorini, passing through crowded blue-domed churches and stepping into the protective shelters of Akrotiri, you will feel a completely different atmosphere, a quiet peace filtered through layers of volcanic ash belonging solely to Spiridon Marinatos. The puzzle posed at the beginning of our story has found its gentle answer. Atlantis may never have truly vanished. It lives eternally within the extreme devotion and focused spirit of one dedicated soul. The legacy he left behind extends far beyond exquisite murals and sophisticated ancient drainage systems. He gifted humanity a profound sense of dignity in the face of inevitable ruin. He reminds us that even when the world is destined to crumble, we ought still to paint the final delicate swallow flower before the end comes. Now the hearth fire has faded to soft embers and the rolling waves of Santorini have settled into calm. Close your eyes and imagine the thick warm blanket of volcanic ash gently wrapping away all your weariness and tension. Within this quiet, undisturbed dream you will find your own everlasting peace. Good night and sweet dreams. In the still hush of the deep night, let us dive into the vast ocean depths alongside Jacques Cousteau. He was a poet of the sea and a quiet chronicler of the silent underwater realm. In that breathless world hidden beneath the waves, he found the truest peace his soul could ever know. Tonight let the soft blue rhythm of the ocean carry you down into the deepest, most tranquil dreams. If there exists a kind of perfect ultimate tranquility in this world, it surely lives within the lens of Jacques Cousteau. His entire life unfolded as one endless quiet quest, searching for the untouched blue abyss that lay far beyond ordinary human sight. Tonight, accompanied by the gentle flickering glow of hearth fire, we step into the profound story of his life. Here there is no earthly noise and chaos, only the faint lingering echo of sunken ancient ruins bathed in moonlight. Some souls are born destined for the boundless sky, while Jacques Cousteau's destiny belonged entirely to the silent depths of the ocean. With diving tanks and soft rubber fins, he unlocked the hidden gates of the underwater world that many feared as hell, yet brought back visions of pure heavenly beauty. Within this gentle story meant only for quiet listening, you will feel the cool, soothing calm of still seawater wrapping around your mind. Jacques Cousteau, the wise guide of the deep blue, waits to lead you on a wordless journey into endless serenity. Picture yourself floating weightless amid boundless shades of clear sapphire blue sunlight filtering down like scattered shards of golden light from the surface above. There is no sound of wind, no clatter of carriages or busy crowds, only the steady rhythm of your own heartbeat and slow rising streams of tiny air bubbles drifting upward. This is the natural rhythm of another hidden world, and the guardian who stands at its threshold is a lean, refined French man with sharp, thoughtful features and eyes full of endless depth. Jacques Cousteau, a name that rings like a sacred quiet mantra to every lover of the ocean and underwater exploration. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we wander fully into the untold journey of his soul. He endured the darkest horrors of brutal war and witnessed the devastating collapse of the natural world, yet in the end he chose to sink his spirit far beneath the rolling waves. He was not running away from life, instead he sought the primal innate sense of safety that only exists in the quiet stillness, resembling the warm amniotic calm of a mother's womb. Now let your mind drift down, slowly sinking deeper into the dreamlike silent world he dedicated his whole life to revealing. The beginning of his journey held little romantic charm and carried instead the cruel hand of unescapable fate. In his youth, Cousteau dreamed endlessly of soaring high above the clouds as a pilot, embracing the heroic ambition shared by every passionate young man of his time. Yet a sudden violent car crash struck like a bolt of dark lightning, shattering all his dreams of flying free across the sky. Both his arms suffered severe compound fractures, and medical experts even suggested amputation. Casting a grey shadow over what seemed to be a wasted future to aid his painful recovery, he swam daily along the coastal shores of Toulon in southern France, and it was here he first felt the gentle tender embrace of the sea. The ocean never turned him away for his broken body, instead wrapped him in buoyant calm, healing his fractured bones and restoring his wounded dignity. It was during these quiet seaside days that a friend lent him a simple pair of diving goggles, opening the first fateful crack into a whole new world. When he lowered his gaze and saw the underwater landscape clearly for the first time, he was utterly stunned. What lay beneath the surface was no empty lifeless void, but a brilliant secluded kingdom filled with natural grace and quiet dignity. He would later recall that in that single moment his lungs no longer craved the open air of the land, and his soul belonged forever to the saltwater and slow tides of the deep blue sea. That instant marked his true spiritual rebirth, transforming him from a broken-winged aspiring pilot into a devoted pilgrim of the ocean depths. Yet Cousteau refused to remain merely a passing visitor of the waves. He longed to stay submerged far longer, to breathe and move through the water as freely as any wild fish. World War II cast its dark shadow across Europe in those years, with Nazi tyranny sweeping over the continent, filling the land with screams, violence, and the heavy march of invading armies. Amid all this chaos, Cousteau worked in secret alongside the engineer Émile Gagnan, developing the revolutionary Aqualung inside hidden underground laboratories. It stood as a bitter, profound paradox. While the surface world choked on poison, smoke, death, and relentless slaughter, Cousteau forged the key that granted humanity entry into an underwater paradise. When he strapped on his diving tank and descended into the open sea for the first time, he experienced a freedom unlike anything he had ever known, a freedom that rose above national borders, war, conflicts, and all earthly division. Amid the raging chaos of wartime, he clung to that long breathing tube beneath the waves, preserving the last pure, untouched part of his inner spirit. Every dive became a brief, quiet death and gentle rebirth, allowing him to hide away within the blue abyss and record the silent, forgotten ruins resting on the seabed. These early underwater adventures shaped his restrained, fate-touched character. He understood deeply how fragile human life truly was, and felt the unspoken, majestic authority of the natural world surrounding all living things. He moved beyond being merely a technical innovator, evolving into a quiet philosopher, a spiritual wanderer who used the calm stillness beneath the waves to ease the reckless chaos raging across the land. When the war finally faded into memory, Cousteau purchased an old minesweeper once named Calypso, rebuilding and refitting it into his personal floating fortress. Wearing his iconic red knit cap, he sailed across oceans, wandering through seas and coastlines all over the globe. He sought no buried gold or hidden treasure, instead searching for the primal lost connection between humanity and the living planet itself. From the clear waters of the Red Sea to the vast stretches of the Indian Ocean and the frozen glacial depths of Antarctica, he dove endlessly, capturing rare, breathtaking footage. He brought mysterious, unseen marine life before the eyes of ordinary people: graceful seahorses, enormous blue whales, and glowing ethereal creatures dwelling in the darkest, remote trenches. Beneath Cousteau's lens, the ocean was no longer seen as a dangerous, desolate wilderness, but as a fragile, nurturing cradle deserving of gentle care and protection. He grew fascinated by ancient ruins sunken long ago beneath the waves, the faint remaining echoes of human civilization swallowed whole by the sea. He ran his hands over weathered Greek pottery covered in soft coral, as if touching the subtle texture of time itself. He once said, "Underwater ruins never speak aloud, yet they tell the emptiness of human triumph and failure far more clearly than any written history. Their quiet tranquility carries a penetrating, soothing power, wrapping every viewer of his documentaries in ancient, gentle comfort." Behind every legendary life lies hidden untold sorrow, and Jacques Cousteau too endured bitter wounds dealt by cruel fate. His second son Philippe, his closest companion and most capable assistant, perished unexpectedly in a seaplane accident. For an explorer who spent a lifetime lingering on the edge of danger, the pain of outliving his own child nearly broke his spirit completely. He fell into a long period of heavy silence, questioning whether his boundless love for the ocean carried some hidden curse. He had felt the soft whisper of death on countless dives, yet only when death stole someone he cherished did he grasp how small and vulnerable humanity truly is. This deep, piercing grief shifted the focus of his later life from pure exploration to earnest protection. He realized that if humanity continued to take greedily from the sea, the same ocean that had healed and sheltered him would one day crumble away forever. He began traveling widely, giving passionate speeches calling for the creation of protected reserves in Antarctica and urging all people to stop polluting and harming marine ecosystems. His expression grew more solemn, carrying a quiet, lonely sorrow, like a prophet crying out warnings on the eve of ruin. Through profound loss, he learned a deeper, more selfless love, one that stretched far beyond personal affection to embrace the entire future of the blue planet. Jacques Cousteau drew his final quiet breath amid a soft gentle rain falling over Paris. Though his physical life ended in the city, his soul surely returned that night to the deck of the Calypso, drifting once more into the rolling heart of the Mediterranean Sea. We return to the quiet question posed at the start: what did he truly find hidden within the endless blue abyss? He discovered no treasure hoard, but gained the precious ability to reconcile with his own soul in perfect wordless stillness. He proved that even in the darkest, coldest reaches of the deep ocean, as long as you keep breathing and hold reverence in your heart, you will always find light. The story has now come to its peaceful close, and all the sound of rolling waves has faded into calm. May the silent underwater world portrayed by Jacques Cousteau wrap around your dreams like soft gentle buoyancy. Embrace the profound tranquility of the deep sea, release all tension and relax completely in that weightless, boundless realm. Good night and sweet dreams. Microraptor, an elegant name long buried beneath the dust of prehistoric history, bore four feathered wings, gliding silently through the upper canopy of Cretaceous forests. Tonight follow the shimmering iridescent glow of its plumage and drift away into a dream of weightless lightness. Let your spirit sink into calm, serene rest alongside this poetic wanderer of the ancient night amid soft, soothing narration. Have you ever imagined the quiet stillness of the dinosaur age after dark, when Microraptor slips like a gentle ghost through the moonlit treetops? This is no fierce contest of hunting and slaughter. It is a quiet spiritual practice of grace, posture and poise. Set aside your distractions, close your eyes and listen to this timeless ancient verse woven from the long-forgotten past. Some living beings are born purely to define the true meaning of lightness and effortless grace. With four delicate wings, Microraptor carved the most beautiful sweeping arcs through the heavy oppressive atmosphere of its prehistoric era. Its iridescent plumage shimmered faintly beneath moonlight, holding within it the most hidden quiet miracle of the night. Let this vivid imagery-filled tale carry you down into deep relaxation and inner tranquility. In the roaring earth-shaking age of the Cretaceous, when all eyes fixed upon enormous heavy stomping giants, if you lift your gaze toward the forest canopy soaked in silver moonlight, you will discover a wondrous miracle almost erased by the passage of time. It moves like a streak of shadowed lightning, draped in shimmering rainbow metallic luster, weaving lightly between dense layers of ancient foliage. Blessed with four fully formed feathered wings, it rarely bothered with hurried flapping, instead choosing to glide gracefully through the crisp night air as if composing a silent poem dedicated to the darkness. This was Microraptor, a hidden poetic wanderer dwelling within the quiet night. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of its quiet existence. Relax your shoulders gently and feel the smooth, steady sense of weightless drifting descending from lofty heights. Within this primeval forest, quiet and untouched for hundreds of millions of years, nothing remains but the soft whisper of wind and the faint delicate rustle of brushing feathers, lulling you slowly into peaceful sleep. In the wild ancient world, immense size often stood for power, dominance and authority, yet for Microraptor pure lightness became its most precious. Invisible armor perched atop a towering ginkgo branch 30 meters above the ground, it occupied a hidden realm completely forgotten by colossal carnivores. Its plumage bore deep velvety black that bloomed with shifting peacock green and violet iridescence when touched by slanted moonlight, a magnificent natural cloak of the night and a perfect disguise for slipping unseen through woodland shadows. The forest lay wrapped in hushed calm, yet threaded with countless hidden turns of fate and quiet danger. Below, the heavy slow footsteps of giant creatures faded into the distance, and Microraptor merely adjusted the feathered wings stretching gracefully from its hind limbs. It possessed not only four-wing plumage but fully developed flight feathers covering its legs, giving it the refined, streamlined elegance of a creature crafted from a future imagination. It waited not for unsuspecting prey but for the subtle shift of wind direction, biding its time for the perfect lift that would carry it safely across deep shadowed chasms. When the first soft breath of night wind brushed gently against its face, it let out no harsh cry like other dinosaurs, simply spreading all four limbs wide. In that serene instant it reached a quiet harmony with the pull of gravity and leaped softly into the open void. Gliding through the night felt much like swimming within a still lake of thick ink, slow, seamless and perfectly fluid. Microraptor had no need for the frantic wing flapping of modern birds. It only held its poised gliding arc with unwavering steady grace. Its eyes stayed sharp and clear amid the darkness, catching every faint crack of moonlight filtering through overlapping leaves. You might assume such a small delicate creature lived a humble marginal existence in such a brutal era, yet high within the treetop canopy it ruled its own quiet domain, evading brute physical strength and finding boundless freedom within the narrow spaces between towering trees. Every sharp turn, every gentle downward dive carved a graceful slanted line across the silent air. Its rainbow-hued feathers blurred into soft glowing halos during smooth movement, resembling fleeting shooting stars trapped within a dream. This way of living carried profound philosophical meaning, unable to change the harsh pressured world. Around it simply rose to a quiet untouched height beyond the reach of all others. Mid-glide it would close one eye, savoring the faint whisper of air breaking softly along the edges of its outstretched wings. These silent fleeting moments became its most secret poetic verses, written to the world, witnessed only by the quiet endless night sky. Even in the peaceful poetic life of Microraptor there came fateful pivotal moments charged with life and death. It was a night heavy with the approach of storm. Atmospheric pressure hung thick and oppressive over the woodland, turning every familiar gliding path into an uncertain risky trail. Microraptor was suddenly caught within an unexpected downward air current, and for the first time its light fragile frame knew the raw fear of losing control. The towering ancient tree it had aimed for swayed violently beneath flashes of thunder, its sharp jagged branches no longer welcoming but piercing upward like cold blades. In that heartbeat moment it faced an urgent choice between plummeting fall and painful collision. It reacted not with panicked frenzy but instinctually, folding its forelimbs tight, using the lift from its hind wings to twist and alter its gliding angle. The strain of the sudden shift pulled taut across its delicate wings, yet it retained its calm, composed demeanor undisturbed by peril. In the end it landed with precise poise, gripping firmly onto another moss-draped branch. Though the moment held breathless danger, not a single feather on its body was ruffled. This innate ability to preserve grace even on the edge of crisis held the deepest quiet strength woven into its very bloodline. It steadied its footing, shook away cold raindrops clinging to its plumage, and slipped once more into the comforting shadowed darkness where it felt safest. We often believe history is written by the loudest, most imposing voices, overlooking those quiet, radiant lives that shine softly in stillness. Microraptor lived an unassuming life with no grand dramatic moments, spending its days gliding beneath moonlight and resting peacefully before the break of dawn. Its bond with the ancient forest resembled a long, silent love affair lasting through countless changing seasons. It knew the texture of every tree trunk by heart, recognized the unique scent of every pollen drifting on night breezes. As it slipped into old age its gliding journeys grew shorter, the brilliant rainbow luster of its feathers fading slowly into the muted dull tone of aged charcoal. Yet even then, when moonlight flooded the woodland, it would attempt one final gentle leap, no longer driven by the need to escape danger or hunt for sustenance. It sought only the fleeting, weightless freedom of breaking free from earthly bounds. For a precious split second upon its last glide it gazed out over the rolling expanse of treetops stretching like an endless green ocean. It settled down with impeccable soft grace, surrendering its quiet spirit back to the canopy it had guarded faithfully its entire life. No mournful cry escaped its lips, only the serene peace of returning home and one final lingering memory of graceful flight. The primeval forest of hundreds of millions of years ago has long transformed into buried coal and stone deep within geological layers, yet the faint iridescent glow left behind by Microraptor has traveled across endless ages, lingering softly on the edge of our dreams tonight. Its existence answers the quiet question left hanging in the preface: within a world ruled by raw power and relentless struggle, do lightness, elegance, and quiet grace hold true meaning? The answer rests within your breath. In this moment, when you set down the burdens of the day and let your soul glide weightlessly just as it did, you will understand the profound value of living gently. We need not conquer or dominate anything, we only need to find our own steady, untroubled path beneath the moonlit night. The tale draws slowly to a close now. Let your thoughts continue gliding freely through the cool rainbow-tinted night sky. Savor the effortless sense of calm descent. Sink into hidden profound peace the forest breathes. Slow and steady. Microraptor has folded its four wings into quiet rest. Now it is your turn to drift into a light, untroubled dream. Good night. Hidden within the hopeless green labyrinth of the Amazon rainforest lies a century-old unsolved puzzle left behind by the great explorer Percy Fawcett. He held unwavering faith that deep within the jungle rested an ancient golden city named Z, and after stepping into the wilderness for the final time he vanished forever into the thick lingering mist. Tonight follow in his distant footsteps and listen to the quiet tale of his lonely legendary journey. Some ancient secrets are destined to remain buried forever beneath dark soil and tangled creeping vines. Percy Fawcett stood as one of the toughest, most heroic explorers of his age when he ventured once more into the darkest heart of the Amazon. Accompanied by his eldest son, he penned a solemn message in his final letters: never attempt to come looking for us tonight. Sit beside the soft glow of the hearth and sink into the lingering echoes of human obsession and unyielding fate. If you have ever heard the distant haunting call of wild, untouched wilderness echoing within your dreams, you will understand the restless wandering spirit dwelling deep inside Percy Fawcett. He did not perish out of ignorance. He surrendered his life to an overwhelming longing for the unknown. Driven by his obsession to find the legendary hidden city, he sacrificed the fate of his entire family line. Tonight lay down all your daily weariness and slip quietly into a moist jungle dream following his fading solitary figure. Picture standing beneath the vast ocean-like stretch of primeval green wilderness covering South America where a lean resolute British explorer walks steadily toward his inevitable end alongside his eldest son. This man named Percy Fawcett is remembered as one of the last great solitary pioneers the world has ever known. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of his life. In the summer of 1925 he sent his final mysterious letter to the outside world, writing plainly, "I wish for no one to trace our path, for the journey holds unspeakable danger." After that the heavy damp mist of the Amazon descended like a thick velvet curtain, sealing away this tough Victorian adventurer along with the legendary City Z he had spent his entire life chasing into an eternal void. Some claimed he fell beneath poisoned arrows fired by primitive native tribes. Others believed he built his own hidden kingdom deep within the dense wilderness. Yet regardless of what the real truth may be, the name Percy Fawcett remains one of the most touching yet cruel embodiments of human obsession etched into history. Percy Fawcett's destiny was deeply marked by the era he lived in, standing at the fading twilight age of geographical discovery when the last blank unexplored corners of the globe were slowly being mapped and filled in. Born into a modest declining British military family, he carried within his veins the restless untamed spirit of an older vanishing age. His sharp refined features and cold determined gaze always turned toward the vague, gray unmarked regions stretching across old world maps. Through long years of military service and official expeditions commissioned by the Royal Geographical Society, he gradually grew captivated, consumed and absorbed by the mysterious allure of the Amazon wilderness. To him this was no desolate muddy wasteland but a vast ancient parchment hiding long-forgotten memories of ages past. Late into quiet nights by the dim glow of kerosene lamps he pored over ancient handwritten manuscripts left behind by Spanish colonial explorers, their pages filled with vivid descriptions of a complex, highly advanced ancient civilization concealed deep within the dense woodlands of Mato Grosso. Though Fawcett was already advancing in years, the inner fire burning within his heart blazed ever brighter. Fanned by the damp wild winds of the jungle, it became his ultimate affirmation of self-existence. He believed his life would only truly begin if he could lay eyes upon the legendary City Z before his final breath. Exploration was never a romantic leisurely journey, it amounted to years of relentless torment wearing away at both body and mind. Fawcett ventured deep into the jungle countless times, traveling alone or leading small expeditions to mark remote borderlines never before trodden by human feet. Within the Amazon the greatest dangers rarely came from jaguars or giant anacondas but from microscopic parasites and the overwhelming crushing weight of endless despair. He once described swarms of blood sucking insects clinging relentlessly to his ankles and unceasing torrential rain that wore down the strongest willpower to the breaking point. Yet Fawcett possessed an almost inhuman endurance, capable of maintaining steady measured footsteps even as painful abscesses spread across his thighs. His unyielding stern nature earned him quiet reverence among native jungle tribes yet widened the growing rift separating him from conventional, civilized society. Upon returning to London he found himself utterly unable to adapt to rigid formal social dinners, his senses permanently filled with the decaying earthy scent of rotting vegetation and his ears echoing with the strange haunting cries of nocturnal jungle creatures. He began to openly declare the existence of City Z, only to face ruthless mockery and dismissal from mainstream academic circles who dismissed him as a delusional visionary driven mad by jungle fever and tropical miasma. This painful isolation only strengthened his resolve to embark on one final fateful journey, a devastating ultimate sacrifice to his lifelong dream. In the spring of 1925, at the age of 57, Percy Fawcett set out to complete the final sacred ritual of his lifetime. Instead of choosing seasoned professional explorers to accompany him, he brought along his 21-year-old eldest son Jack. Tall, slender like his father and equally captivated by the untamed allure of the wild, Jack stood as the perfect spiritual reflection of Fawcett's own youthful spirit. Together with one of Jack's close friends, the three men vanished quietly into the jungle, carrying only the most minimal essential supplies. This deliberate choice stood as a tragically bold gamble filled with foreboding. He understood full well the deadly dangers lying ahead, yet longed for the pure, unspoiled experience of witnessing the ancient secret undisturbed by outside interference. Along their journey they sent occasional postcards back home, their handwriting weary yet steeped in a quiet sacred calm. In his letters he comforted his wife Nina, writing that they were drawing ever closer to the great hidden mystery, yet at the same time he penned the haunting, unforgettable line, "Never attempt to come looking for us." It read like a solemn prophecy and a final farewell speech, severing all remaining ties with the world they were leaving behind forever. After the last faint wireless telegraph signal faded into silence, Percy Fawcett and his small expedition party never emerged from the jungle again. In the decades that followed, the quest to find Fawcett turned into a deadly competition, with hundreds of volunteers venturing into the Amazon in search of his remains, many losing their own lives in the process. The vast green wilderness of the Amazon seemed endlessly devouring anyone bold enough to attempt uncovering its deepest hidden secrets. Wild rumors spread like wildfire across remote South American taverns. Some claimed Fawcett had been worshipped as a living god among isolated native tribes. Others swore he had discovered an entrance to a hidden underground civilization, and many locals insisted they had seen a distinguished elderly man with pale blue eyes living among a distant indigenous village. Yet all these fleeting tales burned out like faint fireflies in the night, fragile and fleeting, leaving behind only deeper shadow and uncertainty. Modern archaeological research years later indirectly proved that Fawcett's belief in City Z was never pure fantasy. Advanced radar and laser scanning technology revealed traces of vast sprawling ancient city complexes once thriving beneath the Amazon rainforest, long swallowed by plague, natural decay, and the slow advance of wilderness. Centuries ago, Fawcett was a man far ahead of his time, exploring ancient mysteries on foot long before modern technology, yet he exhausted his strength and life journey long before reaching his destined destination. Percy Fawcett's disappearance marked far more than a geographical tragedy of unfulfilled exploration. It stood as a profound elegy of one solitary soul defying the twists of fate. His entire life seemed trapped in a constant restless anxiety, driven by an inner need to search for something greater beyond himself. He endured the brutal horrors of the First World War, witnessing firsthand the self-destruction of civilized humanity amid poisonous gas and muddy trench warfare. Perhaps to him the irrational, untamed wilderness of the Amazon felt purer, more honest and genuine than the polished, hypocritical streets of London. What he sought deep within the jungle extended far beyond gold relics or forgotten ruins. He chased a hidden new world free from human hypocrisy, greed and violence. Taking his son Jack with him on this final journey was not merely a cruel sacrifice, it bore the quiet, redeeming warmth of a father's love. He wished for his son to witness the pure, magnificent ancient vision he believed existed with all his heart. This lifelong obsession may seem stubborn and irrational to modern minds, yet within the final fading glow of old-world heroism it shone with an almost sacred radiance, inspiring both quiet awe and deep compassionate sorrow. In that final moment when he turned his back to the civilized world behind him, he must have felt an immense weight lift from his soul, settling into quiet, unburdened peace. The Amazon rainforest remains untouched and unchanged to this day. Each evening thick mist rises faithfully to shroud the endless expanse of green. Percy Fawcett's ultimate discovery of his legendary City Z no longer holds any true meaning. What matters most is that he dedicated his entire life wholeheartedly to the dream he cherished above all else. Amid the lonely green wilderness he claimed the highest dignity of every true explorer, merging his own existence forever with the unknowable unknown. The hearth fire has faded to soft embers now, and our gentle story draws slowly to its peaceful close. That lean, solitary figure dressed in worn hunting clothes and carrying a heavy pack fades gradually behind layers of twisting, tangled vines. He need no longer endure sweltering heat, relentless insect bites, or the mocking judgment and eager expectations of the outside world. He lingers now in a quiet, timeless realm beyond our reach, peacefully watching the sunset fall over the golden city of his lifelong dreams. Relax your shoulders fully and let the soft, moist, gentle scent of the jungle drift gently through your dreams, free from fear of the unknown, wrapped only in everlasting tranquil peace. Good night. On a solitary island nestled within primeval Europe dwelled a unique race of ancient creatures, Tethashadros. Turning their backs on the grand unrest of the mainland, they chose the tender, calm embrace of the ocean tonight, accompanied by the soft, dim glow of quiet embers. Listen closely to the rhythmic crash of waves upon the sandy shore. Follow their unhurried, gentle pace and sink into complete relaxation within this boundless blue dreamscape. If life itself is an endless wandering journey, Tethashadros surely found its most beautiful, peaceful destination here. Loom no towering natural predators, only predictable tides and the soft, salty breath of sea wind. In this quiet moment we witness pure, unrushed leisure and profound tranquility. Cast aside all worldly worry and restlessness and drift slowly into peaceful slumber alongside them upon the warm, soft sand. The name Tethashadros carries the quiet fate of being gently wrapped and sheltered by the ancient ocean. Dwelling among the scattered island archipelagos of prehistoric Europe, they lived immersed in serene harmony where sea and sky blended into one seamless expanse. This is far more than an ordinary tale of dinosaurs. It is a heartfelt invitation to peaceful rest sent across hundreds of millions of years. Close your eyes and sink into the pure, serene peace belonging only to these secluded island dwellers. Imagine a forgotten corner of the ancient world, an isolated island encircled entirely by crystal blue seawater, free from the chaos and conflict of the mainland. There is no endless desperate running forced by the harsh rules of survival. The air lingers with a faint delicate scent of sea salt, every soft breeze breathing like the slow gentle exhale of the ocean itself. It is within this almost eternal dreamlike haven that Tethys makes its quiet home tonight. Let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of their quiet existence. Let go of every trace of weariness weighing on your mind and body. Picture your feet resting lightly upon warm fine white beach sand. The steady rhythmic sound of rising and falling tides echoes all around you, the oldest natural lullaby sung by planet Earth itself. Now Tethys draws near with light unhurried steps, bringing with it the quiet calm spanning countless ages, leading you gently into the embrace of peaceful sleep. Across the ancient sea realm that would later become the European archipelagos, the vast mainland was split into scattered island gems shimmering amid blue waters, while colossal creatures of the mainland fought brutally over every inch of territory. Tethys embraced a far gentler way of life. Their ancestors may once have roamed the broad continental lands, yet separated by vast stretches of ocean they settled permanently upon these quiet islands. This choice was never forced surrender, but a higher form of graceful evolution, growing slimmer, more agile, and infinitely mild in nature. As golden morning sunlight filters through thin mist spilling across quiet shorelines, Tethys emerges slowly from dense fern groves. Its distinctive duck-shaped snout glides softly over damp, weathered rocks, grazing upon tender, fresh seaweed. It hurries toward no destination, for the entire island is its safe paradise, every hidden corner wrapped in quiet comfort. Waves caress the shore again and again, retreating silently, leaving behind no trace of restlessness or unease. It pauses, lifting its head, half closing its eyes to bathe in the soft sea wind, embodying the quiet ease only a child of the island can ever understand. The most enchanting gift of island life lies in the pure simplicity brought by natural isolation, for Tethys time is measured not by hunts or struggle but by the slow rise and fall of the tides. When the midday sun burns bright and harsh, it retreats into cool damp sea caves carved patiently by endless waves. Deep within these grottos the soft drip of water blends with the distant murmur of the sea, weaving a natural harmonious melody. It lies lazily upon smooth warm sand, its long tail tapping lightly against the ground, following a quiet inner rhythm. These smaller graceful dinosaurs carry an innate peace, needing no displays of strength or dominance to prove their place in the world. Upon this secluded isle they become one with nature, a quiet neighbor to the tides, a gentle companion to the wandering wind. Their world is painted in pure shades of blue and emerald green, free from hidden shadows and the complex scheming of the wild. This profound ease of mind lets them slip quickly into deep sweet slumber each afternoon, never troubled by what the coming day may bring. They rest secure in the knowledge that the boundless ocean will forever shield and guard their tranquil home. Yet fate often leaves its most unforgettable marks in moments of perfect calm. What stirs the deepest quiet sorrow in later observers is Tethys' diminutive frame, shaped by long-term island-dwelling. Scientists name this natural phenomenon island dwarfism, yet in the ancient natural order it stood as the wisest way to adapt to limited resources. It tempered its desires and narrowed its needs, gaining boundless freedom within confined quiet spaces. One lingering memory forever echoes amid the tides. On a misty morning after violent rain, it stands alone upon rugged cliff edges, gazing toward the faint hazy outline of the distant mainland. It may have wondered quietly whether those far-off lands also held the same soft blue waters, yet soon the cry of seagulls pulls its thoughts back to the present. It glances down at tiny nameless wildflowers blooming at its feet, understanding true happiness resides within this small cherished space, etched into every wave-soaked footprint upon the shore. This quiet acceptance and gentle embrace of its destined life lets every step it takes feel grounded, steady, and serene throughout long passing ages. It became an ancient living metaphor for contentment, inner peace, and tranquil satisfaction. As twilight deepens, the island slips into a veil of soft mystical purple. This is Tethys' favorite hour of the day. As all living things prepare for quiet rest and gentle closure, it returns to the familiar stretch of shoreline where warm sand still holds the lingering heat of sunlight wrapping softly around its body. It watches the first star ignite above the horizon, glowing like a guiding lantern lighting the way home. The sea has settled from the restlessness of day, its surface smooth as polished glass reflecting shattered fragments of moonlight. It lowers its body slowly, resting its head upon folded forelimbs, breathing in the fresh damp scent unique to the ocean. Every breath grows slower, deeper, aligning perfectly with the steady rhythm of rolling waves. This natural harmony between living being and the surrounding world stands as the most powerful soothing remedy upon the earth. It closes its eyes, allowing moonlight to spill softly across its mottled skin as if it were no longer A living creature but a quiet ancient stone belonging to the island itself. Deep within its dreams it wanders forever along these timeless shorelines where seawater stays eternally warm and the night remains wrapped in endless gentle calm. Today the quiet island once kissed and cradled by the ocean has long sunk beneath the waves, fading into the forgotten dust of geological history, yet Tethashadro's devotion to quiet tranquility endures forever, preserved within fossil remains passed down through time. It reminds us no matter how chaotic the outer world may grow, we must always reserve a private peaceful island hidden deep within our inner hearts, a sanctuary where we may lay down all heavy burdens and live simply, listening only to the gentle tide turning away from trivial worldly noise. Now let the soft island breeze drift into your quiet room, sweeping away the last lingering traces of anxiety. Close your eyes and feel the warmth of sunlit sand and the unchanging rhythm of ocean waves echoing across hundreds of millions of years. This is the precious gift left behind for the world and for you, a deep peaceful slumber wrapped in endless gentle protection. All the world has fallen into hushed stillness, only the sea whispers softly. Drift into rest. Good night. May the quiet presence of Tethashadros cradle you into a long serene dream bathed in endless shades of tranquil blue. More than 200 million years ago the world had no roaring colossal beasts, only boundless all-encompassing stillness. As one of the earliest known dinosaurs, Yuzhulong carried the spark of all future prehistoric life within its slender delicate frame. Tonight walk softly in its footsteps and wander into the desolate wilderness long forgotten by time. Feel the primal pulse of the very first stirrings of life and drift into deep, tranquil slumber alongside its lonely silhouette. Some living beings are born simply to define a brand new possibility for all life to follow. Yuzhulong glided silently through the sparse woodlands of the Triassic era, never knowing it stood at the dawn of an entire prehistoric age. Its story holds no grand battles or fierce territorial clashes, only the gentlest, most restrained persistence to survive and endure. On this quiet night let Yuzhulong lead you back to the very beginning of all living things and find perfect peace hidden within your own heart. If you could turn time back 200 million years, you would behold a world utterly different from the one we know today. Yuzhulong, a creature wrapped in quiet philosophical grace, stood alone facing the raw, untamed wilderness of a newly born earth. Its quiet solitude and the distant echo of fate blend together like a slow, soothing lullaby. Close your eyes now and journey alongside Yuzhulong amid the soft, faint glow of ancient fern forests, drifting gently into calm, peaceful rest for the night. Long before the ancient world earned the mighty title of the Dinosaur Empire, vast empty wilderness lay wrapped only in the endless whisper of wind. There were no earth-shaking roars, no towering creatures large enough to block the sun, merely a profound quiet verging on desolate abandonment. Within this hushed stillness a slim, graceful figure slipped through clusters of sparse ferns, leaving faint, delicate footprints pressed into soft ancient earth. This was Yuzhulong, a pioneering life form standing at the very source of time, wandering softly through the mist of unrecorded prehistory. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of its quiet existence. Even today, when we look back upon history sealed beneath layers of red ancient rock, Yuzhulong remains like an unresolved lingering note in the grand symphony of evolution. It was the first gentle stroke fate laid upon the blank canvas of life, restrained, precise, and touched with a quiet, sorrowful loneliness that tugs at the heart. Slow your breathing now and drift along with ancient dust drifting across time, returning to that quiet moment when all life first stirred awake upon the planet. During the late Triassic period, 230 million years ago, planet Earth stood amid a sweeping era of grand natural transformation. This was the heart of the supercontinent Pangaea, where weathered red sandstone baked beneath the scorching sun, carrying the dry, parched scent of endless wilderness. Yuzhulong came into being within this barren, open landscape. Unlike the dominant giant prehistoric creatures that would follow, it bore no intimidating presence from the moment of birth. Instead, its skeletal frame was remarkably lightweight, with an elongated slender neck and nimble agile limbs, granting it the poised elegance of a quiet dancer within the primitive ecological order of its time. Yuzhulong stood as an awkward, gentle outsider, neither a dominant apex predator nor a massive, slow-moving herbivore. It lived like a quiet hermit, surviving cautiously in the narrow gaps between larger prehistoric life, relying on swift reflexes and boundless patience to linger along the edges of wild, untamed territories. Its way of survival was never aggressive confrontation but careful, quiet observation. While early crocodilian ancestors lingered motionless beside still waters, Yuzhulong glided silently along the borders of ancient woodlands. This quiet tension of existence filled every moment of its life with focused, calm resolve. It had to carve out a steady rhythm of survival through delicate, subtle means. Amid a harsh, rugged prehistoric age, its extreme sensitivity to every shift in nature shaped the unique, quiet, lonely grace that defined its entire existence. The changing seasons of the Triassic were unforgiving and brutal. Prolonged dry seasons drained the last traces of moist greenery from the vast wilderness, forcing Yuzhulong to embark on long slow migrations steeped in quiet philosophical calm. It wove its way between towering ancient ferns and newly sprouting coniferous forests, wandering through a quiet natural maze crafted solely for its solitary journey. Thick layers of foliage offered little true shelter, dappled sunlight spilling across its skin marked with faint muted patterns. Every turn along its path might reveal a foe far too powerful to overcome, yet it never showed any trace of frantic fear or unrest. It simply kept walking steady and unhurried, its amber eyes fixed calmly upon the distant line where earth meets sky. Throughout its quiet life it knew no bond of herd or group belonging. Seemingly born accustomed to complete solitary existence, its loneliness was never born from rejection by others but felt like an innate quiet choice, an emotional price it had to pay to adapt and endure within the wild natural world. The graceful way it moved through sparse woodlands resembled a fine thread gently stitching together the fragmented quiet wilderness of its age. Along dry empty riverbeds it would pause, lowering its head to sip small pools of slightly salty leftover still water, and in those fleeting quiet moments the entire vast wilderness seemed to hold its breath in solemn reverence. We often assume all living things crave chaos, bustle and company, yet Yuzhulong reveals the quiet profound beauty of simple solitary existence. Its physical structure holds remarkable evolutionary significance, balancing subtle traces of primitive ancient traits alongside defining dinosaur characteristics. This unformed natural flexibility embodies how every true beginning is filled with gentle uncertainty and quiet possibility. When it hunted small insects and tiny ancient reptiles, its movements were so light and controlled they barely disturbed dewdrops resting upon fern leaves. This profound restraint was not merely a hunting skill but a peaceful, harmonious way of coexisting with the slow shifting tides of its era. The natural world around it began to shift subtly. Volcanic activity grew gradually more frequent and the very makeup of the atmosphere altered in quiet, unseen ways. Yuzhulong sensed these faint, subtle tremors with sharp instinct, slowly drifting toward higher, safer ground. Every choice it made was never driven by a desire to expand territory or dominate its surroundings, only to find a safe, quiet haven before the last glow of daylight faded away. This humble yet unbreakable will to survive allowed it to endure miraculously through waves of catastrophic natural upheaval. It would settle to rest within narrow cracks of red ancient rock, its long tail curled gently beside its body, embodying the most primal, innate posture of self-protection known to early life. When its long journey reached the quiet end of its days, Yuzhulong faced no brutal, violent demise. It simply faded slowly into the quiet backdrop of the prehistoric world amid localized ecological upheaval. At the close of the Triassic, the sudden collapse of the lower food chain cast an overwhelming sense of pressure over the entire wilderness. Fresh fern sprouts vanished, familiar migration paths faded away, leaving it to wander aimlessly across the barren, fading landscape. Its steps grew slower and heavier, once nimble movements dragging wearily across dry sand, leaving deep, tired marks behind. The scene lingers vividly in the mind as the setting sun dyed the sky a haunting shade of deep crimson, a single slender silhouette standing alone upon cracked high ground. It gazed one last time upon the sparse woodlands it had wandered all its life, the place holding every moment of its quiet solitude and unbound freedom. Its passing was never an end to life itself, but the gentle passing of a primal evolutionary prototype. It bequeathed to the ancient earth the agile grace, lightweight skeletal structure and quiet resilient will to endure that would define all future dinosaurs. Millions of years later, far larger, more powerful descendants would rise from this quiet foundational legacy to rule over the entire planet. Yuzhulong meanwhile slumbered peacefully deep within layered rock, remaining the soft, gentle, quiet foundation upon which the brilliant age of dinosaurs would one day be built. 230 million years is long enough to wear away towering mountains, yet never enough to erase the quiet memory of life's humble beginning. Yuzhulong, through its delicate frame and quiet solitary journey, left a profound empty space within the planet's ancient chronicle. It teaches us that the true meaning of life is never measured by how high one rises or how long one rules over the world. It lies instead in whether one stood awake, gentle and mindful, gazing up toward the sky amid a barren, desolate beginning. The tale draws slowly to a close. Tonight, dreams of red rock, wild plains and ancient ferns gathering softly around your mind. Yuzhulong's silhouette has faded into the mist of the Triassic, yet its quiet reverence for stillness lingers on all around you. Relax your shoulders fully and sink into the peace spanning across millions of years, feeling the same calm that lingered on that windless afternoon 200 million years ago within that distant, forgotten ancient world. Every living thing has long found its destined place to rest. You no longer need to rush or search. In this quiet, safe corner you may close your heart and mind in perfect peace. Good night, Yuzhulong. Good night to every quiet soul seeking inner calm and peaceful rest. In the restless turbulent era of the 19th century, a young man sat quietly beneath the soft glow of an oil lamp holding silent communion with stone carvings crafted thousands of years ago. His name was Jean-François Champollion. His entire life unfolded as one long endless puzzle-solving journey and a solitary spiritual retreat of quiet devotion. Tonight follow in his gentle footsteps and drift into the serene timeless world of the ancient pharaohs. The world only remembers his magnificent glory after deciphering the mysteries of the Rosetta Stone, yet few understand his fanatical lifelong loyalty to ancient symbols endured through harsh poverty and crippling illness. Jean-François Champollion sacrificed his health and lifetime vitality to resurrect the forgotten names and stories of ancient Egypt. Tonight settle beside the warm soft glow of the hearth and listen to this tranquil tale woven from pure heartfelt passion and quiet dedication. If written symbols possess a soul, they must have waited patiently for 3,000 long years for the arrival of Jean-François Champollion. He was a spiritual ascetic wandering through the hidden cracks of history, searching tirelessly for a ray of guiding light. His story carries no noisy chaos or worldly fame, only the faint soft friction of fingertips brushing across cold ancient stone slabs. Allow yourself to sink into this slow, unrushed narrative and discover the quiet inner peace hidden deep within your own heart. Imagine a world where every form of written language suddenly loses all meaning, where every ancient book, stone inscription and recorded page of history dissolves into nothing more than chaotic, unreadable lines of meaningless marks. This shroud of silent confusion lingered over ancient Egyptian civilization for 1,500 uninterrupted years until Jean-François Champollion stepped forward, determined to shatter the endless silence. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of his life. He reached the peak of intellectual triumph only to collapse exhausted amid piles of manuscripts. Overwhelmed by relentless overwork, he would murmur quiet words to cold weathered stone surfaces, as though sharing an intimate love affair stretching across thousands of years. Chosen by fate as a rare once-in-a-generation genius, he embarked on a lonely path of self-sacrificing spiritual discipline, unlocking the ancient key to Egypt's mysterious lost empire for all humanity, yet paying a profound spiritual price of solitude, physical decline and lifelong toil. The first subtle crack of destiny often reveals itself in the most ordinary, unassuming moments. In France in 1801, amid the lingering aftershocks of the Napoleonic Wars, a 10-year-old boy sat completely captivated, staring intently at a hand-copied manuscript. That young boy was Jean-François Champollion, immersed in a state of profound fascination far beyond the understanding of ordinary children. His elder brother Jacques Joseph, who always believed in and supported his unusual gift, took him to meet a renowned leading physicist. Inside a study filled to the brim with precious Oriental cultural relics, a single ancient rubbing caught young Champollion's undivided attention. It was an imprint taken from the surface of the Rosetta Stone, covered entirely with mysterious carved figures of birds' eyes, geometric shapes and intricate symbolic patterns. He turned to the scholar and asked simply, "Can anyone read these ancient characters?" The reply came cold and absolute: "No one can understand them." In that quiet instant the young Champollion displayed astonishing solemn calm and spoke in a soft yet unshakable tone, "I will be the one to decipher them." These words were no childish boast or fleeting fancy, but a solemn prophecy, a lifelong vow that bound him firmly to his desk and studies for every remaining year of his life. From that day forward, youthful games and carefree boyhood days faded completely from his world, replaced only by endless hours studying complex grammar, obscure linguistic roots and forgotten dialects. He confined himself within a dim quiet attic room beneath the faint flickering light of a kerosene lamp, diving slowly like a deep-sea diver into the darkest hidden depths of long-dead languages, searching patiently for the faint pulse of lingering life buried within ancient symbols. Paris in 1808 stood as a paradise for ambitious opportunists, yet a desolate barren wilderness for devoted genuine scholars. By this time Jean-François Champollion had grown into a lean brooding young man, quiet, reserved and often neglecting ordinary neat appearance. He endured extreme poverty, living on barely enough to survive, unable even to afford sufficient coal to warm his small lodging through bitter freezing winter nights. On frigid evenings he would tuck his hands deep within the wide sleeves of his worn coat, comparing minute subtle differences between the Coptic language and ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. His mind endured immense inner conflict and turmoil. He firmly believed hieroglyphic symbols carried both phonetic sound and profound inherent meaning, yet this radical idea defied all established academic beliefs of his era, marking him as a rebellious outsider and even a fraudulent pretender in the eyes of mainstream scholars. In his personal journal he wrote, "My soul wanders endlessly among these ancient symbols. They refuse to let me rest. Poverty tormented his physical body relentlessly while crushing the strength of his determined spirit. His brother Jacques-Joseph sent small modest sums of money time and again, barely sustaining his basic survival, yet Champollion paid little mind to material hardship, finding natural rhythmic harmony hidden within those age-old carved symbols. It felt much like walking alone through thick darkness for countless years. Finally, reaching out to touch the familiar shape of a locked door, he gradually learned to embrace solitude fully, transforming every mocking remark, every dismissive doubt from peers into page upon page of thick handwritten drafts beneath his pen. He was never merely studying abstract written characters, he engaged in years of quiet inward conversation with the long-departed pharaohs buried deep within history. The 14th of September 1822 marked a quiet midday that would forever alter the course of human civilization. After countless repeated attempts, frustrating failures, complete revisions, and moments of crushing despair, the final missing piece of the ancient linguistic puzzle finally clicked perfectly into place within his mind. Through careful repeated comparison of the royal names Cleopatra and Ptolemy, Champollion confirmed the undeniable existence of phonetic symbolic writing. He suddenly realized those picture-like carved marks were far more than simple drawings. They were flowing musical notes carrying spoken language and hidden meaning. In that single breathless moment, 1500 years of unbroken Egyptian silence was shattered by one lone scholar, and he heard the distant call of the great pharaoh Ramses echoing across time. Overwhelmed by explosive excitement and days spent completely forgetting food and rest, Champollion rushed abruptly into his brother's study, managing only to cry out, "I have found it!" before collapsing instantly into unconsciousness. He lay motionless in deep exhausted slumber for 5 full days, his mind and spirit completely drained after pushing far beyond human mental limits. When he finally woke, he felt no surge of wild elation, only unprecedented quiet emptiness and serene understanding. He knew from that moment onward he was no longer merely a poor unknown scholar, he had become the earthly voice and interpreter of ancient Egypt. Yet alongside this revelation came an immense heavy burden. The hidden secrets were now uncovered, and the inevitable price of fame, scrutiny, physical strain, and endless labor could no longer be avoided. His body resembled a bow stretched taut for far too long, every fiber aching, trembling, on the verge of snapping. Yet he could not allow himself to pause or slow down, for countless towering stone monuments and temple walls waited silently in distant lands, begging for him to be the first to understand their carved messages. In 1828 Champollion finally set foot upon the ancient land he had dreamed of his entire life, Egypt. Beneath the scorching, relentless sun of this legendary land, he was no longer merely a secluded scholar confined to libraries and manuscripts, but a genuine spiritual pilgrim carrying a frail, weakened body worn thin by years of overwork. He wandered tirelessly among ancient ruins lining both banks of the Nile, his eyes burning with an almost sacred inner radiance. Standing before the grand towering temple of Ramses II, he required no translator, no guide, no explanation. Glancing casually at the massive carved walls, he read aloud the pharaoh's glorious achievements as smoothly and naturally as reading a familiar newspaper from his homeland. His assistant standing behind him stared in awe, many shedding quiet tears, realizing this extraordinary man had truly given voice back to the silent, unyielding stone. Yet beneath this miraculous historic triumph lay life-lasting physical damage inflicted by the harsh climate and harsh conditions of the era. Egypt's sweltering heat, rampant malaria, and endless hours working amid thick clouds of ancient dust permanently damaged his liver and weakened his lungs. In letters sent back to his family he wrote, "The wind here carries fine grains of sand and the faint lingering scent of a forgotten past." Deeply aware his remaining time was growing short, he threw himself even more frantically into recording, copying, examining, and correcting every inscription detail. Racing relentlessly against the ticking clock of mortality, he sought to preserve the complete logical framework of ancient Egyptian civilization for future generations before death claimed him. This desperate sense of urgency deepened his reclusive, reserved nature, separating him further from the ordinary modern world. His spirit had already crossed the timeless waters of the Nile, dwelling fully within the glorious golden empire of ancient pharaohs. Upon returning to France, Champollion was celebrated as a national hero, appointed as a distinguished university professor. Yet the bright light in his eyes slowly faded away. He established the world's very first formal lectures on Egyptology at the Collège de France, yet his health had deteriorated so severely he lacked the physical strength to stand through an entire class lecture. In 1832, at only 41 years of age, Jean-François Champollion closed his eyes forever within the quiet solitude of his personal study. In his final moments he gently touched the completed manuscript of his landmark work Egyptian Grammar, whispering softly, "This shall stand as my final testament." People often remark his life was far too brief, passing like a brilliant shooting star streaking briefly across the night sky, yet the depth, breadth and spiritual journey he crammed into those 41 years surpassed the life experience accumulated by ordinary people living centuries. He was laid to rest within the famous Père Lachaise cemetery, his tomb marked with a tall slender obelisk carved with the very ancient hieroglyphs he had dedicated his life to deciphering. His lifetime journey stood as one long gradual farewell to the mortal world and a magnificent homecoming to the ancient civilization he loved deeply. He never possessed vast political power or accumulated great material wealth, yet he claimed ownership of the stone-sealed secrets of Egypt and grasped 3,000 years of lost history. His quiet inward spiritual discipline, endured under extreme hardship, pressure and isolation, elevated him beyond the title of mere scholar, transforming him into a quiet guardian carrying a guiding light through endless darkness, patiently awaiting the first break of dawn. Now return with your thoughts to the quiet question lingering at the heart of this tale: what does true decipherment really mean? Champollion reveals to us it is never merely cold logical reasoning, academic calculation or linguistic analysis. It is profound spiritual resonance between mind, soul and ancient legacy. He traded lifelong solitude for boundless wisdom and embraced years of quiet silence to win timeless echoing remembrance. Though you may encounter confusing, unsolvable puzzles lingering in your dreams tonight, remember the quiet young boy sitting alone in a cold attic, clutching the Rosetta Stone rubbing firmly in his hands. Every complex, confusing mystery in life will eventually reveal its gentle, true essence when viewed through the eyes of sincere, heartfelt passion. The story fades softly into the night along with the last lingering warmth of the hearth. May you follow in Champollion's footsteps, finding your own guiding ray of light within the intricate maze of your inner world. The world has settled into perfect stillness, your breathing soft, light and unhurried. May your dreams hold the profound depth of the Nile's slow-flowing waters and the eternal endurance of ancient stone-carved inscriptions. Good night and sweet dreams. Argentinosaurus, a colossal creature weighing over 100 tons, carries a name wrapped in profound quiet calm. It stands alone upon the ancient wilderness of Patagonia, unmoved like an immovable mountain. As seasons drift and change, tonight follow its slow, steady breath. Slip into a state of ultimate inner peace and serenity. Let go of all daytime restlessness amid this gentle, quiet narration and drift into dreamland alongside this timeless prehistoric giant. In this fast-paced, restless age, have you ever longed for a moment of absolute stillness? Argentinosaurus, with its mountain-like towering frame, reveals to us another slower, gentler flow of time. A delicate butterfly may land lightly upon its nose, yet it remains in quiet, watchful stillness. This is the highest form of inner spiritual practice. Tonight, close your eyes, sink into the slow, soothing rhythm of this narration and recover the long-lost peace hidden deep within your heart. The existence of certain living beings is destined to define the very meaning of eternity. Beneath the soft fading sunset of the Cretaceous period, Argentinosaurus embodied the pure perfection of unchanging stillness. This quiet poise is never mere laziness but graceful restraint born from profound understanding of life itself. Follow this gentle, timeless tale. Let your wandering thoughts settle slow and steady, just like the quiet, unhurried presence of Argentinosaurus. Amid the savage predatory age of the Cretaceous, when every living creature raced frantically to fight and survive upon the wild earth, an incredible miracle stood towering at the heart of the wilderness, resembling a silent, slumbering blue-green mountain. It never shifted an inch even when the fiercest carnivorous predators wandered past its massive feet. This unwavering calm was never born from dull indifference but from an overwhelming sense of stillness rooted in absolute, unshakable raw power. This is Argentinosaurus, the colossal giant who lived its entire life in perfect zen-like tranquility. Tonight, let the soft, warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of its quiet existence. Slow your heartbeat and calm your mind. Imagine yourself standing upon this boundless ancient wilderness. The air carries the fresh, delicate fragrance of fern plants, and before you stands this eternal guardian of stillness, journeying across hundreds of millions of years to meet your quiet spirit. Fate gifted Argentinosaurus two profound blessings: first, an overwhelming immense weight, and second, an unhurried, unchanging pace of life. When your body bears the weight of nearly 100 tons, every slight movement becomes a solemn, quiet balance against the pull of earthly gravity. During the hottest, sweltering afternoon in ancient Patagonia, most members of its kind wandered restlessly searching for scarce water sources, yet this fully grown, strong Argentinosaurus chose to pause beside a towering Ancient Araucaria tree, it lifted its elongated mast like neck high, its gaze holding the detached wisdom of one who has seen through all worldly chaos. Wind and sand brushed across its thick-scaled skin, carrying away faint traces of moisture and bringing distant echoes of the outer wilderness. It simply closed its eyes quietly, feeling blood flow slow and heavy through its veins, listening to the deep rhythmic melody resonating from the heart of the earth. This profound stillness was never forced stagnation, but a conscious choice to resist meaningless restlessness and empty consumption. In that timeless moment, it was no longer merely a living creature but a fixed eternal point, resonating in perfect harmony with the pulse of the land itself. One of the most cherished gentle legends of prehistoric life revolves around Argentinosaurus and a single delicate ancient butterfly. It was a fragile winged creature shimmering with soft phosphorescent light, wandering through swirling dust and chaos, seeking a peaceful place to rest. At last it settled lightly upon Argentinosaurus' massive rough rock-textured nose. Tipped to this colossal giant, the butterfly held almost no tangible weight, yet the soft flutter of its wings stirred faint gentle ripples. In the still air, Argentinosaurus felt the faint tickling sensation, its long eyelashes casting long sweeping shadows across the sunlit ground. Any other wild creature would have twitched its nose or flicked its neck to drive the tiny intruder away, yet Argentinosaurus remained perfectly motionless, not even bothering to blink, simply allowing the butterfly to rest, flutter its wings and linger in quiet contemplation upon its skin. This boundless tolerance and profound stillness painted one of the softest, most tender scenes of the entire Cretaceous era. Light against heavy motion, against absolute calm. Time itself seemed to freeze completely beneath the afternoon sun. It came to understand that true strength never lies in destruction or dominance, but in the quiet grace to accept every small unexpected interruption life may bring. All worldly struggles for power and dominance fade into meaningless insignificance before the quiet presence of Argentinosaurus. Packs of Mapiosaurus once sought to challenge this living mountain, attempting to find weakness within its imposing frame. They roared loudly, circled restlessly, and leaped upward in bold yet futile attempts. Yet Argentinosaurus stood rooted firmly in place, its eyes moving with deliberate unhurried slowness. It had no need to bare sharp teeth, let out intimidating roars, or display any form of aggression. Its overwhelming mountain-like presence alone was enough to freeze the very air around it. This silent, noble dignity stood as the most powerful response to wild, reckless savagery. When predators realized their strongest strikes could not leave even a faint mark upon its thick skin, they were overcome by unprecedented defeat and helplessness. The calm demeanor Argentinosaurus showed amid these endless challenges held no trace of arrogant pride, only a higher spiritual form of quiet compassion. It knew all worldly chaos and restless noise would one day fade away with the wind, while the unchanging stillness it upheld remained the eternal quiet foundation of the earth. Through every passing storm it stood firm at the forefront, shielding the land beneath with its broad back, holding steady a temporary sky of peace and calm. Amid this silent, timeless balance spanning all species, it became the sole unrivaled player who conquered without ever waging battle. This profound unbroken stillness eventually wove within Argentinosaurus a fateful loneliness transcending the limits of its era. It witnessed countless species rise and vanish, watched lush forests turn into barren wilderness, and observed the slow shift of constellations across the night sky. Throughout its immensely long life it spent most moments breathing quietly, waiting patiently and standing in solemn watch. This quiet waiting held no clear, fixed purpose, existing merely to fulfill the spiritual practice of simply being alive. In the quiet late night of its old age, as the last shooting star streaked across the dark sky, it felt a long-forgotten wave of gentle weariness. This exhaustion came not from weary muscles but from centuries upon centuries of silently observing the changing world around it. It lowered its neck, slowly adjusting its upright stance, for the very first time surrendering its weight fully to the ancient soil that had nourished and sustained it all these years. The subtle shift sent low rumbling tremors echoing through the surrounding earth, as if the land itself bid a solemn farewell to an old dear friend. In quiet recollection it remembered the faint delicate touch of the butterfly and retraced the gentle unspoken journey that had never truly begun nor ended. In its lifetime it stood tall as an eternal monument, an unforgettable timeless landscape etched forever into the final quiet days of the Cretaceous world. Today the skeletal remains of Argentinosaurus stand preserved quietly within museum halls, still radiating that awe-inspiring aura of unchanging stillness. It no longer needs to draw breath or endure scorching heat, yet the zen-like tranquility it embodied lingers softly in the air all around us. Its life answers the quiet question lingering in our hearts amid a chaotic, restless world. Profound stillness represents the highest, most enlightened state of living now, as the tale draws to a gentle close. Relax your body completely just as Argentinosaurus once did. Imagine yourself transforming into a quiet mountain, allowing wandering thoughts to flutter like butterflies, landing and departing at peace while you simply watch calmly without interference. Your breathing deepens, grows slower and steadier, every gentle exhale melting away inner anxiety and replacing it with pure unshakable calm. The firelight, dim, soft and faint starlight, continues to shine bright, and you drift slowly into the boundless, quiet wilderness of eternal peace. All earthly noise fades into perfect silence. May this ancient prehistoric giant cradle you into the deepest, most peaceful dream. Good night. Beneath the wind-swept sand-buried stairways of the Valley of the Kings, Howard Carter held his breath, catching the glimmer of golden light sealed away for 3,000 years. This is a tale woven from quiet obsession, lonely persistence and inescapable fate. Tonight walk beside him into the shadowed abyss where the pharaoh rests in eternal peace. The world buzzed with tales of deadly ancient curses and ominous forebodings, yet only Howard Carter stood calm and rational before the gleaming golden sarcophagus. He was the man who unlocked the sealed gates of the realm of the departed and became a quiet observer, gradually forgotten by the outside world. Close your eyes and breathe in the faint, cool stillness of the Egyptian desert deep into the night. 15 long years of rough, barren living, enduring wind, sand and loneliness, all to answer a timeless call, crossing the boundary of time and space. Standing before the tomb of Tutankhamun, Howard Carter discovered far more than endless piles of buried gold. He also witnessed the cruelty of time and how small mortal life appears beside everlasting eternity. May this quiet tale of distant past lead you down into deep, undisturbed slumber. In the pale blazing glow of the Egyptian midday sun, the last heavy foundation stone was pried slowly loose. Howard Carter reached out with trembling hands, lowering a lit candle into the narrow crack. Before this moment the whole world believed the Valley of the Kings held no more hidden secrets, its ancient chambers long emptied and exposed. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of his life. The moment the wavering candlelight spilled into the sealed chamber, radiant golden hues cut through 3,000 years of accumulated dust. Someone behind him leaned forward urgently, asking, "What do you see?" He fell silent for a long while, so long that time itself seemed to freeze within that narrow opening. Then he spoke softly, "Yes, I see wonderful things everywhere." It marked the most glorious moment of his life, yet it also rang the death knell for the rising legend of the pharaohs. Curse this man whose rational mind bordered on cold detachment would spend the rest of his days resisting the invisible gravitational pull drifting out from the realm of the afterlife. To understand the story we must step back to the days before that narrow crack first appeared and grasped the almost stubborn fixation dwelling deep within Howard Carter. He was no wealthy privileged explorer, nor did he hold formal academic degrees in archaeology. Born to a struggling painter, he first traveled to Egypt merely to sketch and copy faded murals inside ancient tombs, yet the keen eye nurtured by artistic training made him extraordinarily sensitive to every grain of desert sand and every subtle shift in scattered stone formations. At a time when every scholar insisted the Valley of the Kings had been thoroughly searched and exhausted, Carter alone remained convinced. The young pharaoh Tutankhamun, erased from official historical records, lay resting quietly in some hidden corner, waiting only for him to arrive. For this belief he sacrificed the most vibrant 15 years of his life, digging relentlessly amid endless rolling sand dunes. Like a man consumed by obsession, he lost public reputation, wore thin the patience of his financial patron, and even fell into crippling self-doubt until one quiet morning in 1922 a water carrier stepped accidentally onto the first hidden stone stairway, half buried beneath the sand. In that instant Carter felt no rush of joy, only a heavy, overwhelming sense of relief. The gears of fate had finally locked into place, yet the cost of such a moment was far greater than any mortal could foresee. When Howard Carter finally stepped into the treasure-filled sealed chamber, the air hung thick with an ancient timeless stillness. It carried a blended scent of dried plant remnants, rare incense, and an indescribable hush accumulated over 3,000 years. Ornate war chariots, gleaming golden thrones, and solemn guardian statues lined the chamber, their shadows flickering dimly beneath the candlelight. Carter held no superstitious fear. He carefully recorded the exact position of every artifact in his notebook with precise disciplined detail, yet even the most rational mind could feel a profound invisible pressure rising from the soul. Standing before the tightly sealed stone sarcophagus, he noticed the original burial seal remained perfectly intact, meaning no living soul had disturbed the pharaoh's rest for 3 centuries. After his entombment, in his personal journal, Carter wrote of a strong, overwhelming sense of sacrilege, as if he were an uninvited stranger intruding upon a private, sacred Dream forced to move slowly and hold his breath in reverence. Meanwhile, wild rumors spread uncontrollably across the outside world. Tales of a deadly curse promising death to anyone who disturbed the pharaoh's peaceful slumber grew rampant when his patron Lord Carnarvon passed away suddenly from a mysterious illness. Shortly after the tomb was opened, the tension reached an explosive peak. Carter soon realized he had unearthed far more than gold and relics. He had awakened an endless shadow that would linger over his entire life. Standing before the breathtaking pure golden sarcophagus, Howard Carter maintained an astonishing calm restraint. Faced with unimaginable wealth enough to stir conflict between nations, he insisted on following the most tedious deliberate archaeological procedures to document and preserve every relic layer by layer. When he finally lifted the nested coffin lids one by one and laid eyes upon the iconic, sorrowful, timeless golden burial mask, he spotted a small dried flower resting gently upon the metallic surface, a final silent farewell left by the pharaoh's beloved queen. In that quiet moment, Carter understood Tutankhamun was no distant divine idol, merely a fragile young king taken abruptly from the world in the bloom of youth. Yet tales of the curse spread like wildfire, shattering Carter's peaceful ordinary life. Colleagues around him fell ill one after another. Even his pet canary was swallowed whole by a cobra. Reporters swarmed his home, pressing him to explain the string of eerie coincidences. Carter replied coldly, Egyptology recognizes no curses, only ignorance of history. He tried to build a fortress of science and logic to shield himself from superstitious legends of the afterlife. Yet alone on quiet nights at the excavation site, standing beside the silent, undisturbed mummy, could this steadfast, reserved Englishman have never felt a chill creeping slowly up his spine. The greatest irony of fate lay in the truth that Howard Carter never fell victim to the so-called pharaoh's curse, yet he spent his later years consumed by bitter, lonely isolation. Long after completing the tomb excavation, he remained a man scarred and burned by the overwhelming radiance of all that gold. Despite his discovery shocking the entire world, his reclusive, irritable, out-of-touch personality kept him shut out from mainstream social circles, never earning him the royal honor he deserved. He returned to London, wandering quietly among dusty antique shops, occasionally selling small trinkets to passing tourists. The noisy hype surrounding supernatural mystery and ancient power faded away, leaving only the quiet melancholy of an aging, lonely man. He had exhausted all his fortune, energy, passion, and youthful spirit. The moment that hidden crack was opened, whenever he closed his eyes, he could still smell the dry, sandy scent of the Valley of the Kings and catch the faint, cold, lingering fragrance sealed inside the ancient tomb. He was no longer the bold explorer standing on the boundary of life and death, merely a forgotten guardian cast aside by time, keeping watch over a secret only he had truly witnessed until his life faded quietly away in the spring of 1939. Now imagine yourself standing once more beneath the star-draped sky of the Egyptian desert. Howard Carter's footprints have long been smoothed over by drifting sand, yet the name Tutankhamun lives on forever. Because of him, he traded 15 years of silent, lonely persistence for one breathtaking moment of revelation, then spent the rest of his days in quiet solitude, calming the endless noise surrounding the curse. We remember him not only for unlocking the doors to an unparalleled treasure vault, but also for holding fast to human clarity and restraint amid overwhelming temptation and hidden fear. That famous golden mask still gazes out upon the world from behind bulletproof museum glass, free of sorrow or joy. As for Carter, the man who stared longest into its silent eyes, he has long since found genuine peace within the quiet realm of the afterlife. The story fades gently along with the last warmth of the hearth. Tonight may you become a quiet night watchman of the desert, letting go of all worldly disturbance and trivial chaos. Sink into your own peaceful valley of dreams with slow, steady breathing. Good night and sweet dreams. Across the endless Arctic tundra, where snow stretches farther than the eye can see and the wind moves softly across the frozen earth, a small Arctic hare sits perfectly still beneath the pale northern sky. Its white fur blends so completely into the snow that it almost disappears, as if the land itself has quietly come alive for a single moment before fading back into silence. Tonight, beside the warm flicker of a fire, we step into the peaceful world of this quiet survivor of the far north. This is not a story about speed or dramatic survival. It is a story about stillness. About focus. About finding calm in a world that often feels too loud and restless. When winter fully settles across the Arctic, the landscape transforms into a vast ocean of white. Snow covers the hills, the frozen rivers, and the empty plains until sky and earth seem to merge into one endless horizon. In such a place, movement itself becomes noticeable. Every sound travels farther. Every shadow matters. And so the Arctic hare has learned a remarkable skill. The moment danger approaches, it becomes completely still. Not frozen by fear, but calm with purpose. Its body lowers gently into the snow. Its breathing slows. Its wide eyes remain alert while the white fur surrounding it blends perfectly into the landscape. In an instant, the hare seems to vanish into the Arctic itself. There is something almost magical about this stillness. Many creatures survive by fighting or fleeing, but the Arctic hare survives through focus. Through silence. Through becoming one with the world around it instead of struggling against it. And perhaps that is why watching an Arctic hare feels strangely peaceful. The Arctic tundra may appear empty at first glance, but to the hare it is full of quiet details. Tiny movements in the snow. The distant sound of shifting ice. The soft touch of cold wind passing through its fur. In this frozen wilderness, the hare lives with extraordinary awareness of its surroundings. Its life moves at a slower rhythm than the world most humans know. During the long Arctic winters, food becomes scarce. The hare spends much of its time searching patiently beneath the snow for small roots, frozen moss, and bits of hardy vegetation buried beneath the ice. It does not rush. It does not waste energy. Every movement feels measured and deliberate, perfectly matched to the harsh environment around it. Even in the bitter cold, the Arctic hare carries a quiet grace. Its thick white coat protects it from freezing temperatures that would overwhelm most animals. Powerful back legs allow it to sprint across the snow when necessary, moving with incredible speed over the frozen plains. But strangely, it is often the moments when the hare is completely motionless that feel most powerful. Stillness becomes its shelter. There is wisdom hidden inside that stillness. Humans spend much of life constantly reacting to noise, pressure, and endless distraction. Thoughts race from one worry to another. Attention scatters in every direction. Yet the Arctic hare survives by doing the opposite. It narrows its focus completely until only the present moment remains. The cold wind no longer feels hostile. The empty landscape no longer feels lonely. In those quiet moments resting against the snow, the hare becomes part of something larger than itself. The Arctic itself. As night falls across the tundra, the world grows even quieter. The sky darkens into deep shades of blue while snow reflects faint silver light beneath the moon. Somewhere in the distance, icy wind drifts softly over frozen hills. And there, resting silently against the snow, the Arctic hare waits peacefully in the darkness. Its calmness does not come from ignorance of danger. Foxes, wolves, and snowy owls all hunt across the Arctic wilderness. Survival is never guaranteed here. But the hare has learned that panic wastes energy, while focus preserves it. That lesson feels surprisingly human. Sometimes the hardest moments in life are not survived through force or struggle, but through quiet endurance. Through staying grounded while chaos moves around you. Through learning when to pause instead of constantly running. The Arctic hare seems to understand this instinctively. Even the way it moves across the snow feels soft and careful, leaving delicate tracks behind that are often erased by the next snowfall. Nothing about its life is loud or attention-seeking. Yet somehow, its quiet existence leaves a lasting impression. There is beauty in creatures that do not demand to be seen. As the seasons slowly shift and sunlight begins returning to the Arctic after the long polar night, the tundra changes once more. The snow softens. The wind becomes gentler. Faint signs of life begin emerging beneath the frozen surface of the land. Yet the Arctic hare remains the same calm and watchful presence it has always been. Season after season. Storm after storm. Still patient. Still peaceful. Its life may seem small against the vastness of the Arctic landscape, but perhaps that is exactly what gives it meaning. The hare does not try to conquer the wilderness. It belongs to it. By accepting its place within the immense silence of the north, it finds a kind of freedom that many larger, louder creatures never experience. And tonight, as your own world slowly quiets down, maybe you can learn something from the Arctic hare. Let your thoughts settle gently like falling snow. Let unnecessary worries fade into the background. Imagine yourself standing beneath the pale Arctic sky where everything feels calm, clean, and still. No pressure. No noise. Only the steady rhythm of your own breathing and the peaceful silence of winter all around you. Somewhere far across the frozen tundra, the Arctic hare is still resting quietly beneath the snow-covered sky. Motionless. Alert. Completely at peace inside the endless white silence. And as sleep slowly begins to pull you deeper into dreams, perhaps its calm stillness can guide you there too. Deep beneath the frozen Arctic Ocean, where ancient ice drifts slowly across dark water and sunlight fades into endless blue shadow, a bowhead whale moves quietly through the deep. Its massive body glides beneath the ice with extraordinary calm, as if time itself has slowed around it. For more than 2 centuries, creatures like this have traveled through the Arctic darkness, carrying memories older than entire human lifetimes. Tonight, beside the soft warmth of a fire, we enter the peaceful world of one of the oldest living mammals on Earth. This is not a story driven by urgency or speed. It is a story about time. About patience. About learning how to move through life slowly enough to truly feel the rhythm of the world around you. Long before modern cities filled the earth with noise and light, bowhead whales were already swimming beneath the Arctic ice. They witnessed generations come and go. They survived changing oceans, shifting glaciers, and centuries of storms. Some bowhead whales alive today may have already been swimming through the Arctic before electricity existed in many parts of the world. Their lives stretch across time in a way humans can barely imagine. And yet, despite their incredible age and enormous size, there is something deeply gentle about them. The bowhead whale does not rush. In a world obsessed with speed, efficiency, and constant movement, the bowhead drifts through the freezing ocean at its own slow and steady pace. Every motion feels deliberate. Every turn through the dark water feels calm and unhurried, as though the whale has long ago made peace with the passing of time. Its heart beats slowly beneath layers of thick blubber designed to survive the brutal Arctic cold. Some scientists believe the bowhead whale has one of the slowest aging processes of any mammal on Earth. While human lives race forward in decades, the bowhead experiences centuries like long ocean currents flowing quietly beneath the ice. There is wisdom in that slowness. Far above the whale, the frozen surface of the Arctic shifts and cracks beneath powerful winds. Storms rise and disappear. Entire ice fields drift across the sea. But below the surface, in the dim blue silence beneath the ice, the bowhead remains calm. The ice itself becomes a kind of shelter. To many creatures, the Arctic ice feels harsh and unforgiving. But for the bowhead whale, it creates protection from the noisy and unpredictable world above. Beneath the frozen ceiling, the whale moves through a quieter existence where sound travels differently and time feels softer. If you could hear the calls of a bowhead whale deep underwater, they would sound haunting and beautiful, low echoes rolling through the ocean like distant music. Some of their songs travel for miles beneath the Arctic ice. The sounds feel ancient, almost like the voice of the ocean itself speaking slowly in the dark. And perhaps loneliness sounds different after living for 200 years. The bowhead spends much of its life searching for tiny creatures drifting through the water, especially krill and microscopic plankton. Despite its enormous size, its needs are surprisingly simple. Swim. Feed. Surface. Breathe. Then return once more to the deep blue quiet beneath the ice. There is something strangely comforting about that simplicity. Humans often fill life with endless complexity, constantly chasing more while carrying worries that never seem to disappear. The bowhead whale survives differently. It asks for little. It moves slowly. It follows the rhythm of the Arctic without resisting it. Perhaps that is why watching whales feels so calming to so many people. They remind us that life does not always need to move so quickly. The bowhead whale has endured centuries not through aggression, but through patience. It does not waste energy fighting every current or reacting to every disturbance. Instead, it conserves its strength and adapts quietly to the changing ocean around it. Even during the long Arctic winters, when darkness covers the ocean for months at a time, the bowhead continues its steady migration beneath the ice. It knows how to navigate through frozen labyrinths where most creatures would become trapped. Its enormous skull is strong enough to break through thick sea ice when it needs air, yet it uses this strength with remarkable calmness. There is no panic in the way it lives. Only endurance. Over the course of its long life, the whale witnesses endless cycles repeating again and again. Ice forms. Ice melts. Storms arrive. Storms pass. Entire generations of creatures are born and disappear while the bowhead continues its slow journey through the Arctic Sea. To a creature that may live for more than 200 years, human history itself probably feels brief and distant, like ripples vanishing across the surface of water. And somehow, there is peace in that perspective. The bowhead whale teaches a quieter understanding of time. Not every moment needs to be rushed. Not every silence needs to be filled. Some parts of life are meant to unfold slowly, like drifting ice beneath the northern lights. As night deepens and the Arctic Ocean grows darker still, the whale disappears farther into the endless blue beneath the frozen surface. Its massive body moves almost effortlessly through the cold water, leaving only soft waves behind before fading once more into silence. Ancient. Calm. Untroubled by the passing centuries. And tonight, as the noise of the world slowly begins to fade around you, perhaps you can borrow a little of that stillness for yourself. Let anxious thoughts sink gently into the deep like snow falling into the sea. Let the pressure to move faster drift away with the tide. Imagine yourself floating peacefully beneath the Arctic ice where time no longer feels heavy, where nothing is demanded from you except to breathe slowly and exist quietly in the moment. Somewhere beneath the frozen northern ocean, the bowhead whale is still swimming through the darkness. Patient. Steady. Carrying centuries of silence within its slow and graceful journey. And as sleep gently pulls you toward dreams, perhaps its ancient calm can guide you there too. Deep within the endless profound layers of the ocean, bottlenose dolphins perceive the entire world through gentle echoing vibrations, every soft resonant ripple moving through the water like tender rolling tide, spreading the quiet stillness of the deep sea to every wandering soul within the blue abyss. Tonight, accompanied by softly flickering warm firelight, we drift into the quiet meaningful life of these graceful marine guardians. Surrounded by their gentle restraint and steady rhythmic presence, let your heart sink fully into the boundless tranquility of the deep ocean and settle into perfect peaceful rest. As daylight fades completely from the ocean surface and all bright colors dissolve into endless serene blue, you may pause to contemplate a quiet wonder of nature. Some living beings do not need sight to define and understand the world around them. The bottlenose dolphin, the most elegant acoustic wanderer of the deep sea, transcends reliance on light and vision, moving through the shadowed underwater realm with a gentle invisible frequency, turning the quiet dark ocean depths into an eternal harmonious symphony of sound and motion. Tonight, beside soft dancing firelight and unhurried soothing narration, we explore the true essence of its quiet life. It never strives to adapt to or please the barren dark abyss, nor rushes restlessly through the water in anxious search of survival and direction. It understands deeply that attuning to the gentle rhythmic pulse of underwater echoes means holding the complete peace of the entire ocean in its heart. If you feel lost, confused, or anxious in the stillness of the night, follow the steady rhythmic frequency of the bottlenose dolphin and sink slowly into this dreamland, tenderly wrapped by the calming deep blue sea throughout the long quiet night. The dolphin's subtle perceptive ability is not merely a tool for exploration and navigation, but a profound reverence for the hidden boundaries and vast possibilities of the underwater world. Gliding freely through dense swaying sea grass and rugged shadowed reefs, it transforms every hidden obstacle and underwater barrier into soft melodic reverberations that blend seamlessly with the ocean's quiet rhythm. Its eyes always hold a gentle quiet smile, working in perfect harmony with invisible sonar waves to measure every subtle movement, every soft current, and every slow breath within the deep blue water with precise intuitive awareness. For the bottlenose dolphin, survival is never an act of conquest or dominance over nature. It is a lifelong practice of gentle resonance between its own rhythm and the breathing tides of the sea. Every slow, graceful sweep of its broad tail fin forms a silent, gentle agreement with the vast ocean, moving in harmony with natural flow rather than against it. This quiet, isolated stillness builds a unique inner defense within the complex, unpredictable deep sea, teaching a peaceful, timeless truth: as long as your inner world remains steady and untroubled, outer darkness and chaos can never overwhelm your spirit. Watching its serene silhouette gliding smoothly through layers of deep blue, you will feel every tangled worry and anxious weight settled in your chest, melting gently away, following the soothing rhythmic flow of underwater echoes, dissolving softly into the tranquil foundation of the endless ocean. Many people mistake the bottlenose dolphin's soft underwater calls for simple social interaction, unaware that its entire life is a quiet philosophical exploration of solitude, presence, and authentic existence. Thriving within the dangerous, unpredictable depths of the ocean where hidden risks and shifting currents linger at every turn, it moves through the abyss with effortless lightness and calm. Beneath its gentle, graceful demeanor lies unshakable inner willpower, quiet resilience, and precise, intuitive mastery of the ocean's ancient unspoken laws. All external disruptive echoes, chaotic currents, and shifting underwater forces that attempt to alter its peaceful path meet an invisible barrier of innate calm, dissolving harmlessly against its natural steady rhythm. Its quiet drifting through the blue depths is never empty, aimless waiting. It lingers mindfully for the purest, most transparent moments of existence, anchoring every layer of its life firmly within the profound clarity and quiet vastness of the present ocean. Through every unhurried fluid glide it achieves deep, sincere reconciliation with its inner self, letting go of restlessness, uncertainty, and inner conflict. This subtle, powerful harmony can soothe and calm any weary soul trapped in anxious, sleepless unrest through the quiet hours of the night. Every delicate, relaxed posture the bottlenose dolphin holds while wandering the seabed serves as a gentle reminder for us to slow down and soften completely into mindful presence. It invites us to embrace the cool, quiet flow of surrounding water and listen closely to the slow, gentle breath of the sleeping deep sea. Its entire life unfolds as a long, quiet journey of self-harmony and inner balance, proving that true strength lies not in explosive power or urgent progress but in steady, peaceful persistence through every passing moment. This quiet courage to dance freely with darkness and thrive within unseen depths acts as a clear mirror reflecting how much gentle awareness, pure presence, and subtle beauty we have lost in the fast, efficiency-driven chaos of modern life. Its free, unhurried wandering through open water holds no hidden purpose, no worldly ambition, no utilitarian desire. It is pure, unadulterated freedom, existing only for quiet presence and gentle guardianship, a serene underwater dream rarely accessible to busy, restless modern minds. Gazing upon its weightless sleeping glide through the blue waves, you can slowly release your tightly strung inner tension, allowing your breathing to grow steady, elongated, pure, and unruly, matching the tranquil rhythm of the ocean's gentlest guardian. As deep-sea twilight drifts slowly across shadowed rock walls and sunken reefs, the bottlenose dolphin retains its timeless, unchanging calm and graceful ease. Its bond with the dark, endless abyss transcends basic survival and physical belonging, becoming a unique, gentle frequency of blue that defines the quiet soul of the night ocean. It has witnessed countless cycles of rising and falling tides, endless shifts of underwater light and shadow, and constant changes of marine currents, yet preserves the pure, untainted simplicity of its original spirit. This unwavering inner constancy brings profound balance and stability to the dynamically shifting ocean, holding the power to calm chaotic tides and steady restless waters. It no longer wanders far in search of new paths or distant purpose, for the lush coral reefs and quiet open waters surrounding it form its perfect eternal home. Its peaceful posture of letting go of struggle, craving, and endless pursuit embodies the supreme elegance of life, refined through countless quiet trials and adaptations. Amid the soft, overlapping echoes rippling through the water, it moves like an ancient ocean watcher, quietly witnessing the slow passage of time without regret for the past or worry for the future. This lifelong quiet guardianship means releasing the noisy modern definition of high-speed success, yet grants it eternal, pure tranquility that lingers endlessly within the vast ocean and the quiet space between heaven and sea. Night deepens fully and the entire underwater world sinks into dreamlike stillness. The dolphin's soft echoing vibrations grow hazy and gentle, drifting through the calm water, wrapping you in soothing quiet while your eyelids grow heavy and relax, drawing you slowly toward the peaceful edge of dreamland. Its quiet life teaches us a vital, gentle truth within the noisy, chaotic modern world. Turning inward, slowing down, and embracing inner stillness is a brave form of spiritual healing and self-redemption. All trivial, overwhelming troubles and restless thoughts that disrupt your sleep will gradually settle and fade away before the deep, slow, steady rhythm of the dolphin's ocean presence, returning your mind to pure, empty, original calm. Sink into the profound stillness of the deep blue sea, drifting into this dreamlike underwater serenity. Let your breath become as calm, unhurried, and peaceful as the gentle bottlenose dolphin wandering lazily through the quiet waves. Tonight, wrapped in the ancient, pure companionship of this graceful sea spirit, fall fully into the deepest, softest, and most tranquil, peaceful dreamland. Amid the bitter, piercing winds of the frozen Antarctic wilderness, emperor penguins stand united in tight, orderly clusters, weaving their bodies into a warm, living barrier against the unforgiving cold. They pass gentle body heat through every inch of their clustered forms, defying the brutal freezing temperatures that could easily extinguish fragile life in this desolate polar land. Tonight, accompanied by softly flickering warm firelight, we step into the profound and touching life of these resilient polar guardians. Immerse yourself in their selfless companionship and life-binding warmth. Feel the deepest sense of stability, reliance and peace dwelling within life itself, and drift gently into a restful dream. Frigid gales roar endlessly across the endless Antarctic ice plains, dragging the temperature far below 40 degrees below zero, freezing every corner of the silent polar world. In this loneliest, harshest place on Earth, you may wonder what kind of perseverance sustains life through endless freezing nights. The emperor penguin, the toughest, most devoted watcher of the icy tundra, does not rely on individual strength to survive the extreme polar environment. Instead, they gather closely together, forming solid circular clusters, using countless tiny traces of shared body warmth to resist the endless freezing darkness that chills even the soul. Tonight, beside soft dancing firelight and unhurried soothing storytelling, we uncover the true depth of their extraordinary life. They never strive to please the barren icy glaciers, nor rush about alone to prove their own power and toughness, for they hold a sincere truth of survival. True strength is never escaping suffering and hardship, but leaning closely on companions and standing united through every storm. If you feel cold, lonely or isolated in the quiet night, follow the steady rhythmic breathing of the emperor penguins throughout this serene evening and sink into a healing dreamland warmly guarded by mutual companionship and devotion. The tight circular formations formed by emperor penguins are never merely a simple resting posture, but a noble lifelong gamble for survival. The penguins standing on the outer layer of the cluster bravely endure the fiercest snowstorms and biting winds, bearing the harshest pressure of the polar weather in complete silent persistence. Through endless cycles of brutal freezing winters, they cultivate a spiritual patience as pure and solemn as devout faith. Every gentle, orderly shift of their positions passes responsibility, warmth and protection to one another, embodying the most tacit understanding of mutual dedication and self-sacrifice. When violent winds sweep across the ice plain at extreme speeds, a single individual appears tiny and powerless, yet merging into the united cluster allows every penguin to feel continuous flowing warmth pass steadily from every companion around them. The solid sense of safety brought by this close physical connection grants them extraordinary spiritual strength far beyond physical endurance, teaching a firm belief as long as they hold fast to one another and never drift apart, the warmth of spring will inevitably arrive. Watching their quiet, resolute figures standing firmly against the howling wind, you will feel all the inner coldness, lingering worries and lonely anxieties slowly melting away, immersed in the gentle warmth of their united cluster, settling softly into the quiet peace of the long polar night. Emperor penguins are never afraid of solitude, yet they willingly let go of solitary freedom, dedicating themselves entirely to the warm living fortress built by the entire group. Throughout the endless polar winter, they endure long stretches of hunger and stillness, relying only on their thick insulating fat and the steady warmth of their companions to survive the boundless darkness and raging snowstorms. Every quiet moment of upright standing is a rigorous trial of will and perseverance. Though they remain silent within the tight cluster, their intimate physical connection weaves the warmest, most reliable protective barrier across the desolate frozen wilderness. This selfless mutual support without distinction of self and others turns their polar home into an eternal portrait of gentle warmth, revealing the pure essence of survival in the cruel wild world. Survival lies in willingly reserving a warm shelter for others amid the bitter cold. Through every silent transmission of warmth and responsibility, they achieve profound peaceful reconciliation with the harsh world around them. The gentle, powerful strength of this unity is enough to comfort, soothe and steady every lonely, helpless soul struggling through restless, sleepless nights. Every subtle, deliberate movement the emperor penguins make within their clustered formation carries a gentle, heartfelt reminder for us to learn to rely on others bravely and trust those who stand firmly beside us through every difficulty and hardship. Their entire life is a long, sincere practice of defeating cruelty and adversity with gentle, persistent warmth. They never need to chase speed, strength or individual glory. They only need to remain the firmest, most steadfast link within their united group. This fearless, resilient posture of standing fast against the bitter winter serves as a clear mirror reflecting how much precious sense of connection, mutual resonance and warm belonging we have lost in the modern world's relentless pursuit of individual achievement and independence. Their quiet, patient waiting upon the glaciers holds no utilitarian purpose, no selfish desire or hidden gain. It is pure, selfless guardianship existing solely for the continuation of life and mutual salvation, the most precious, serene comfort we crave deeply in lonely, sleepless moments. Gazing upon their persistent figures standing steady amid wind and snow covered lightly by drifting ice yet never yielding or retreating, you can gradually release your excessive inner alertness and self-defense, letting your heart grow steady, grounded, profound and peaceful, just like these persistent polar guardians. As the first faint glow of dawn spills over the distant horizon of the ice plain breaking through the endless polar night, the emperor penguins still maintain their timeless united formation. Their bond with this harsh frozen land transcends basic survival, evolving into a noble spiritual faith rooted deeply in the Antarctic ice and snow. They have witnessed countless raging storms and brutal winter cycles, yet always retain the calm composure of their earliest days. This unwavering inner stability carries incredible healing power, bringing peace and reassurance to every uncertain, wandering heart in the ever-changing world. They no longer need to prove their worth, strength or perseverance to the outside world, for their closely united cluster that survives countless bitter winters stands as the most glorious answer dedicated to the Antarctic land. Their peaceful posture of letting go of useless struggle and anxious striving embodies the supreme spiritual sublimation attained after enduring countless trials of extreme cold and hardship. Bathed in the crystal-clear quiet light of polar dawn, they stand like ancient devoted guardians, quietly embracing the gentle baptism of the first sunlight, holding no complaint for past hardships and no panic for future challenges. The price of this lifelong quiet guardianship is bidding farewell to easy, comfortable living, yet it earns them eternal noble dignity that forever lingers between the icy sky and frozen earth. Night deepens, completely wrapping the entire polar ice field in dreamlike tranquility. The steady figures of the emperor penguins appear increasingly firm and serene beneath the soft moonlight. The powerful warmth of mutual reliance spreads gently through the quiet polar night, soothing your weary mind and gradually weighting down your heavy eyelids, guiding you softly toward the peaceful edge of dreamland. Their lifelong persistence and unity teach us a profound, precious truth: within the harshest environments of life, becoming a warm shelter and solid fortress for one another's souls is the most sincere form of self-reflection and gentle redemption. All trivial, vexing troubles, chaotic thoughts and restless anxieties that disturb your peaceful sleep will gradually settle, soften and fade away beneath the steady, gentle companionship of these resilient polar creatures, restoring your mind and soul to pure, original stability and calm. Sink into the protective stillness of the moonlit Antarctic ice field, drifting into this warm, dreamlike serenity. Let your breathing grow calm, unhurried and tranquil, just like the united emperor penguins leaning closely together through the bitter winter. Tonight, nestled within their ancient, warm, devoted companionship, fall completely into the deepest, softest and most peaceful, serene slumber.